The H factor of personality.
个性中的 H 因素。
Acknowledgements.
致谢。
We're grateful to several of our friends and colleagues who encouraged this project and gave extremely helpful comments on an earlier draft of the book. Derek Chapman, Gordon Hodson, Paul Tremblay, Raynaud DeVries, and Narnia Worth. We likewise obtained very positive and constructive input on a recent draft of the book from Robert Mackwood, from Taya Cohen, and from 2 anonymous reviewers. Our book is much improved for these insightful suggestions.
我们感谢一些朋友和同事，他们鼓励了这个项目，并对书的早期草稿给出了极其有益的评论。Derek Chapman、Gordon Hodson、Paul Tremblay、Raynaud DeVries 和 Narnia Worth。同样，我们也从 Robert Mackwood、Taya Cohen 以及2位匿名审稿人那里得到了最近草稿的非常积极和建设性的反馈。这些富有洞察力的建议使我们的书有了很大的提升。
We thank Lou Goldberg and Gerard Saucier for their generosity in sharing the extraordinarily rich data sets from their Oregon community sample and from their English language lexical research, and also for their insights on personality structure.
我们感谢 Lou Goldberg 和 Gerard Saucier 慷慨分享他们俄勒冈社区样本和英语词汇研究中极其丰富的数据集，以及他们对人格结构的见解。
We also thank Steve Rubinser for sharing the facet-level data from his study of the personalities of U.S. presidents.
我们也要感谢 Steve Rubinser 分享他关于美国总统性格研究的方面数据。
We'd also like to thank the editorial team at Wilfrid Laurier University Press for all their work on this project, Rob Kohlmeyer for his extremely efficient management of the editing process, Leslie McCarty for her great efforts in marketing, and especially Ryan Chintzes for his courage in taking on this book and his confidence in working with us. We're also grateful to Matthew Kadelka for his excellent copy editing.
此外，我们还要感谢 Wilfrid Laurier University Press 的编辑团队对这个项目的所有工作， Rob Kohlmeyer 对编辑过程的高效管理， Leslie McCarty 在市场营销方面的辛勤付出，尤其是 Ryan Chintzes 他勇敢地接手这本书，并对我们充满信心。我们还感谢 Matthew Kadelka 的出色校对工作。
We're grateful to the institutions that have supported our research program. We thank the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada for the grants that funded many of our projects. We also thank the University of Calgary and Brock University for their ongoing support. This book in particular was funded by Brock University's Council for Research in the Social Sciences.
我们对支持我们研究项目的机构深表感谢。我们要感谢加拿大社会科学与人文研究委员会为我们许多项目提供的资助，同时也要感谢卡尔加里大学和布洛克大学的持续支持，特别是本书得到了布洛克大学社会科学研究委员会的资助。
Kibium thanks his wife and 2 daughters, who have patiently talked about personality structure over the dinner table many times. He also thanks his mother, his brother, and his brother's family for their ongoing support. Finally, he dedicates this book to his late father, who would have loved reading it.
Kibium 要感谢他的妻子和2个女儿，他们多次在餐桌上耐心地讨论人格结构。他也感谢他的母亲、他的兄弟以及他的兄弟全家一直以来的支持。最后，他将这本书献给已故的父亲，他一定会喜欢读这本书的。
Mike thanks his whole family, his parents, his sister and her family, and his in-laws for all their encouragement. He especially thanks his wife for her enthusiastic support, and he dedicates this book to her.
Mike 感谢他的整个家庭，他的父母、他的姐姐和他的家人，以及他的姻亲给予的所有鼓励。他特别感谢他的妻子给予的热情支持，他将这本书献给他。
1. Meet the H factor.
一了解 H 因素。
Mary and Jane have a lot in common. Both are young women in their last year of study at the same law school. Each grew up in a 2-parent family in a middle-class neighborhood. Yet in some crucial ways, they could hardly be more different.
玛丽和简有很多共同之处，她们都是同一家法学院的应届毕业生，都是年轻女性。2人都是在中产阶级社区的双亲家庭中长大的。然而，在某些关键方面，她们几乎没有什么相同之处。
To Mary, the law is like a martial art, a way to defeat opponents by mastering many complex maneuvers. She chose law as a career because she wanted to make a lot of money, and with that aim in mind, she has mainly studied the more lucrative legal specialties, such as corporate law and litigation. To achieve her career goals, Mary has made a point of skillfully ingratiating herself to certain influential professors. By applying just the right amount of flattery, she hopes to make the connections she needs for a good position after completing her degree.
对玛丽来说，法律就像一门武术，通过掌握许多复杂的策略来战胜对手。她选择法律作为职业，是因为想赚大钱。为此，她主要学习了如公司法和诉讼等更有利可图的法律专业。为了实现职业目标，玛丽巧妙地与一些有影响力的教授拉近关系。她希望通过适度的恭维，建立起毕业后找到好工作的所需人脉。
Jane's approach to the law is much more idealistic. She views the law as a means of achieving justice, and her goals in studying law are to help people and to make a difference. She's trying to decide whether to work in the criminal justice system as a prosecutor or public defender, or to work for a not-for-profit organization. Jane has had some contact with her professors, chiefly when she has asked them to explain some of the finer points of the law. She tries to be pleasant and polite with her professors, but she would be uncomfortable trying to curry favor with them.
简对法律的看法则更为理想主义。他认为法律是实现公正的工具，他学习法律的目的是帮助人们并产生影响。他正在考虑是作为检察官或公共辩护律师进入刑事司法系统工作，还是为非营利组织效力。简与教授有些接触，主要是请教一些法律的细节问题。他尽量对教授友善有礼，但他不喜欢刻意去讨好他们。
Mary and Jane are both single, but both plan to marry someday. For Mary, any prospective husband must hold some prestigious position in society. Besides being wealthy, you should carry the trappings and the appearance of a very important man. Anything less just wouldn't be worthy of her. For Jane, these considerations of money and status don't really matter. She's much more concerned with finding a man she can love, and although she might not realize it, this will probably mean a man who shares her values.
玛丽和简都是单身，但两人都计划有一天结婚。对玛丽来说，未来的丈夫必须在社会上有显赫的地位，除了富有，他还应该有重要人物的风范和外表，否则她觉得配不上自己。对简来说，金钱和地位并不重要，她更关心找到一个能爱的男人，尽管她可能还没意识到，这很可能意味着一个与她价值观相符的男人。
As with Mary and Jane, Bill and Dave are similar in some ways. They're both middle-aged men, and both own small automobile repair shops in towns just an hour's drive apart. But again, in some ways they are opposites of each other.
比尔和戴夫与玛丽和简的情况类似，他们都是中年男子，各自在相距1小时车程的小镇上拥有小型汽车修理店。然而，他们在某些方面也是彼此的反面。
Bill and Dave have entirely different outlooks on how to run a business. Bill's motto could be summed up as "let the buyer beware." When customers come to his shop, he'll often recommend repairs that aren't really necessary, and he'll often save money by substituting lower quality parts for those that are intended for a given vehicle. Often, if Bill judges that a customer will take the deal, he offers to do the work for cash, so that no receipts are kept and no taxes are paid.
比尔和戴夫对经营生意有着完全不同的理念。比尔的座右铭可以概括为买家需谨慎。当顾客光顾他的店铺时，他经常会推荐一些实际上并不必要的维修服务，并且常常为了节省成本，用低质量的零件替换原本为车辆设计的零件。如果比尔认为顾客会接受，他甚至会提出以现金交易，这样就不会留下收据，也不用缴税。
Dave, by contrast, never deceives his customers or the tax authorities. He recommends only the repairs that are really required, which often means that his customers have less repair work done than they thought they would need. The parts he uses are always as stated on the invoice to the customer. Every transaction is recorded for tax purposes.
相比之下，戴夫从不欺骗顾客或税务机关，他只推荐真正需要的维修服务，这意味着顾客的维修工作量往往比他们预想的要少。他使用的零件始终与给顾客的发票上所列的一致。每一笔交易都会记录在案，以便缴税。
Both Bill and Dave are active in their local communities, but here again their styles are a study in contrasts. Bill was recently elected president of his town's minor sports association, and since assuming office he has been quite impressed with his own importance. He's very generous to himself in claiming expenses associated with his duties, and he likes to have his name on many plaques and newspaper articles. Dave, on the other hand, has done a lot of volunteer work for his local sports association, but he often pays out of his own pocket, and he certainly doesn't look for special recognition.
比尔和戴夫都在当地社区活跃，但他们的风格截然不同。比尔最近当选为镇上青少年体育协会的主席，上任后他对自己职务的重要性感到非常自豪。他在报销与职责相关的费用时对自己非常慷慨，而且喜欢在许多奖牌和新闻报道上看到自己的名字。而戴夫则为当地的体育协会做了很多志愿者工作，但他经常自掏腰包，而且他并不寻求特别的表彰。
Finally, Bill and Dave differ in their married lives. Over the years, Bill has carried on a series of affairs. From his perspective, a virile and successful man such as himself is entitled to some extramarital excitement. His wife wouldn't share this point of view, so he must be crafty enough to conceal these adventures from her, and also from any husbands of his mistresses. Dave, by contrast, has never cheated on his wife. He finds other women attractive, and he could likely find a willing partner rather easily, but he simply couldn't bring himself to betray his wife's trust.
最后，比尔和戴夫在婚姻生活中有所不同。多年来，比尔有过一系列的婚外情，在他看来，像他这样充满活力且成功的男人有权享受一些婚外的刺激。他的妻子可能不会同意这种观点，所以他必须足够狡猾来隐瞒这些冒险行为，同时也要瞒过他情人的丈夫。相比之下，戴夫从未背叛过妻子。他觉得其他女性也很有吸引力，他也许能轻易找到愿意的伴侣，但他就是无法违背对妻子的信任。
The above vignettes illustrate the opposite extremes of a dimension of personality. Mary and Bill are at one end, Jane and Dave at the other. We call this personality dimension the H factor. The H stands for honesty, humility, and it's one of only 6 basic dimensions of personality. In this book, we'll tell you about all 6 of those dimensions, the hexaco personality factors, but the H factor will be our main focus.
以上这些小故事展示了人格的一个极端，玛丽和比尔是一端，简和戴夫是另一端。我们称这个人格维度为 H 因素。H 代表诚实、谦逊，这是仅有的6个基本人格维度之一。在这本书中，我们会介绍这6个维度 hexaco 人格因素，但 H 因素将是我们的主要关注点。
The H factor hadn't been recognized by psychologists until about the year 2000. Back then, most of them believed that people's personalities could best be summarized in terms of exactly 5 dimensions. Those 5 personality dimensions, known collectively as the Big Five, don't fully capture the H factor, and therefore they can only partly capture the differences between Mary and Jane and between Bill and Dave.
直到大约2000年，心理学家才认识到 H 因素。那时，大多数人认为人的性格可以用5个维度来最好的概括。这5个被称为大5人格的维度，并不能完全捕捉到 H 因素，因此它们只能部分解释玛丽和简以及比尔和戴夫之间的差异。
Research in the past decade has shown how the H factor matters in many aspects of people's lives. It underlies their approaches toward money, power, and sex. It governs their inclination to commit crimes or obey the law. It orients them towards certain attitudes about society, politics, and religion. It influences their choice of friends and spouse. Throughout this book, we'll be explaining the role of the H factor in these various domains of life.
过去10年的研究表明， H 因素在人们生活的许多方面都起着重要作用。它影响着人们对待金钱、权力和性的方式。它决定了人们是否会犯罪或遵守法律。它塑造了人们对社会、政治和宗教的特定态度。它影响着人们选择朋友和伴侣。在这本书中，我们将解释 H 因素在这些生活领域中的作用。
Considering the importance of the H factor, you might wonder why it had gone missing for such a long time, and how psychologists finally did recognize it as one of the basic dimensions of personality. We'll begin with the story of how we happened to find the H factor, largely by accident, back during our days as graduate students.
考虑到 H 因素的重要性，你可能会疑惑为什么它消失了这么久，以及心理学家最终是如何认识到它是人格的基本维度之一的。我们从一个故事开始，讲述我们如何在研究生时期意外发现 H 因素。
2. The missing link of personality psychology.
人格心理学缺失的一环。
In the summer of 1996, the two of us were graduate students in psychology at the University of Western Ontario. We had known each other for about a year, but now, thanks to the occasional reshuffling of graduate student offices, we were sharing an office on the 8th floor of the university's social science building. Before long, we found that we had a lot to talk about. Both of us were fascinated by the study of individual differences, abilities, attitudes, interests, and especially personality traits.
1996年的夏天，我们两人都是西安大略大学的心理学研究生。那时我们认识大约1年，但由于研究生办公室的偶尔调整，我们在大学社会科学大楼的8楼共享一间办公室。不久后，我们发现有很多共同的话题，我们都对个体差异研究着迷，能力、态度、兴趣，尤其是人格特质。
The 1990s were exciting years for personality psychology. The field was recovering from the dark days of the 1970s and 1980s, when many researchers had given up on the idea that personality could be studied scientifically. And UWO was an exciting place to be studying personality. Some of our professors, such as Sam Ponanen and the late Doug Jackson, were among the few who had been advancing the field of personality psychology even when it was out of fashion.
1990年代是人格心理学激动人心的时期，这个领域正在从1970年代和1980年代的低谷中恢复。当时许多研究者放弃了科学研究人格的想法，而西大是研究人格的好地方。我们的教授如山姆·帕诺嫩和已故的道格·杰克逊是即使在人格心理学不流行时也推动该领域发展的人之一。
The Big Five Personality Factors.
5大人格因素。
During those days, one of the most popular ideas in the field of personality psychology was that of the Big Five personality factors. According to this idea, the many hundreds of personality characteristics that make one person different from the next, traits from absent-minded to zestful, and everything in between, could be classified into 5 large groups or factors. To summarize the personality of any given person, all you needed to know was that person's levels of these Big Five personality factors.
那些日子里，人格心理学领域最流行的概念之一就是5大人格因素。这一理论认为，使每个人与众不同的数百种人格特质，从健忘到充满活力，以及介于两者之间的一切，可以归纳为5大类或因素。要概括任何一个人的性格，你只需要了解这5大人格因素的水平。
Personality researchers had good reasons to be excited about the idea of 5 basic personality factors. From a practical point of view, the Big Five offered researchers an efficient way to summarize people's personalities. Measuring a few traits representing these 5 groups would give most of the information that could be gained, with much greater time and expense. By measuring people on all personality traits. And from a theoretical point of view, the Big Five promised to help reveal the meaning of personality. By identifying the common element of the traits in each group, researchers would gather some clues about what causes personality differences, along with some clues about why those differences matter in life.
人格研究者对5大基本人格因素的想法感到兴奋是有充分理由的。从实际角度来看，5大因素为研究者提供了一种有效总结人们性格的方法。通过测量代表这5个类别的少数特质，就能获取到原本需要花费大量时间和精力测量所有人格特质才能得到的大部分信息。从理论角度来看，5大因素有望揭示人格的含义。通过找出每个类别中特质的共同元素，研究者可以找到一些线索，了解是什么导致了人格差异，以及这些差异在生活中为何重要。
So, here are the Big Five personality factors as they have been most widely known, with some examples of the traits that belong to those factors.
以下是5大人格因素及其一些典型特质。
Extroversion, e.g., outgoing versus shy.
外向性，例如开朗与害羞。
Agreeableness, e.g., gentle versus harsh.
宜人性，例如温和与严厉。
Conscientiousness, e.g., disciplined versus disorganized.
尽责性，例如自律与无条理。
Neuroticism, e.g., anxious versus calm.
神经质，例如焦虑与平静。
Openness to experience, e.g., creative versus conventional.
开放性，例如创新与传统。
Now, keep in mind that these are 5 groups of traits. they're not 5 types of people. Really, they're not types of people. In principle, you could measure every person on each of the 5 personality factors, and each person would have 5 numbers to summarize his or her personality.
现在请注意，这5组特质并不是5种人的类型。实际上，他们不是人的类型。理论上，你可以对每个人在这5个性格因素上进行衡量，每个人都会用5个数字来概括他们的性格。
Back in our grad student days in the 1990s, the big 5 personality factors were a hot topic. This 5-factor model was making it much easier to do systematic research about personality and its links with other aspects of life. Suddenly, it seemed that researchers in every field of psychology wanted to understand how their concepts, from depression to job performance, from conformity to delinquency, were related to the big 5 factors of personality. One of the main reasons for this explosion of research was the development of a personality questionnaire that could measure the big 5 factors very accurately. This personality inventory, developed by Paul Costa and Robert McCrae, was beginning to dominate the field of personality assessment. 1.
在我们90年代的研究生时期，5大性格因素是一个热门话题。这个5因素模型使得对性格及其与生活其他方面的联系进行系统研究变得更加容易。突然之间，似乎心理学各个领域的研究人员都想要了解从抑郁到工作表现，从顺从到犯罪，他们的概念如何与这5大性格因素相关。这一研究热潮的主要原因之一是开发了一种能够非常准确测量5大因素的人格问卷。这种由保罗·科斯塔和罗伯特·麦克雷开发的人格量表开始主导人格评估领域。
Up in our office, we were following these developments with interest. Over lunchtime chats, we often discussed the idea of the Big 5. We wondered about the meaning of the factors. Why should these be the basic elements of personality, and why were there exactly 5 of them? And we talked about the ongoing arguments between supporters and opponents of the 5-factor model. To get a grasp of the issues being debated, we did a lot of reading to find out exactly where the Big 5 came from in the first place.
在我们的办公室里，我们饶有兴致地关注着这些进展。午餐时的闲聊，我们经常讨论5大性格特质的概念。我们对这些因素的含义感到好奇。为什么这些会是性格的基本元素？为什么恰好是5个？我们也讨论了5因素模型支持者和反对者之间的持续争论。为了理解辩论的焦点，我们做了大量阅读，去追溯5大特质最初是如何被发现的。
One important point we soon learned was that no one had invented the big 5 factors. No one had simply decided that personality traits should be divided up into these 5 large groups. Instead, the Big 5 had been discovered by researchers who systematically studied how the many hundreds of different personality traits were all related to one another.
我们很快了解到，5大性格特质并不是由某人发明的，没有人单纯决定将性格特质分为这5个大类。相反，这些特质是由研究者通过系统研究数百种不同性格特质之间的相互关系发现的。
The first step in discovering the basic factors of personality is to generate a complete list of common personality traits. To do this, researchers search the dictionary and select all of the personality descriptive adjectives they can find, eliminating only very rare or obscure terms. The next task is to measure many people on these personality traits. This is typically done simply by asking many persons each to rate his or her own level of each trait, on a scale from, say, 1 to 5 or 1 to 9. Alternatively, the researchers sometimes ask each person to rate the trait level of some closely acquainted person.
发现人格基本因素的第一步是列出所有常见性格特质的完整清单。为此，研究者会查阅字典，挑选出所有能找到的描述性格的形容词，只排除非常罕见或晦涩的词汇。接下来的任务是测量许多人在这些性格特质上的得分。这通常通过让许多人对自己每一项特质的水平进行1到5或1到9的评分来完成。或者，研究者有时会让每个人评价他们熟悉的人的特质水平。
Now, if researchers needed really accurate measurements of any given personality trait, it would be better for them to use a well-constructed personality inventory. See, for example, the Hexaco PI, are in the appendix. But the aim here is simply to get some rough measurements of several hundred traits, to find out how much each trait is related to every other trait. And as we'll mention in Chapter 5, people are usually pretty frank in rating their own personalities, at least when responding anonymously as part of a research project. They don't have much incentive to exaggerate good points or minimize bad points.
现在，如果研究人员需要对特定性格特征进行非常精确的测量，他们最好使用精心设计的性格量表，例如附录中的 Hexacopile。但这里的目的是简单的对数百种特质进行大致测量，以了解每种特质与其他特质的相关程度。正如我们在第5章中会提到的，人们通常在匿名参与研究项目时对自己的性格评价相当坦诚，他们没有太大的动力去夸大优点或掩饰缺点。
Once researchers have obtained people's ratings of their personality traits, the next step is to calculate how much each trait goes together, how much it correlates, with every other trait. With these correlations, they can find a few main groups of correlated traits using a technique called factor analysis. The concepts of correlation and factor analysis are explained in Box 2-1.
一旦研究人员获得了人们对自身性格特征的评价，下一步就是计算每种特质与其他特质的关联程度及它们的相关性。通过这些相关性，他们可以使用一种称为因子分析的技术，找出几个关联特质的主要群体。相关性和因子分析的概念在框2-1中解释。
Box 2-1 Correlations and Factor Analysis.
框2-1相关性和因子分析。
The correlation between two traits tells us how much those traits go together in a group of people. Consider these examples.
两个特质之间的相关性告诉我们这些特质在一群人中是如何一起出现的。考虑以下例子。
People with higher than average levels of liveliness usually have much higher than average levels of cheerfulness, and usually have somewhat lower than average levels of shyness, but they are about equally likely to be above or below average on organization.
活力水平高于平均水平的人，通常快乐程度也远高于平均水平，通常害羞程度低于平均水平，但在条理性方面，他们可能高于或低于平均水平的可能性相当。
In this case, we say that liveliness shows a strong positive correlation with cheerfulness, a weaker negative correlation with shyness, and roughly a zero correlation with organization.
在这种情况下，我们可以说活力与快乐有很强的正相关性，与害羞有较弱的负相关性，与条理性大致上没有相关性。
Notice that the correlation is based on people's relative levels of each trait, in comparison with everyone else. For most personality traits, and for some other psychological traits, such as abilities, the numbers of people above and below the average are about the same. A few people are far above the average and a few are far below, but most are fairly close to the average.
请注意，相关性是基于每个人在每个特质上的相对水平与其他所有人相比。对于大多数性格特征以及某些其他心理特征，如能力高于和低于平均水平的人数大致相同。少数人远高于平均水平，少数人远低于平均水平，但大多数人相当接近平均水平。
The correlation between two traits is expressed as a number that can range from -1 to +1. As a general guideline in personality research, correlations, positive or negative, of 0.10 are considered small, 0.30 medium, and 0.50 large. When a correlation is much higher, say 0.70 or 0.90, it usually involves two traits that are very similar, or two measurements of the same trait.
两个特征之间的相关性用介于1到+1之间的数字表示。在人格研究中，一般认为 0.10 的相关性，无论是正还是负，是小的， 0.30 是中等的， 0.50 是大的。当相关性非常高，比如 0.70 或 0.90 时，通常涉及两个非常相似的特质，或者同一特质的两种测量方式。
When calculating the correlation between two traits, it's a good idea to measure lots of people, ideally, several hundred or more. In a small group of people, the correlation might be much higher or lower than its real value for the whole population, just by fluke.
在计算两个特质之间的相关性时，最好测量大量的人，理想情况下几百人或更多。在一个小群体中，由于偶然性，相关性可能远高于或低于整个群体的真实值。
Factor analysis is a statistical technique that sorts traits into groups according to the correlations among the traits. Factor analysis identifies traits that correlate with one another and puts them into the same group or factor. Likewise, factor analysis puts traits that are uncorrelated with one another into different factors. The word factor originally meant maker because the factor represents some influence that makes its traits correlate with each other.
因子分析是一种统计技术，它根据特质之间的相关性将特质分组。因子分析识别相互关联的特质，并将它们归入同一组或因子。同样，因子分析将不相关的特质放入不同的因子中。因子一词最初的意思是制造者，因为因子代表某种影响，使得其特质相互关联。
Note that a factor can include some traits that are negatively correlated with other traits in that same factor. When this happens, and it usually does happen, we say that the factor has two opposite sides or poles. The idea is that opposite traits still involve the same underlying dimension. Here's an example. Even though fast and slow are opposite, they both refer to the same dimension, speed, so it makes sense to put them at opposite sides of the same group, and not into two unrelated groups.
请注意，一个因素可能包含一些与同一因素中的其他特征负相关的特质。当这种情况发生，通常确实会发生时，我们说这个因素有两个对立面或极点。这个想法是，相反的特质仍然涉及相同的潜在维度。举个例子，尽管快和慢是相反的，但它们都指的是同一个维度，速度，所以将它们放在同一组的对立面，而不是分成两个不相关的组是有意义的。
The results of factor analysis aren't always perfectly simple. Some traits don't fit neatly within one factor. Instead, they might belong partly to one factor and partly to another. And it isn't always obvious exactly how many factors there are. The factor analysis can tell us the best way to classify traits into any given number of groups, but it doesn't always give us a clear answer about what is the true number of groups. These trickier aspects of factor analysis will come into play a bit later in our story.
因子分析的结果并不总是那么简单，有些特质并不完全符合一个因素，它们可能部分属于一个因素，部分属于另一个因素，而且并不总是清楚到底有多少个因素。因子分析可以告诉我们如何将特质最好地归类到任何给定数量的组中，但并不总是能清楚地告诉我们真正有多少个组。
Researchers started doing these factor analyses of personality traits as early as the 1930s. By about 1960, they were beginning to notice a pattern. When personality traits were measured in any given sample of people, from college sorority students to Air Force officers, the factor analyses indicated 5 groups of traits.
早在20世纪30年代，研究人员就开始对人格特质进行因子分析。到大约1960年，他们开始注意到一个模式，无论是在哪个特定人群样本中测量人格特质，从大学女生联谊会成员到空军军官，因子分析都显示出5个特质群。
During the 1970s and 1980s, Louis Goldberg undertook some much more systematic studies of personality traits. He studied larger sets of personality traits than previous researchers had done, and he measured these traits in larger samples of people. His results showed 5 large factors, essentially the same ones as those reported back in the early 1960s, and no others. The Big 5 personality factors, as Goldberg called them, were no fluke. Point 2.
在20世纪70年代和80年代，刘易斯·戈德堡进行了一些更系统的人格特质研究。他研究了比之前研究人员更大的人格特质集合，并在更大规模的人群样本中测量这些特质。他的结果显示有5个大因素，基本上与1960年代初报告的相同，没有其他因素。正如戈德堡所称的，5大人格因素并非偶然。
But the Big 5 weren't yet the final word on the question of personality structure, for 2 reasons. First, the Big 5 findings that we've described above were based on studies of the English language alone. No one knew whether the same factors would be found if the personality-related words of other languages were examined. And second, the Big 5 findings were based on relatively short lists of traits. In the days before high-speed computers, longer lists could not be analyzed. If much larger sets of personality traits could be analyzed, more than 5 factors might well be found.
然而，5大人格特质并非关于人格结构问题的最终答案，原因有2。首先，我们上面描述的5大人格特质研究仅基于对英语的研究， 无人知晓如果考察其他语言中与人格相关的词汇，是否会得出相同的因素。其次，五大人格特质的发现基于相对较短的特质列表，在高速计算机出现之前，无法分析更长的列表。如果能分析更大规模的人格特质集合，可能会发现超过5个因素。
Just around the time we moved into our new office, we were reading about the results of new investigations of personality traits. Investigations that tested how well the Big Five system worked in other languages and with larger sets of personality trait adjectives. In Europe, various research teams were conducting factor analyses of personality trait adjectives in several languages: Dutch, German, Hungarian, Italian, and Polish. With the recent increases in computing power, those researchers had been able to factor analyze sets of several hundred adjectives. For the most part, the results of these studies suggested that the Big Five factors really were the basic elements of personality. In each language, the researchers found 5 factors that matched the familiar English language Big Five rather closely.
就在我们搬进新办公室的时候，我们读到了关于人格特质新研究的结果。这些研究测试了5大人格特质系统在其他语言和更大规模的特质形容词集合中的适用性。在欧洲，不同的研究团队正在对多种语言——荷兰语、德语、匈牙利语、意大利语和波兰语的人格特质形容词进行因素分析。得益于计算能力的最近提升，这些研究人员能够对数百个形容词进行因素分析。大多数研究结果显示，5大人格特质确实是人格的基本要素。在每种语言中，研究人员都发现了与熟悉的英语5大人格特质非常接近的5个因素。
One day when we were discussing these findings, we began to wonder whether the Big Five would be found even in non-Western cultures. So far, all of the factor analytic studies of personality traits had been conducted in Europe or North America, which left open the possibility that the Big Five might be found only in Western cultures. By conducting a similar study in a non-Western culture, we might find out whether the Big Five really reflected something universal about human personality traits. Fortunately, we were in an excellent position to do this kind of research. One of us was a fluent speaker of Korean, born and raised in Seoul, and had a former professor who might be willing to help us out. We decided to give it a try and look for the Big Five factors in the personality trait adjectives of the Korean language.
有一天，当我们在讨论这些发现时，我们开始思考5大特质是否会在非西方文化中出现。当时，所有关于人格特质的因素分析研究都只在欧洲或北美进行，这就留下了可能5大特质只在西方文化中存在的可能性。通过在非西方文化中进行类似的研究，我们或许能发现5大特质是否真的反映了人类人格特质的普遍性。幸运的是，我们具备进行此类研究的理想条件。我们中有一位是韩语流利的首尔本地人，且曾有一位教授可能愿意提供帮助。我们决定尝试一下，在韩语的人格特质形容词中寻找5大特质。
In 1997, we began collecting data from students at Sungkyun Kwan University in Seoul, South Korea. More than 400 students rated their own personalities on a set of about 400 familiar Korean personality adjectives. On the day we received the data file from our Korean collaborator, we hurried downstairs to the graduate student computer lab and began doing the factor analyses. We waited anxiously as the computer churned through the calculations. In those days, it still took a few minutes to run a factor analysis of so many traits. Would we get results that resembled the Big Five? Would the results make any sense at all? When we made our first quick inspection of the results, we were relieved and fascinated to see that the Korean personality adjectives fell into 5 factors very similar to those found in Western countries. We soon began writing a manuscript about the results, eager to let the personality world know that the Big Five factors weren't just a Western phenomenon.
1997年，我们开始从韩国首尔成均馆大学的学生那里收集数据。400多名学生用大约400个熟悉的韩语人格形容词评价自己的性格。在收到韩国合作者的数据文件那天，我们急忙下楼到研究生计算机实验室，开始进行因素分析。我们紧张地等待着计算机完成计算。在那个年代，对如此多特质进行因素分析仍然需要几分钟。我们会得到类似5大特质的结果吗？结果会有意义吗？当我们快速检查初步结果时，我们既松了口气，又感到着迷。 发现韩国的人格形容词分成了5个与西方国家非常相似的因素。我们很快开始撰写论文，基于让人格心理学界知道5大特质并非西方独有的现象。
While we were writing up the results of our Korean personality project, we looked a little more deeply into our data set by running factor analyses with different numbers of factors. When we had first received the Korean data, we simply wanted to see the results for 5 factors, so that we could compare the Korean 5 factors against the usual big 5. But now we wondered how the Korean adjectives would sort themselves out if we asked the computer to sort them into more than 5 groups. So we checked out the results for 6 and 7 and 8 factors. Remember from box 2 to 1 that when you do a factor analysis, the number of factors isn't always obvious. Also, you can examine the results for different numbers of factors. To some extent, we were just procrastinating, taking a break from the chore of writing the manuscript. But we were curious to see what would happen.
在整理韩国人格项目的结果时，我们更深入地研究了数据集，通过运行包含不同数量因素的因子分析。当初收到韩国数据时，我们只想看看5个因素的结果，以便与常见的5大因素进行比较。但现在，我们想知道，如果让计算机将韩国的形容词分为5个以上的组，它们会如何排列？于是我们检查了6、7、8个因素的结果。如2-1框所述，进行因子分析时，因素的数量并不总是显而易见的。此外，你可以针对不同数量的因素检查结果，在一定程度上，我们只是在拖延从撰写稿件的繁重工作中暂时抽身。但我们很好奇会有什么发现。
When we looked at the results for 8 factors or 7 factors, some of the categories were very small, consisting of only a few adjectives. But the results for 6 factors were much more interesting. In addition to factors that looked like the big 5, there was a 6th factor that was fairly large and easy to interpret. On one side, it had adjectives translated from Korean, such as truthful, frank, honest, unassuming, and sincere. On the opposite side, it had adjectives such as sly, calculating, hypocritical, pompous, conceited, flattering, and pretentious. Point 3.
当我们查看7个或8个因素的结果时，有些类别非常小，只包含几个形容词。但6个因素的结果更引人入胜。除了看起来像5大因素的那些，还有一个相当大且易于理解的第6个因素，一边是诸如诚实、坦率、正直、谦逊和真诚，从韩语翻译等形容词；另一边则是狡猾、精明、虚伪、傲慢、自大、奉承和做作等形容词。
6 personality factors.
6大性格因素。
At first, we were surprised to see that there was a large 6th factor. The previous studies of the English personality lexicon had found only 5. No 6th factor could be recovered. But we wondered whether this 6th factor might be found in languages other than Korean. So we started checking the results of some recent lexical studies conducted in various European languages. Now, most of these studies had focused on whether or not the big 5 would be recovered. In a few studies, however, the authors did mention briefly the results they found when they examined 6 factors. In each case, they found a factor that was defined by terms such as sincere and modest versus deceitful, greedy, and boastful, much like the factor that we observed in our Korean study. As for the reports that didn't mention anything about a 6-factor solution, we contacted the authors directly to find out.
起初，我们惊讶地发现存在一个大型的第6个因素。先前对英语性格词汇的研究只发现了5个因素，无法找到第6个。但我们想知道，这个第6个因素是否也存在于韩语以外的语言中，于是我们开始检查一些使用各种欧洲语言进行的最新词汇研究的结果。大多数研究都集中在是否能找回5大性格因素上。然而，在少数研究中，作者确实简短提到了他们分析6个因素时发现的结果。每次他们都会发现一个由真诚、谦逊与欺诈、贪婪、自夸等词汇定义的因素，这与我们在韩语研究中观察到的因素非常相似。对于那些没有提及6因素解决方案的报告，我们直接联系了作者以获取更多信息。
We weren't sure that those researchers would respond to our request for additional analyses, but we were pleasantly surprised. A Polish researcher, Piotr Sirota, replied within hours, and so did an Italian researcher, Marco Perugini. In every study, the 6-factor solutions were similar, consisting of 5 factors roughly similar to the big 5, plus another factor that suggested honesty and humility versus their opposites.
我们不确定这些研究者是否会回应我们要求进行额外分析的请求，但结果让我们颇感惊喜。波兰研究员皮奥特·沙罗塔 （Piotr Sirota） 和意大利研究员马可·佩鲁吉尼 （Marco Perugini） 都在几小时内回复了我们。在每项研究中，6因素解决方案都相似，包括大致与5大性格因素相似的5个因素，以及另一个暗示诚实与谦逊与其对立面的因素。
We wrote a manuscript about our Korean findings and published it in the European Journal of Personality. Over the next few years, we followed up this research with a lexical study of personality structure in the French language, this one in collaboration with our fellow graduate student, Kathleen Boyce. Our French study, conducted in Montreal, revealed essentially the same 6 factors as those found in Korean and in European languages. Point 4.
我们写了一篇关于韩国研究发现的手稿，并在《欧洲人格》杂志上发表。在接下来的几年里，我们与研究生同学凯瑟琳·博伊斯 （Kathleen Boyce） 合作，进行了一项关于法语性格结构的词汇研究。在蒙特利尔进行的法语研究揭示了与韩语和欧洲语言研究中基本相同的6个因素。
All of these findings made us wonder whether the same set of 6 factors might be found in the English language too. Remember that in the early English lexical studies, researchers had very limited computing power at their disposal, so they couldn't analyze hundreds of adjectives all at once. We decided to revisit the English language to find out whether all 6 factors could be found in analyses of larger sets of adjectives. In one study, Lou Goldberg generously suggested that we reanalyze some data that he and his colleague Warren Norman had collected. Point 5 in another study. We started with our own list of common English personality adjectives. Point 6 in both cases, we found basically the same 6-factor solution as observed everywhere else. Point 7 by now we no longer had any doubts. There were 6 major dimensions of personality.
所有这些发现让我们思考，这6个因素是否也存在于英语中。要知道，在早期的英语词汇研究中，研究人员的计算能力有限，无法一次性分析数百个形容词。我们决定重新审视英语，看看在更大规模的形容词分析中是否能找到这6个因素。在一项研究中 ，Lou Goldberg 慷慨地建议我们重新分析他和同事 Warren Norman 收集的一些数据。在另一项研究中，我们从自己列出的常见英语性格形容词开始。在这2种情况下，我们都发现了与其他地方基本相同的6个因素。此时，我们已经没有任何疑问，存在6个主要的性格维度。
Now, you might be wondering whether there might be some set of 7 personality factors, or 8, or 9, that are found in similar form across these various languages. We wondered this too, but we found no other personality factors that were consistently recovered. Apparently, there are only 6 big categories of personality traits.
你可能在想，是否可能有7个或8个、9个性格因素，在这些不同语言中都以类似的形式出现？我们也有这个疑问，但没有发现其他一致出现的性格因素。显然，只有6个大的性格特质类别。
We now realize that the Big Five system should be revised to accommodate the new results. In some sense, we were too late, because the 5-factor model had already become widely accepted by other researchers. Yet these new results indicated that there were 6 personality factors, not 5. So we decided to propose a new model for personality traits, one that would preserve the key features of the Big Five while also incorporating these consistent new findings.
现在我们意识到，需要对大5性格系统进行修订，以适应新结果。在某种程度上，我们来晚了，因为5因素模型已经得到了其他研究者的广泛接受。然而，这些新结果表明，性格因素是6个，而不是5个。因此，我们决定提出一个新的性格特质模型，它将保留大5性格的关键特征，同时融入这些一致的新发现。
We named this new framework the Hexaco model of personality structure. The acronym Hexaco was neatly convenient because it indicates both the number of the factors, the hexa prefix, and the names of those factors: H, honesty, humility; E, emotionality; E, extraversion; A, agreeableness; C, conscientiousness; and O, openness to experience. Point 8 we've listed in Table 2. Some personality trait adjectives that typically belong to each of the 6 factors, both at the high end and at the low end. In the next chapter, we'll describe these 6 factors in more detail.
我们将这个新框架命名为 Hexico 人格结构模型。Hexico 这个首字母缩写既简洁又方便，因为它既表示因素的数量 ，Hex 前缀又指出了这些因素的名称 ：H 诚实谦逊 ，E 情绪性 ，X 外向性 ，A 宜人性 ，C 尽责性和 O 开放性。表2质疑列出了一些通常属于6个因素的高点和低点的人格特质形容词。在下一章，我们将更详细地描述这6个因素。
Table 2, 1 personality descriptive adjectives of 6 factors observed in lexical studies of personality structure.
表2-1人格描述性形容词，在人格结构词典研究中观察到的6个因素。
3. Hexico, the 6 dimensions of personality.
3. Hexico, 人格的6个维度。
As we explained in the previous chapter, there are 6 broad categories of personality characteristics, the Hexico personality factors. This means that we could summarize someone's personality rather well by assessing his or her level on each of those 6 dimensions.
如上一章所述，人格特征有6个大类 Hexico 人格因素。这意味着我们可以通过评估一个人在这6个维度上的水平，相当好地概括其人格。
But this leads to the same kinds of questions that we used to ask ourselves about the Big Five. What do these personality factors mean? And why should these factors be the basic dimensions of personality? In this chapter, we'll try to answer these questions. We'll start by describing in more detail the characteristics of people who have higher or lower levels of each of the 6 Hexico personality factors. Then, for each of those 6 dimensions, we'll discuss the advantages and disadvantages of having a higher or lower level, both in modern life and in the human evolutionary past.
但这又引出了关于我们之前对5大因素提出的问题：这些人格因素意味着什么？为什么这些因素应该是人格的基本维度？在本章中，我们将尝试回答这些问题。首先，我们将详细描述在6个 Hexico 人格因素上水平较高或较低的人的特点。然后，对于这6个维度，我们将讨论在现代社会和人类进化历史中水平较高或较低的优缺点。
Table 3, 1 shows general descriptions of each of the 6 factors. For each factor, the left and right sides of the page show the characteristics of people who have very high levels and very low levels, respectively, of that factor. Keep in mind that each of these factors is a dimension, a continuum. For the sake of simplicity, we describe people as being high or low on a given dimension, but don't take this to mean that people come in 2 distinct groups. Instead, most people are somewhere in between, with relatively few people at very high or very low levels. In fact, the distribution of people's levels on each factor is fairly close to what statisticians call the normal distribution, the familiar bell-shaped curve. See Figure 3.1.
表3-1展示了6个因素的总体描述。对于每个因素，页面的左侧和右侧分别显示了在该因素上具有非常高和非常低水平的人的特征。请记住，这些因素都是一个维度，一个连续体。为了简化，我们描述人在某个维度上是高或低，但这并不意味着人们分为2个明显的群体。实际上，大多数人介于两者之间，只有相对较少的人处于非常高的或非常低的水平。事实上，人们在每个因素上的水平分布相当接近统计学家所说的正态分布，熟悉的中型曲线，见图3-1。
Table 3, 1 descriptions of persons with high and low levels of the Hexico factors.
表3-1高低水平 Hexico 因素的描述。
Honesty, humility, H.
诚实谦逊 H.
High.
靠
Low.
低
Avoid manipulating others or being false.
不操纵他人或作假
Flatter others, pretend to like them. %. Scrupulously fair, law-abiding.
奉承他人，假装喜欢他们
Willing to bend rules for personal gain. %. Wealth and luxury not so important.
严谨公正，遵纪守法
Want money and expensive possessions.
想要金钱和昂贵的财物
Don't consider themselves superior.
不认为自己高人一等
Feel entitled to special status and privilege.
认为自己有权享受特殊地位和特权
Emotionality, E.
情绪性 E.
High. Low.
低，
Fearful of physical harm.
害怕身体伤害，
Not deterred by physical danger or pain.
不畏惧物理危险或痛苦，
Worry about minor matters.
为小事担忧，
Little anxiety even in stressful situations.
即使在压力情况下也少有焦虑，
Like to share concerns with others.
喜欢与他人分享担忧，
Don't need emotional support from others.
不需要他人的感情支持，
Feel empathic concern towards others.
对他人感到同情和关心，
Little sentimental attachment to others.
对他人的情感依恋较少，
Extroversion, X.
外向性 S，
High.
靠，
Low.
低，
See positive qualities in self.
看到自己的积极品质，
Consider self to be unpopular.
认为自己不受欢迎，
Confident leading, speaking in groups.
对领导和在群体中发言充满信心，
Feel enthusiastic and upbeat.
感到热情高涨，心情愉快，
Enjoy social interactions.
喜欢社交互动，
Avoid small talk, prefer to be alone.
不喜欢闲聊，更喜欢独处，
Feel uncomfortable with attention.
对受到关注感到不自在，
Don't feel lively or dynamic.
没有活力或活力四溢的感觉，
Agreeableness, A.
宜人性 A，
High.
靠，
Low.
低，
Do not hold grudges, not resentful.
不记仇，不怨恨，
Find it hard to forgive.
难以宽恕，
Lenient in judging others.
对他人宽容，
Critical of others' shortcomings. Percent. Flexible in opinions, accommodating.
对他人的缺点挑剔，
Stubborn in defending point of view. Percent. Patient and even-tempered.
意见灵活，善于妥协，
Feel anger readily when provoked.
易于被激怒，
Conscientiousness, C.
尽责性 C，
High.
靠，
Low.
低，
Orderly with things and time.
对事物和时间有条理，
Disorganized surroundings and schedules.
杂乱无章的环境和计划，
Work hard to achieve goals.
努力实现目标，
Avoid difficult tasks or challenging goals.
回避困难的任务或有挑战性的目标，
Pursue accuracy and perfection.
追求准确性和完美，
Don't mind incompleteness and accuracy.
不介意不完整或不准确，
Prudent, careful decision-making.
谨慎、周全的决策，
Act without thinking of consequences.
不顾后果的行动，
Openness to experience, O.
开放性哦，
High.
靠，
Low.
低，
Appreciate beauty in art and nature.
欣赏艺术和自然的美，
Intellectually curious. Percent. Use imagination in everyday life.
好学求知，
Like to hear unusual opinions. Percent. Indifferent to artistic and aesthetic pursuits.
在日常生活中发挥想象力，
Uninterested in natural or social sciences.
对自然科学或社会科学不感兴趣，
Avoid creative activities.
回避创造性活动，
Not receptive to unconventional ideas.
对非传统想法不接纳。
One way to understand the hexaco dimensions is to consider each as a contrast between two opposite strategies for interacting with one's surroundings. By strategies, we don't mean conscious or calculated choices. You could think of tall and short as two contrasting strategies of height, but this wouldn't imply that people choose their own height. What we mean is that opposite poles of a personality dimension represent opposite ways of dealing with some aspect of life. There are some times and places in which people having the high pole of a dimension would be better suited to their environment, and other times and places, the low pole would be better. If instead the high pole of a given dimension was always better than the low pole or vice versa, then pretty much everyone would have about the same level of that dimension. There wouldn't be much variation in that aspect of personality. Point 1.
理解 hexaco 维度的一种方式是将每个维度视为与周围环境互动的两种相反策略的对比。这里的策略并不只有意识或经过计算的选择，你可以将高和矮视为两种对比的身高策略， 但这并不意味着人们能选择自己的身高。我们指的是性格维度的两个对立端，代表了应对生活某些方面时的相反方式。在某些时间和场合，具有维度高端的人可能更适合他们的环境，而在其他时候和地方，低端则更合适。如果某一维度的高端总是优于低端，或者反之，那么几乎每个人在该维度上的水平都会差不多，这个性格方面就不会有太多变化了。
Below, we'll be interpreting each of the 6 Hexaco trait categories as a contrast between two strategies, two opposite ways of dealing with some important feature of life. For each of the 6, we'll consider the pros and cons of having high or low levels of the dimension. In describing these trade-offs, we'll consider the consequences of the dimensions in modern life. Researchers have examined the links between personality and outcomes in various aspects of life, such as career, relationships, and health. But we'll also speculate about how personality dimensions would have mattered before the modern era, both in the recent, historic, and the distant prehistoric past.
以下，我们将把6个 Hexaco 特质类别解释为2种策略的对比，应对生活重要特征的2种相反方式。对于每一个，我们将考虑在该维度高低水平上的利弊。在描述这些权衡时，我们将考虑现代生活中的性格维度影响，如研究者已经探讨了性格与职业、关系和健康等生活各方面结果的关联。同时，我们也会推测在现代社会之前，无论是近现代还是远古时期，性格维度会如何产生影响。
Figure 3. 1. The normal distribution.
图3-1正态分布。
Engagement and endeavor. Openness to experience. O. Conscientiousness. C. And extroversion. X.
投入与努力，开放性 O， 尽责性 C， 外向性 X。
First, consider the O, C, and X factors. Look in Table 3, 1 at the descriptions of high and low scores on each of these 3 dimensions, and ask yourself this question in each case. Which side of the factor seems busier? Which one implies more activity or engagement of some kind? We think you'll agree that for all 3 factors, it's the high side. For O, C, and X, persons with a higher level of the dimension tend to be more actively engaged in a certain area of endeavor than are persons with lower levels. What makes the 3 trait categories different from one another is that each involves a different kind of endeavor.
首先，考虑 O、C 和 X 这3个因素。查看表3-1中这3个维度上得分高和低的描述，然后自问，在这3个方面，哪一侧显得更活跃？哪一侧暗示了更多的活动或投入？我们认为你会同意，对于这3个因素都是得分高的那一侧。对于 O、C 和 X 具有较高维度水平的人，往往在特定领域的努力程度上超过得分较低的人。这3个特质类别之间的区别在于，每个类别涉及的都是不同类型的活动。
To start, let's consider the openness to experience traits. The common element of the high O traits is the tendency to engage in idea-related endeavors. High O people become deeply absorbed in contemplation of art and nature. They want to understand the human and natural world. They generate new ideas and look for new solutions to old problems. They're receptive to ways and customs that seem unfamiliar and strange.
首先，让我们考虑开放性特质。高欧特质的共同点是倾向于参与与思想相关的事物。高欧的人会深深地沉浸在艺术和自然的思考中，他们想要理解人类和自然世界，他们会提出新想法，寻找旧问题的新解决方案。他们对看似陌生和奇特的方式和习俗持开放态度。
This engagement with ideas means that high O people tend to learn, discover, and create a lot more than low O people do. In modern society, people who are high in O tend to acquire a wide general knowledge and a large vocabulary. They like to travel widely, exploring new physical and cultural environments. They pursue occupations that demand creativity, whether as an artist or as a researcher. Point 2.
这种对思想的投入意味着高欧的人比低欧的人更倾向于学习、发现和创造。在现代社会，欧值高的人往往具备广泛的一般知识和庞大的词汇量。他们喜欢广泛旅行，探索新的物理和文化环境。他们从事需要创造力的职业，无论是作为艺术家还是研究员。
A high level of O would have provided some advantages in the human evolutionary past. Other things being equal, A person who learned more about other peoples and languages, about different natural environments, and about new tools and skills would have had a better chance of gaining the resources needed to survive and reproduce. But being high in O would also have had some drawbacks. One is risk of physical harm. High O activities such as exploring new lands, trying new ways of doing things, or expressing unusual opinions all carry some dangers. Point 3. Another potential drawback is the energetic cost of doing these high O activities and even of being switched on all the time, of continually thinking and imagining. The brain accounts for about 2% of an adult human's body weight, but about 16% of the body's energy consumption. 4.
在过去的人类进化历程中，高 openness 水平可能带来一些优势。在其他条件相同的情况下，了解他人、语言、不同自然环境以及新工具和技能的人，更有可能获得生存和繁衍所需的资源。然而，高 O 也有其弊端：一是身体伤害的风险，探索新土地、尝试新方法或表达不同寻常的观点等高 O 活动都伴随着一定的危险；二是高 O 活动以及始终保持活跃状态所需的精力成本、持续思考和想象。大脑约占成人体重的 2%， 但消耗的能量却占身体的 16%。
Now let's turn to the conscientiousness traits. The common element of these characteristics is the tendency to engage in task-related endeavors. High C people organize their time and their physical surroundings. They work hard and long. They pay thorough attention to details. They think through their options systematically and carefully.
现在我们来看看尽责性 conscientiousness 的特质。这些特征的共同点是倾向于参与任务相关的工作。高 C 的人会规划时间和生活环境，他们努力工作，长时间投入，他们对细节一丝不苟，他们会系统而仔细地权衡选择。
High C persons can gain some important benefits from their task-related engagement. This is evident in several ways in modern life. People high in C tend to perform better in school and on the job than people low in C. Because they are able to inhibit their impulses, high C people are less likely to smoke, use drugs, or drink excessively. They are also less likely to be involved in serious accidents, and much less likely to lose their money by gambling or spending recklessly. Consequently, high C people tend to be better off financially and tend to live longer and healthier lives than low C people do. Point 5.
高 C 的人从他们的任务投入中可以获得一些重要的好处，这在现代生活中有多种表现。高 C 的人在学校和工作中往往比低 C 的人表现更好，因为他们能抑制冲动，所以高 C 的人不太可能吸烟、吸毒或过度饮酒。他们也较少发生严重事故，赌博或挥霍无度导致财务损失的可能性也小得多。因此，高 C 的人往往在经济上更为宽裕，寿命和健康状况也往往优于低 C 的人。
In pre-modern times, the work ethic and foresight of high C persons would have meant a larger and more consistent food supply and better capacity to deal with various disasters. These benefits would have been greatest in environments where working and planning had the potential to generate benefits. But if instead there had been little chance to get more food or prevent disasters, then high C would have been less advantageous.
在前现代时期，高 C 型人的职业道德和远见着实意味着更稳定丰富的食物供应，以及应对各种灾难的更强能力。这些好处在工作和规划有可能带来回报的环境中尤为显著。但如果食物获取或灾害预防的机会渺茫，那么高 C 型人的优势就会减弱。
The main disadvantage of high C is probably its energetic cost. People who do more physical work will require more energy to fuel their bodies, and people who make the mental effort of planning and inhibiting impulses will require more energy to fuel their brains. Interestingly, there is some evidence that acts of self-discipline do deplete the brain's reserves of glucose. 6. In pre-modern times, when food supplies were less secure than they are today, these energy costs might actually have outweighed the benefits, especially if one lived in an environment where hard work and planning did not always pay off. Point 7.
高 C 型人的主要缺点可能是其能量消耗。做更多体力工作的人需要更多能量来维持身体，而努力规划和抑制冲动的人需要更多能量来滋养大脑。有趣的是，有证据表明，自我约束的行为确实会消耗大脑的葡萄糖储备。在食物供应不如今天可靠的前现代时期，这些能量成本可能实际上超过了好处， 特别是如果生活在辛勤工作和规划并不总能带来回报的环境中。
Next, let's consider the extroversion traits. Here, the common element is the tendency to engage in social endeavors. High X people assume that other people like them. 8. They're comfortable stating opinions and leading others. They like to make friends and to interact frequently with them. They exude a cheerful enthusiasm.
接下来考虑外向性特质，共同点是倾向于参与社交活动。高 X 型人认为他人喜欢自己，他们乐于表达观点和领导他人，他们喜欢交朋友并频繁与人互动，他们散发出乐观的热情。
The social engagement of high X persons tends to make them desirable partners for all kinds of interactions. In modern settings, high X people tend to be the most popular members of their peer group, be it a college dormitory, a social club, or a workplace. They're also more likely to become leaders of such groups. And they're generally seen as physically attractive and hence as more sexually desirable. 9.
高 X 型人的社交倾向使他们在各种互动中成为理想的伙伴。在现代环境中，高 X 型人往往是同龄群体中最受欢迎的成员，无论是在大学宿舍、社交俱乐部还是工作场所，他们更有可能成为这些群体的领导者。而且他们通常被认为具有吸引力，因此更具性魅力。
In the human evolutionary past, people high in X would generally have had more friends, allies, and mates, and a better choice of friends, allies, and mates. This network of social resources could have improved a person's odds of surviving and reproducing. But one downside of high X is that it probably carries some important energetic costs. If people who maintain a lively, upbeat state consume more energy than those who are more passive. Another disadvantage is that people who attract positive social attention likely also attract competitive hostility from those who covet that positive attention. This can translate into some risks of physical harm. 10.
在人类的进化历程中 ，X 值高的人通常会有更多的朋友、盟友和伴侣，而且能选择到更好的朋友、盟友和伴侣。这个社会资源网络可能提高了他们生存和繁衍后代的机会。然而， X 值高也存在一些负面影响，比如保持活跃、乐观状态的人可能消耗更多的能量，相比那些较为被动的人。另一个劣势是，吸引积极社会关注的人也可能招致那些渴望这种关注的竞争性敌意，这可能会带来身体伤害的风险。
According to our interpretations above, you can probably imagine what would be the personality of someone who combines high levels of all three of O, C, and X. Such a person will come across as highly engaged and switched on. In contrast, a person low in all three factors will seem rather inert. But because the O, C, and X factors are uncorrelated with one another, few people are very high in all three or very low in all three.
根据上述解读，你可以想象出同时具有高 O、C 和 X 的人会是什么性格。这样的人会显得非常投入和充满活力。相反，三个因素都低的人则显得较为无动于衷。但由于 O、C 和 X 之间互不相关，很少有人在这三个方面都极高或极低。
Altruism versus antagonism. Honesty, humility, H. Agreeableness, A. And emotionality, D.
利他与对抗，诚实、谦逊 H. 和善 A. 和情绪性 E.
Now let's turn to the H, A, and D factors. See Table 3, 1. Unlike the situation for O, C, and X, there's no clear tendency for either pole of H, A, or E to be busier or more engaged than the other. Instead, H, A, and E each involve a contrast between an altruistic tendency at the high pole and an antagonistic tendency at the low pole. But these three factors relate to altruism and antagonism in different ways.
现在我们转向 H、A 和 E 三个因素，见表 3-1。与 O、C、X 不同 ，H、A、E 的两端并没有明显的活跃度或投入度差异。相反 ，H、A、E 各自都体现了利他倾向在高端与对抗倾向在低端之间的对比。但这三个因素与利他和对抗的关系各不相同。
First, the honesty-humility factor. High H traits share a common element of not exploiting others. People high in H avoid manipulating or deceiving people. They don't cheat others or steal from them. They don't feel entitled to take advantage of people, nor do they particularly want to have more than other people do. 11.
首先，诚实、谦逊因素 高 H 特质的共同点是不利用他人。H 值高的人避免操纵或欺骗他人，他们不欺骗或从别人那里偷窃，他们不觉得自己有权占别人便宜，也不特别渴望拥有超过他人的东西。
This reluctance to exploit others shows itself in various ways. High H people are much less likely to commit crimes of various sorts. They generally give others their fair share even when they could get away with not doing so, and even when the others are strangers. They are much more likely to favor ethics over profit and much less likely to be sexually unfaithful or sexually exploitive. We'll discuss all of the above in more detail in Chapter 9.
高 H 的人在很多方面都表现出不愿利用他人，他们犯罪的可能性小得多，即使可以逃避，他们通常也会公平对待他人，即使对方是陌生人。他们更倾向于道德而非利益，更少发生不忠或利用他人的性行为。这些内容我们将在第9章中详细讨论。
An important benefit of being high in H is that by treating people fairly, one can gain the benefits of future cooperation with others. In other words, when you don't take advantage of others, people generally come to trust and cooperate with you. The cooperation of others can make a more satisfying life in modern society, but in many pre-modern settings, this bank account of cooperation could be crucial for improving the odds of surviving and reproducing. The low H person, by contrast, undermines the goodwill of others, thereby losing their cooperation and even provoking their active retaliation. Point 12.
高 H 的一个重要好处是，通过公平对待他人，可以赢得未来与他人合作的好处。换句话说，当你不利用他人时，人们通常会信任并愿意与你合作。在现代社会，他人的合作可以使生活更满足，但在许多前现代环境中，这种合作账户对于提高生存和繁衍的机会至关重要。相反， DH 的人会破坏他人的善意，从而失去合作，甚至招致反击。
The cost of being high in H is obvious enough. If your conscience simply won't permit you to exploit others, you miss many opportunities for personal gain, opportunities where there is little chance of suffering negative consequences. The high H person doesn't exploit others even when there is no chance of being detected and even when the potential victims are powerless to retaliate.
高 H 的代价也很明显。如果你的良心不允许你利用他人，你就会错过许多个人获利的机会，这些机会在几乎不会遭受负面后果的情况下出现。高 H 的人即使不会被发现，即使受害者无力反击，也不会利用他人。
Next, the agreeableness factor. The common element of high A traits is a tendency to get along with others even when they may be hard to get along with. High A people forgive past injustices rather readily. They're lenient in their judgments of others. They're flexible in letting people have things their own way. They're slow to get angry even when provoked.
接下来是和善性因素。高 A 特质的共同点是，即使与人相处困难，也倾向于与人和睦相处。高 A 的人容易宽恕过去的不公，对他人评价宽容，愿意让他人按自己的方式行事。即使受到挑衅，他们也不轻易生气。
This tendency to be tolerant and patient has some interesting consequences. High A people generally report being happier with their marriages, and so do the spouses of high A people. They also have a lower risk of developing coronary heart disease as well as a better chance of recovery from it. Point 13.
这种宽容和耐心的倾向带来了一些有趣的后果。高 A 型人格的人通常表示对他们的婚姻更满意，他们的配偶也是如此。他们患冠心病的风险也较低，且康复的可能性更大。
The main benefit of high A, whether in modern life or throughout the evolutionary past, is that it maintains the benefits of cooperation. In many cases, a person who seems to be treating you badly actually turns out to be a rather nice person. If you have the high A tendency to continue, or resume, cooperating, you won't miss out on the gains of ongoing future cooperation with that person. But the disadvantage of being high in A is that it also allows you to continue cooperating with people who truly are trying to exploit you. Point 15.
高 A 型人格的主要好处，无论是在现代生活中还是在进化史上，是他保持了合作的好处。很多时候，那些看似对你不好的人其实并不坏。如果你有高 A 型人格的倾向，继续或恢复合作，你就不会错过与那个人未来持续合作的收益。但高 A 型人格的缺点是，它也让你能继续与真正试图利用你的人合作。
Box 3 to 1 herding, farming, and the optimal level of A.
况3-1群居、农耕语的自由水平。
Here is a possible example of how the optimal level of A could depend on the relative benefits of cooperation and costs of being exploited. Consider the contrast between a herding society, based on livestock, and a farming society, based on crops. Livestock, such as sheep and cattle, are very mobile, so it's easy for rustlers to round them up and drive them away. To deter this potentially disastrous kind of exploitation, herding societies favor lower levels of A. In contrast, low A is less advantageous in a farming society. It's much harder for a would-be thief to harvest a field of crops and carry them away, and there may also be more opportunities for cooperation. Think of the old-fashioned barn-raising bees. Some researchers have used the contrast between herding and farming societies to explain the differences between the cultures of white settlers in the southern and northern United States. The South, whose upland areas were settled mainly by herders, has been known for its culture of honor, in which minor insults can spark feuds. Point 14.
这里有一个可能的例子，说明一的自由水平如何取决于合作的好处和被剥削的成本。考虑一下以畜牧业基于牲畜和农耕社会基于作物之间的对比。羊和牛等牲畜非常移动，所以偷牛贼很容易把它们赶走。为了防止这种潜在的灾难性剥削，畜牧业社会倾向于较低的 A 水平。相反，在农耕社会中，低 A 并不那么有利，想偷窃的人很难收割作物并带走，而且可能有更多的合作机会。想想传统的集体建房活动。一些研究者用畜牧业和农耕社会的对比来解释美国南部和北部白人定居者文化的不同。以畜牧业为主的高地地区的南方，以其荣誉文化著称，轻微的侮辱都可能引发争斗。
The H and A factors thus represent two distinct aspects of the tendency to be cooperative. High H people cooperate with you even when they could get away with exploiting you. High A people cooperate with you even when you are not really cooperating fully with them. Low H people undermine cooperation by taking unfair advantage of you, and low A people undermine cooperation by being too quick to decide that you're taking advantage of them.
H 因素和 A 因素代表了合作倾向的两个不同方面。高 H 的人即使刻意利用你，也会与你合作；高 A 的人即使你没有完全与他们合作，也会与你合作。低 H 的人会通过不公平的利用你来破坏合作，而低 A 的人则会过于迅速地认为你在利用他们。
Finally, the emotionality factor. The common element of the E traits is that they promote the survival of oneself and one's kin. People high in E avoid physical dangers. They worry about potential harms both to themselves and to their families. They seek help and support in times of need. They feel strong empathy and attachment toward their family and close friends.
最后，情绪性因素 E 特质的共同点是促进自身和亲人的生存。高 E 的人会避开身体上的危险。他们担心自己和家人的潜在伤害，会在需要时寻求帮助和支持。他们对家人和亲密朋友有强烈的同理心和依恋。
The self and kin preservation associated with the E factor shows up in several ways. For example, very high E people are at risk for what psychologists call separation anxiety disorder. 16. Although this disorder is usually diagnosed in children, it occurs in adults too. Some adults dread being apart for even one night from their spouse or child and worry obsessively about unlikely harms that might befall those persons, such as a freak accident or a kidnapping. High E persons are also more likely to develop phobias, that is, excessively strong fears of physical dangers, such as animals, blood and injections, collisions and falls, enclosed spaces. 17. Conversely, very low E people can have the opposite problems. Some of them are indifferent to family ties and incapable of romantic love. Some of them suffer injury or even death because, being undeterred by the prospect of physical harm and pain, they expose themselves to great dangers both at work and at play.
与E因素相关联的自我和亲族保护体现在多个方面。例如，非常高 E 的人可能会面临心理学家所说的分离焦虑障碍。虽然这种障碍通常在儿童中诊断，但成年人也会出现。一些成年人害怕与配偶或孩子分开，哪怕一个晚上，会过度担忧他们可能遭遇的不常见伤害，如意外事故或绑架。高 E 的人也更可能发展出恐惧症，即对身体危险的过度强烈恐惧，如动物、血液和注射、碰撞和坠落，以及封闭空间。相反，非常低 E 的人可能会有相反的问题， 他们中的一些人对家庭关系漠不关心，无法产生浪漫的爱情。他们中的一些人因为不畏惧身体伤害和痛苦，会让自己在工作和娱乐中面临巨大危险，从而导致受伤甚至死亡。
The benefit of high E is therefore the reduced likelihood that serious harm will befall oneself and one's kin. The cost, however, is that high E persons and their kin forgo the potential gains from activities that carry risks to the well-being of oneself or one's kin. In the human evolutionary past, the ideal level of E would have depended on the local environment. For example, if the only way to make a living was to carry out some dangerous task, lower E would have been better. Or, if there were many avoidable dangers to oneself and one's offspring, higher E would have been better.
高 E 的好处在于降低了自身和亲人遭受严重伤害的可能性。然而，代价是高 E 的人以及他们的亲人会放弃可能带来风险的活动，这些活动可能影响自身或亲人的福祉。在人类的进化历史中，理想的 E 水平会依赖于当地环境。例如，如果谋生的唯一方式是执行某些危险任务，那么较低的 E 可能更好。反之，如果存在许多可避免的对自己和后代的危险，那么较高的 E 可能更有利。
The relative value of higher versus lower E also depends on one's sex. Throughout the human past, the survival of a child depended more on its mother's survival than on its father's. 18 and for a woman. The heavy biological cost of pregnancy and lactation means that having another child is a much more difficult proposition than it is for a man. Moreover, a woman rarely has any doubts about which children are her own and which children aren't, whereas a man has less certainty on both counts. Consistent with these facts, the average level of E is consistently higher for women than for men. This difference is not huge. There's a lot of overlap between the sexes in their levels of E, about as much as there is for height, but it's found reliably across cultures as different as the United States and Turkey, or Korea and the Netherlands.
高 E 与低 E 的相对价值还取决于性别。在人类历史中，孩子的生存更依赖于母亲的生存，而非父亲。对于女性来说，怀孕和哺乳的沉重生物成本意味着生育另一个孩子比男性要困难得多。此外，女性很少怀疑哪个孩子是自己的，哪个不是，而男性在这两方面都较少确定。与这些事实相一致的是，女性的平均 E 水平通常高于男性。这个差异并不巨大，E 水平在两性之间有很大的重叠，大约与身高相似，但这种差异在不同文化中都可靠的存在。比如美国和土耳其或韩国和荷兰。
As we mentioned earlier, the factor promotes strong feelings of empathic concern and emotional attachment, which in turn promote altruism and inhibit aggression toward one's kin. In short, high people have a strong inclination toward kin altruism. Now, suppose that an individual has not only a high level of E, but also high levels of both H and the ingredients of cooperation or reciprocal altruism. Such a person will be highly altruistic all around, basically, a very nice person. Conversely, a person low in E, H, and A will be highly antagonistic, a very nasty person.
如我们先前所述，E 因素会激发强烈的同理心关怀和情感依恋，这反过来又会促进对亲人的利他行为，并抑制攻击性。简而言之，高 E 的人倾向于对亲人表现出强烈的利他主义。现在，假设一个人不仅 E 值高，而且 H 和 A 值都很高，这是合作或互惠利他主义的要素。这样的人会全方位地表现出高度的利他主义，基本上是一个非常好相处的人。相反 ，E、H 和 A 值都低的人会极具对抗性，是一个非常讨厌的人。
Box 3-2 Personality and Altruism. H is the missing link.
Box 32人格与利他主义 ，H 是缺失的环节。
When we noticed the H factor in studies of personality trait words, we finally understood the answer to a problem that had nagged at us for several years. Back in 1996, when we started working together, we were trying to understand the big five agreeableness and emotional stability factors in terms of what biologists call kin altruism, i.e., a tendency to be protective and solicitous of your family members and other people who are like family, and reciprocal altruism, i.e., a tendency to cooperate with others in general. Basically, we believed that sentimental traits, such as empathy and emotional attachment, should promote kin altruistic behavior, whereas patient traits, such as tolerance and even temper, should promote reciprocally altruistic behavior.
当我们在人格特质词汇的研究中注意到 H 因素时，我们终于理解了一个困扰我们多年的问题的答案。早在1996年，我们开始合作时，试图从生物学家所说的亲缘利他主义，即保护和关心家人以及像家人一样的人，和互惠利他主义，即倾向于与他人合作的角度来理解5大性格中的和蔼可亲和情绪稳定因素。基本上，我们认为感性特质，如同理心和情感依恋，应促进亲缘利他行为，而耐心特质，如宽容和好脾气，应促进互惠利他行为。
When the studies of various languages showed that sentimental traits and patient traits formed neat factors of their own, the E and A factors, respectively, this made perfect sense to us. But the finding of an H factor solved an even bigger problem. Back when we were developing our ideas about personality traits in relation to kin altruism and reciprocal altruism, we realized that something was missing. According to theoretical biology, reciprocal altruism should involve 2 quite distinct kinds of traits. Being a tolerant, patient person makes you a good partner for cooperation, because you aren't always getting unduly angry at other people. At the same time, being an honest, fair-minded person also makes you a good partner for cooperation, because you aren't always trying to cheat other people.
当各种语言的研究显示，情感倾向和耐心特质各自形成清晰的维度，分别对应E和因素时，这对我们来说十分合理。但发现 H 因素则解决了更大的问题。在我们发展关于性格特质与亲缘利他主义和互惠利他主义关系的理论时，我们意识到缺少了什么。根据理论生物学，互惠利他主义应涉及2种截然不同的特质。宽容和耐心使你成为合作的好伙伴，因为你不会总是对他人生气。同时，诚实和公正也使你成为合作的好伙伴，因为你不会总是试图欺骗他人。
These latter tendencies didn't have a place of their own in the Big Five model. But when the 6th factor was found, everything fell neatly into line. There was 1 factor for traits that promote kin altruism, E, 1 factor for the patient kind of reciprocal altruism, A, and 1 factor for the fair kind of reciprocal altruism, H.
这些倾向在5大因素模型中没有自己的位置，但当第6个因素被发现时，一切都井然有序。有一个因素代表促进亲缘利他主义的特质 E， 一个因素代表耐心类型的互惠利他主义 A， 还有一个因素代表公正类型的互惠利他主义 H。
As we mentioned above, people who are high in all 3 of these factors are very nice people. This can also be seen in the results of lexical studies of personality structure for traits that describe an overall nice tendency, for example, sympathetic or soft-hearted, tend to fall partly in the E trait category, partly in the H trait category, and partly in the A trait category.
如上所述，这3个因素都高的人是非常友善的人。这也可以从人格结构的词汇研究结果中看出，描述总体友善倾向的特质，如同情心或心软，往往部分属于 E 特质，部分属于 H 特质，部分属于 A 特质。
In this chapter, we've tried to explain the meaning of the Hexaco personality factors, why these 6 dimensions are important, and why people differ so widely in these aspects of personality. We've argued that each dimension can be seen in terms of 2 opposing strategies for dealing with one's surroundings. Depending on where and when a person is living, a higher level of a given dimension may work better than a lower level, or vice versa.
在这一章中，我们试图解释 Hexaco 性格因素的含义，为什么这6个维度如此重要，以及为什么人们在这些性格方面有如此大的差异。我们主张，每个维度都可以看作是应对环境的2种对立策略。根据个人生活的时间和地点，某一维度的高水平可能比低水平更有效，反之亦然。
So far, however, we've considered each personality factor in isolation from the others. In the next chapter, we'll explore the personalities of people who exhibit various combinations of the personality dimensions. We'll be focusing on people who have low levels of the H factor in combination with high or low levels of the other 5 dimensions.
然而，至今我们还是单独考虑了每一个性格因素。在下一章，我们将探讨那些展现出各种性格维度组合的人的性格。我们将重点关注那些 H 因素水平低，同时与其他5个维度水平高或低的人。
But before you read about these varieties of low H people, you might be interested in a couple of fundamental questions about personality. Do people have different personalities because of the genes they inherit or because of environments they experience? And how much do people's personalities change throughout their lives? We examine these questions in Box 3 to 3 and Box 3 to 4.
在你阅读关于这些 DH 人群的种类之前，你可能对2个关于性格的基本问题感兴趣：人们的性格是因为遗传的基因，还是因为他们所经历的环境？以及人们的一生中性格会有多大的变化？我们在盒装 3-3 和盒装 3-4 中探讨了这些问题。
Box 3 to 3 Nature and Nurture.
盒装 3-3 先天与后天。
Suppose that we take a large group of adults from any modern, developed country. These adults grew up in families that differed widely in their levels of income, education, and religiosity, and in their styles of raising children. But these adults still have much in common. They're all from the same ethnic group and the same generation, and they all went to similar schools and grew up in broadly similar communities. None of them experienced any really severe abuse or neglect when growing up, and none of them were desperately poor.
假设我们从任何一个现代化发达的国家中选取一大群成年人，他们在成长过程中家庭的收入、教育水平、宗教信仰和育儿方式各不相同，但他们也有一些共同点，他们都来自同一个种族和同一代，都上过类似的学校，在大致相似的社区中长大。他们在成长过程中都没有经历过严重的虐待或忽视，也没有极度贫困。
The adults of this group will show the full variety of personalities. For any of the 6 personality dimensions, some will be very high, others very low, and most somewhere in between.
这群成年人会表现出各种各样的性格。对于6个性格维度中的任何一个，有些人的得分会非常高，有些人的得分会非常低，而大多数人则介于两者之间。
But why are they so different in personality? Is it mainly because of nature, differences in the genes they inherited? Or is it mainly because of nurture, differences in the families and households they grew up in? The answer is one of the most striking discoveries of personality psychology. Genes are heavily involved in personality differences, rearing environments hardly at all.
为什么人们的性格差异如此之大？主要是由于天性，他们继承的不同基因呢？还是主要因为教养，他们在成长中的家庭环境差异？答案是人格心理学中最引人注目的发现之一：性格差异很大程度上由基因决定，而养育环境的影响则微乎其微。
How do we know? Researchers have figured this out by measuring the personalities of various kinds of relatives to find out how similar those different kinds of relatives typically are. For example, suppose we measure many pairs of identical twins who share 100% of their genes, they're genetically identical. And suppose we do the same with many pairs of fraternal twins who share 50% of their genes, the same as for regular, non-twin siblings. If identical twins tend to be more similar to each other in personality than are fraternal twins, this suggests that heredity, nature, has an influence on personality. Here we're talking about the genes that actually differ from one person to the next. We're ignoring all of the genes, the vast majority, that are identical for all human beings.
我们如何得知这一点？研究人员通过测量不同亲属的性格来了解这些亲属通常有多相似。例如，假设我们测量了许多同卵双胞胎，他们共享100%的基因，基因完全相同。再假设我们也测量了许多异卵双胞胎，他们共享50%的基因，与非双胞胎兄弟姐妹相同。如果同卵双胞胎在性格上往往比异卵双胞胎更相似，这表明遗传、天性对性格有影响。这里我们谈论的是实际上在人与人之间有所不同的基因，而忽略了所有人共有的占大多数的基因。
As another example, suppose that we measure many pairs of biological siblings who were raised together, the usual situation. And suppose we do the same with many pairs of biological siblings who were raised apart, perhaps due to adoption or divorce. If the siblings raised together tend to be more similar to each other in personality, this suggests that the rearing environment, nurture, has an influence on personality.
作为另一个例子，假设我们测量了许多一起长大的亲生兄弟姐妹通常的情况，再假设我们也测量了许多分开抚养的亲生兄弟姐妹，可能由于领养或离婚。 如果一起长大的兄弟姐妹在性格上往往更相似，这表明养育环境、教养对性格有影响。
For one last example, suppose that we measure many pairs of siblings who are biologically unrelated, as happens when a family adopts one or more children. If these siblings tend to be at all similar in personality, this suggests that the rearing environment is also involved.
再举一个例子，假设我们测量了许多没有血缘关系的兄弟姐妹，比如家庭领养的情况。如果这些兄弟姐妹在性格上有所相似，这表明养育环境也起到了作用。
When researchers do these kinds of studies, here's what they find. 19.
当研究人员进行这类研究时，他们发现19。
On average, identical twins are very similar in personality and about twice as similar as fraternal twins.
平均来说，同卵双胞胎在性格上非常相似，比异卵双胞胎相似度大约高1倍。
On average, biological siblings are only modestly similar in personality, but it doesn't matter if they were raised together or apart.
平均而言，亲生兄弟姐妹在性格上的相似度只是一般，无论他们是否一起长大。
On average, adoptive relatives aren't similar at all in personality, no more than any other biologically unrelated people.
平均来看，领养的亲属在性格上并没有相似之处，不比其他没有血缘关系的人更相似。
All of this tells us that differences in people's genes do contribute to differences in their personalities, and that differences in their rearing environments do not. The best recent estimates are that personality differences are about 2/3 due to genetic differences and almost not at all due to differences in early household environment. This means that if two people have identical genes, they'll likely have rather similar personalities even if they're raised in different households. Also, if two people have entirely different genes, they'll have quite different personalities even if they're raised in the same household. Keep in mind, though, that these studies probably include very few people who had been severely abused or neglected as children. If there were many such people in the research samples, the results might well show some effects of the rearing environment. 20.
这些都表明，人们的基因差异确实会影响他们的性格差异，而养育环境的差异则影响甚微。最新的估计显示，性格差异大约有2/3归因于基因差异，而早期家庭环境的差异几乎可以忽略不计。这意味着，如果两个人拥有相同的基因，即使在不同的家庭环境中长大，他们的性格也很可能相当相似。同样，如果两个人的基因完全不同，即使在同一个家庭中长大，他们的性格也会有很大差异。不过要注意，这些研究可能很少包括那些童年遭受严重虐待或忽视的人。如果研究样本中有很多这样的人，结果可能会显示出养育环境的一些影响。2是
By the way, these findings don't mean that there must be one specific gene, or even a few specific genes, that cause people to have higher or lower levels of any given personality factor. Research thus far suggests that personality differences are caused by the combined effects of very many genes, each of which is only a small effect on its own. As for exactly how those genes influence personality, how they act through the workings of our brains, it will likely be a long time before researchers have much more than a superficial understanding.
顺便说一下，这些发现并不意味着必须有一个特定的基因，甚至几个特定的基因来导致人们在特定性格因素上有高或低的水平。到目前为止的研究表明，性格差异是由许多基因的综合效应引起的，每个基因本身的影响都很小。至于这些基因究竟是如何通过我们的大脑功能影响性格的，研究人员可能需要很长时间才能有更深入的理解。
But if personality differences between people are 2/3 due to genetic differences and not at all due to household environment differences, what about the other 1/3 of personality differences? Well, even though your personality as an adult probably doesn't depend much on the household or family in which you were raised, it is possible that your experiences while growing up still had some effect. Researchers have suggested some early experiences that might influence adult personality.
但如果2/3的人格差异源自基因差异，而非家庭环境差异，那么剩下的1/3人格差异呢？尽管你成年后的人格可能并不太依赖于你成长的家庭，但你的成长经历可能仍产生了一定影响。研究者提出了一些可能影响成人性格的早期经历。
Peer or friendship, groups during adolescence. People might become more similar to their friends in some aspects of personality, thereby fitting in with their peers, or they might become more distinct from their friends in other aspects, thereby being unique among their peers. Point 21.
青少年时期的同伴或朋友圈，人们可能在某些性格方面变得更像朋友，从而融入同龄人，或者在其他方面与朋友更加不同，从而在同龄人中显得独特。
Birth order. More specifically, a person's age rank among the siblings raised in his or her family. For example, it has been suggested that later-born children may be more rebellious than earlier-born children. Point 22.
出生顺序，更具体地说，是个人在其家庭中成长的兄弟姐妹中的年龄排名。例如，有人提出，后出生的孩子可能比先出生的孩子更叛逆。
Research studies conducted so far suggest that these effects are likely to be small, 23, but taken together and in combination with various other influences. They should account for the one-third of personality variation that isn't accounted for by genetic differences.
到目前为止的研究表明，这些影响可能很小，23，但综合起来，加上其他各种影响，它们应该能解释由基因差异未解释的1/3的人格变化。
Box 3 to 4. Does personality change?
Box 3-4人格会改变吗？
The question of whether personality changes is actually two different questions. First, does the average person change in some predictable ways throughout his or her lifespan? And second, do people change in comparison with the average person of their own age group? To see the difference between these questions, consider athletic ability. Obviously, the average adult becomes less athletic between age 20 and age 60. But this doesn't mean that the most athletic 20-year-olds end up as the least athletic 60-year-olds.
个性是否变化，实际上包含两个问题。首先，普通人是否会随着一生的发展，以某种可预测的方式改变？其次，人们与同龄人的平均水平相比，是否会有所变化？要理解这两个问题的区别，可以考虑运动能力。显然，从20岁到60岁，普通人的运动能力会下降，但这并不意味着最擅长运动的20岁年轻人会变成60岁时运动能力最差的人。
To get a picture of how the typical person develops, researchers have measured people's personalities at intervals of several years. Their findings show that most people become somewhat higher in the A, C, and H factors of personality between their teens and their 40s. The difference isn't large, in fact. There are many teenagers who have high levels of these factors, and many middle-agers who have low levels. But the trend is for people to be more responsible, better socialized citizens after young adulthood than they were before. At point 24.
为了描绘出普通人如何发展，研究者每隔几年就测量一次人们的性格。他们的发现表明，从青少年到40多岁，大多数人在性格的 A、C 和 H 因素上有所提高。这种差异并不大。实际上，有很多青少年在这些方面表现出高水平，也有很多中年人表现出低水平。但趋势是，人们在成年早期之后，比之前更负责任、更善于社交，成为更好的公民。
It isn't yet clear why these changes happen. Perhaps as people progress through young adulthood, changes occur in their biological predisposition for these personality characteristics. Or perhaps the typical changes in life's circumstances during young adulthood, career, marriage, children, home ownership, simply bring out more of the behaviors associated with these aspects of personality.
目前还不清楚这些变化为什么会发生，可能是随着人们步入成年早期，他们的生物性性格倾向发生了变化，也可能是成年早期生活中的典型变化，职业、婚姻、孩子、拥有房产，简单地激发了与这些性格特质相关的行为。
Researchers have used the same data to get a picture of how people change in comparison with other people of their own age cohort. These data generally show that people's personality trait levels, compared with the levels of other people from their own age cohort, are highly consistent even over many years. For any given personality trait, a person's level at, say, 30 years old will very likely be similar to his or her level 5 decades later, when he or she is 80 years old. This degree of consistency is somewhat lower during adolescence and young adulthood, when there is a bit more shifting in people's levels of the major personality traits. 25. Although some people do show important changes in their personality trait levels, most people don't.
研究人员利用相同的数据来描绘人们如何与同龄人相比发生变化。这些数据显示， 即使跨越多年，人们的性格特征水平与同龄人群的水平高度一致。以某个性格特征为例，一个人在30岁时的水平很可能与50年后80岁时的水平相似。这种一致性在青少年和年轻成年期稍低，那时主要性格特征的水平会有更多变化。尽管有些人的性格特征水平确实会发生重要变化，但大多数人不会。
4. A Field Guide to Low-Age People.
4ADH 人群的行为指南。
So far in this book, we've been describing all 6 of the major dimensions of personality. In the remaining chapters, we'll focus mostly on the H factor. The main reason for this special attention is that the H factor has such a powerful influence on so many aspects of people's lives, on their choice of friends and romantic partners, on their sexual behavior, on their approach toward money and power, on their political and religious views, and so on. But before we discuss these expressions of the H factor, we'll describe the personalities of low-H people in more detail. We could just as well focus on high-H people, but in many ways it's more interesting to consider people at the low pole of this dimension, given that it's low-H people whose behavior often has such dramatic and harmful consequences.
在本书中，我们已经描述了所有6个主要的性格维度。在接下来的章节中，我们将主要关注 H 因素。特别关注 H 因素的主要原因是，它对人们生活的许多方面，选择朋友和浪漫伴侣、性行为、对待金钱和权力的态度、政治和宗教观点等都有深远影响。但在讨论 H 因素的这些表现之前，我们将更详细地描述低 H 人群的性格。我们同样可以关注高 H 人群，但在很多方面，考虑到低 H 人群的行为往往产生如此戏剧性且有害的后果，研究这一维度低端的人更具趣味性。
We described the core characteristics of low-H persons in the previous chapter. But low-H people can differ greatly from one another, depending on their levels of the 5 other personality factors. Here we'll explore some of the main variations on the low-H personality by exploring the key characteristics of people who combine low-H with high or low levels of each of the other personality factors. By taking low-H in combination with each of the other factors in turn, we hope to show the main ways in which low-H people express their personalities.
上一章我们概述了 DH 特质的核心特点，但 DH 人群彼此间差异很大，这取决于他们其他5个性格因素的水平。接下来，我们将通过探究 DH 与其他每个性格因素高或低水平结合时的关键特征，来探索 DH 性格的一些主要变体。通过逐一结合 DH 和其他因素，我们希望展示 DH 人群表达个性的主要方式。
When reading the profiles below, you should keep some important points in mind. First of all, a person who is very low in H could match several of these descriptions rather well. Also, the accuracy of any given description for any given person is not all or nothing. It's a matter of degree, depending on just how high or how low the person's levels of the factors happen to be. And finally, you should be prepared to find that some of these profiles will be at least slightly reminiscent of your own personality. You'll probably see some hints of your own tendencies in at least 1 or 2 of these descriptions. But this will be true for nearly everyone, and that includes your authors.
阅读以下描述时，请记住一些关键点。首先，非常 DH 的人可能与其中几个描述相当吻合。其次，对于任何特定人的描述准确度并非非黑即白，而是程度问题，取决于他们各因素水平的高低。最后，你可能会发现其中一些描述至少稍许让你想起自己的性格，你可能在至少1、2个描述中看到自己倾向的影子。但这几乎对所有人都适用，包括本书的作者。
Low H, low E, greed without fear or pity.
DH, D, 无谓的贪婪或无情。
It's often said that risk-taking is governed by greed and fear. Well, people who combine low honesty humility with low emotionality have a whole lot of greed and not much fear. They're hungry for money and power, and their appetite isn't spoiled by the risk of physical harm. Accordingly, it's low H, low E people who take the biggest chances in pursuit of fame and fortune. They want to win it all or die trying.
人们常说，冒险受贪婪和恐惧驱动。DH 和低情绪性的结合意味着他们有强烈的贪婪，但恐惧感不强。他们渴望金钱和权力，对可能的身体伤害风险不以为意。因此 ，DH-DE 的人在追求名利时会冒最大风险。他们要么赢得一切，要么在尝试中灭亡。
We call this tendency status-driven risk-taking, and it gets expressed in several ways. Point 1, for example, people who are low in both H and E will be the ones most tempted by very high-paying but dangerous jobs. If you were to advertise for mercenary soldiers, offering huge rewards for fighting in some deadly conflict, you would probably get a lot of low H, low E applicants. If there were a modern-day gold rush in some remote and very hazardous corner of the world, the same kind of crowd would show up.
我们称这种倾向为地位驱动的风险行为，它表现在多个方面。例如，那些在 H 和 E 上都较低的人，最容易被高薪但危险的工作所诱惑。如果你招募雇佣兵，为参与致命冲突提供丰厚报酬，你可能会吸引很多低 H、低 E 的申请者。如果当今世界在某个偏远且极度危险的角落出现淘金热，也会吸引到类似的人群。
The combination of low H and low E is also relevant to status-driven risk-taking in more common situations. People who like to compete and showing off their bravery tend to be low H, low E people. Think of the game of chicken. Think of barroom brawls. The competitors in these contests are almost always men, usually young men. This fact is probably due in large part to the differences between men and women in their levels of E and H. Compared with women, men tend to be considerably lower in E and somewhat lower in H, so the large majority of very low H, very low E people are men. And given that competition tends to be strongest between members of the same sex, it isn't hard to see why almost all the people killed while competing for status have been men. Rates of homicide and accidental deaths are consistently much higher for men than for women, especially during young adulthood, a stage of life when competition is particularly intense. Point 2.
DH 和 DE 的组合也与日常生活中地位驱动的风险行为有关。喜欢通过展示勇气来竞争的人往往属于 DH、DE 人群。想想机游戏，想想酒吧斗殴，这些竞赛的参与者几乎总是男性，通常是年轻人。这一现象很大程度上可能归因于男性和女性在 E 和 H 水平上的差异。与女性相比，男性往往在 E 上显著较低，在 H 上稍低。因此，极 DH、极 DE 的人群大多数是男性。考虑到竞争通常在同性之间最为激烈，就不难理解为什么在争夺地位的过程中，几乎所有的死亡者都是男性。男性的人口杀人率和意外死亡率一直远高于女性，特别是在竞争激烈的青年时期。
This isn't to say that personality, in particular the H and E factors, explains everything about status-driven risk-taking, let alone homicides and fatal accidents. The cultural context also matters. When people live in a winner-take-all society marked by strong inequalities of income, the level of status-driven risk-taking will be high. This is even more likely when a society is polygynous, that is, when some men have several wives and other men have no wives at all. Extreme inequalities encourage men to exhibit more low H, low E behaviors, which in turn elicits status-driven risk-taking even from men who aren't by nature especially low in H or low in E.
这并不是说个性，尤其是 H 和 E 因素能完全解释地位驱动的风险行为，更不用说谋杀和致命事故了。文化环境也很重要。当人们生活在一个胜者通吃、收入差距悬殊的社会，地位驱动的风险行为水平会很高。如果社会是多妻制的，即一部分男人有多个妻子，而另一部分男人完全没有妻子，这种情况就更为常见。极端的不平等促使男性表现出更多 DH、DE 的行为，这反过来又促使那些天性并非特别 DH 或 DE 的男性进行地位驱动的风险行为。
In pursuing wealth and status, people with low levels of H and E are willing to put themselves at risk. They also don't care if they put other people at risk too. To put it bluntly, low H, low E people are cold and callous. They don't feel much empathy or pity. They're simply unmoved by the suffering of other people and aren't interested in helping people who are in really desperate straits. Likewise, low H, low E people don't see any reason to avoid harming others and pursuing their own ends. If they have to step on you to achieve their goals, that's tough. You should just suck it up. As you can see, people low in H and E are not very nice. Those who are also low in A have pretty much the complete package for being an all-around nasty person.
在追求财富和地位的过程中 ，DH 和 DE 的人愿意让自己处于风险之中，他们也不在乎是否会把别人置于风险之中。坦率地说 ，DH、DE 的人冷漠无情。 他们缺乏同理心和怜悯，对他人的痛苦无动于衷，对真正绝望的人没有帮助的兴趣。同样 ，DE 的人看不出在追求自身目标时避免伤害他人的理由。如果他们必须踩着你来达成目标，那也没办法，你只能忍受。显而易见 ，DH 和 DE 的人并不友善。如果他们还 DA， 那就几乎具备了成为全方位讨厌的人的所有条件。
Low H, high E, weaseling and whining.
DH 高 E 狡猾和抱怨。
Compared with people who are low in both honesty, humility, and emotionality, people who combine low H with high E are not nearly so dangerous. They are much more fearful, so they don't do so much status-driven risk-taking. They're also much less insensitive, so they usually don't treat people in quite such a hard-hearted way.
与 DH 和 DE 的人相比 ，DH 高 E 的人没那么危险，他们更胆小，所以不会冒那么多地位驱动的风险。他们也更敏感，所以通常不会那么铁石心肠地对待他人。
But the combination of low H and high E can still cause problems. Low H, high E people will try to exploit others, but they will do so in subtle, sneaky ways in order to avoid any confrontation or other risk of harm. A low H, low E person would risk a real fight. A low H, high E person would prefer to sneak away. When watching a low H, high E person in action, the words weasel and coward come to mind. In some ways, the combination of low H and high E is exactly opposite to the popular image of a hero. In the typical action movie, the good guy, usually a police officer or a secret agent, is always tough and brave. This high H, low E character is not a particularly sensitive soul, but he virtually always is incorruptible, with a strong sense of justice.
然而 ，DH 高 E 的组合仍然会带来问题。这种类型的人会试图利用他人，但他们会选择微妙、阴险的方式，以避免任何冲突或可能的伤害风险。DH-DE 的人可能会冒险真刀真枪的争斗，而 DH 高 E 的人则更倾向于偷偷溜走。看到 DH 高 E 的人在行动，你会想到卑鄙和懦弱这样的词。在某种程度上 ，DH 高 E 的组合与大众心目中的英雄形象截然相反。在典型的动作电影中，好人通常是警察或特工，总是坚韧而勇敢。这个高 HDE 的角色不是一个特别敏感的人，但他几乎总是是不可收买的，具有强烈的正义感。
People who combine low H with high E may use their own weakness, or at least the exaggeration of their weakness, as a means of getting more than their share of various benefits. Think of the university student who exaggerates illnesses or other problems to request extra exam time and extended essay deadlines. Think of the spouse who expects to be waited on or to be showered with gifts. The blend of low H and high E is not very scary, but with its weaseling and whining, it can certainly be annoying.
DH 高 E 的人可能会利用自己的弱点，或者至少是夸大自己的弱点，作为获取超过应得利益的手段。想想那些夸大病情或其他问题以要求额外考试时间和延长论文截止日期的大学生。想想那些期望被服侍或被赠予礼物的伴侣。DH 高 E 的组合并不那么可怕，但其狡猾和抱怨确实可能令人厌烦。
Box 4 to 1 of conquistadors and sweetheart swindlers.
Box 41征服者与甜蜜骗子。
Many of the most famous, or most infamous, figures of history showed the combination of low H and low E. Some of the best examples are the Spanish conquistadors of the 16th century. Among these tough, greedy men were the Pizarro brothers, Francisco, Gonzalo, Juan, and Hernando. Under Francisco's leadership, all four brothers took part in the conquest of the Inca Empire in 1532. The enterprise was motivated purely by greed. The brothers hoped to replicate the exploits of Hernán Cortés, a second cousin, who conquered the Aztec Empire and looted its wealth. The Pizarro's operation was extremely risky, as their force of fewer than 200 men was invading an empire that could field tens of thousands of warriors. But as a result of several advantages, including horses, steel weapons, and a concurrent smallpox outbreak among the native population, the Spanish defeated the Incas, often by resorting to trickery and surprise. The Pizarro brothers and their comrades then set about plundering the Inca Empire, seizing vast stores of gold and silver. They ruled the conquered territories as brutal tyrants, raping and pillaging. Their cruelty provoked a rebellion in which one was killed. Francisco betrayed his erstwhile partner, Diego de Almagro, and was later killed by Almagro's son. Greedy for still more riches, Gonzalo undertook an extremely dangerous expedition into the Amazon in search of the legendary and non-existent City of Gold, El Dorado. Most of his men died or deserted, but Gonzalo survived. Later, when the Spanish king's viceroy in Peru enforced some new laws aimed at preventing exploitation of the native inhabitants, Gonzalo rebelled and was subsequently executed. Only Hernando survived to old age, but even he was imprisoned in Spain for 20 years.
历史上许多最著名或臭名昭著的人物都表现出 DH 和 DE 的特征。16世纪的西班牙征服者们就是最好的例子，其中包括皮萨罗兄弟、弗朗西斯科、贡萨洛、胡安和埃尔南多。在弗朗西斯科的领导下，四兄弟都参与了1532年对印加帝国的征服。这次行动纯粹出于贪婪，他们希望复制堂弟埃尔南·科尔特斯 （Hernán Cortés） 的壮举。他曾征服阿兹特克帝国，并掠夺了其财富。皮萨罗兄弟的行动极其危险，因为他们不到200人的部队正在入侵一个能动员数万战士的帝国。然而，由于拥有马匹、钢铁武器以及当地人口中同时发生的天花爆发等优势，西班牙人通过欺诈和突袭击败了印加人。随后，皮萨罗兄弟及其同伙开始掠夺印加帝国，夺取了大量的金银财宝。他们作为残暴的暴君，统治着被征服的领土，进行强奸和掠夺。他们的残酷引发了反抗，胡安在其中丧生。弗朗西斯科背叛了昔日的伙伴迭戈的阿尔马格罗，后来被阿尔马格罗的儿子杀害。贪婪的贡萨洛为了寻找传说中并不存在的黄金之城埃尔多拉多，进行了一次极其危险的亚马逊探险。他的大多数手下要么死亡，要么逃亡，但贡萨洛活了下来。后来，当西班牙国王在秘鲁的总督执行一些旨在防止剥削原住民的新法律时，贡萨洛发动了叛乱，随后被处决。只有埃尔南多活到了老年，但他自己也在西班牙被监禁了20年。
The conquistadors in general, and the Pizarros in particular, showed extremely low levels both of H in their greed and deceit, and of E in their fearlessness and toughness. The Pizarros and other conquistadors were excellent, albeit rather extreme, examples of the low H, low E combination. Many other historical figures showed this same blend of traits. People who combine the exploitiveness of low H with the toughness of low E have the potential to create a great deal of mayhem if they survive long enough. In contrast, people who combine low H with high E are much more risk-averse and not nearly so callous. Thus, in spite of their selfish motivations, they are much less likely to make themselves famous.
征服者们，尤其是皮萨罗家族，他们的 H 贪婪和欺诈，和 E 无畏和坚韧水平都非常低。皮萨罗和其他征服者是 DH-D 组合的绝佳，尽管有些极端例子，许多历史人物也展现出这种特质的混合。那些将 DH 的掠夺性与 DE 的坚韧结合起来的人，如果活得足够久，就有可能造成极大的混乱。相反， DH 高 E 的人更规避风险，也不那么冷漠，因此，尽管他们有自私的动机，但他们不太可能让自己声名狼藉。
Still, one might wonder whether there are any spectacular exploits that would be especially well suited to low H, high E persons. One superficially plausible candidate is the so-called sweetheart swindler scam. The swindler, a woman, approaches an elderly man, befriends him, and eventually pretends to fall in love with him. The typical story she tells the victim is cliché. She is a single mother with a miserable life story and lots of debt, and therefore she needs financial help to support her children, who, for good measure, may be seriously ill. If everything goes right, she takes the victim's money until there is nothing left. The pattern seems to suggest that this is a crime suited to a low H woman who also has high E traits of dependence and vulnerability.
然而，人们可能会疑惑，是否有一些特别适合 DH 高 E 人群的惊人壮举。一个表面上看似合理的例子是所谓的甜心骗子骗局。骗子通常是一个女人接近一个老年男子，与他成为朋友，最终假装爱上他。他向受害者讲述的故事通常是陈词滥调。她是一个单身母亲，有着悲惨的生活经历和大量债务，因此需要经济援助来抚养孩子。为了增加可信度，这些孩子可能还身患重病。如果一切顺利，他会把受害者的钱骗光。这种模式似乎表明， 这是一宗适合 DH 且具有高依赖性和脆弱性的女性所实施的犯罪。
We doubt, however, that sweetheart swindlers of this kind are high in the E factor. These con artists pretend to be weak and dependent to get what they want, but in reality they are very tough customers. Not only are they extremely callous, turning very cold toward their victims once the money is gone, but they are also rather fearless, willingly taking on the risk of going to prison for fraud. A person who combines low H with high E would likely be deterred by the fear of being caught and might even find it hard to remain emotionally detached from the victim. Such a person would be inclined to commit only lower-level, less risky antisocial acts, such as keeping the cash in a lost wallet, exaggerating medical symptoms for time off work, or secretly spreading rumors about persons they don't like. It's much less likely that the low H, high E person would carry out anything as bold and as cold as the sweetheart swindler scam.
然而，我们怀疑这种甜心骗子的E因素会很高。这些骗子假装软弱和依赖以达到目的，但实际上他们非常强硬。他们不仅极其冷漠，一旦钱到手就对受害者冷若冰霜，而且相当无所畏惧，愿意冒因欺诈而入狱的风险。一个 HD 高的人可能会因为害怕被抓住而有所顾忌，甚至可能在情感上难以与受害者保持距离。这样的人可能会倾向于进行较低级、风险较小的反社会行为，比如保留找到的钱包里的现金，夸大病情以请假，或者偷偷散布关于不喜欢的人的谣言。他们不太可能做出像甜心骗子那样大胆而冷漠的行径。
Low H, high X, narcissism run wild.
DH 高 X 疯狂的自恋。
People who combine low honesty humility with high extroversion are the kind of people who get your attention. And as far as they're concerned, this is exactly how it should be. Low H, high X people are narcissists. They stand in awe of their own greatness, and they think you should too.
低诚实度、高外向性的人是那种能吸引你注意的人。对他们来说，这正是应有的样子。DH 高 X 的人是自恋者，他们对自己的伟大感到敬畏，认为你也应该如此。
Low H, high X persons see themselves as born leaders, and in some sense they are quite right. Their high X means they're comfortable when meeting new people and confident when speaking out in large group settings. For these people, being the focus of attention is exhilarating, not exhausting. But their low H means that they passionately want to rule over others, they crave power, and they feel entitled to it as if by divine right. They manipulate others to achieve high status, and once they get it, they use it for personal advantage, financial, sexual, or otherwise. The low H, high X person loves to dominate others. For them, being the alpha male or the alpha female is what it's all about.
DH 高 X 的人认为自己天生就是领导者，从某种意义上说，他们是对的。他们的高 X 意味着他们在结识新人和在大群体中发言时感到自在和自信。对这些人来说，成为关注的焦点是令人兴奋的，而不是令人疲惫的。但他们的 DH 意味着他们渴望统治他人，他们渴望权力，并觉得自己有权拥有，仿佛这是天经地义的。他们会操纵他人以获得高地位，一旦获得地位，就会利用它来获取个人利益，无论是经济上的、性的还是其他方面的。DH 高 X 的人喜欢支配他人，对他们来说，成为领头羊才是最重要的。
It's easy to poke fun at these people, and in fact we recommend it highly. But you still have to take them seriously because the low H, high X combination can be formidable. Low H, high X persons have a charm and charisma that attract a crowd of admiring followers. And this magnetism can only be amplified by any other asset they might happen to have, good looks or athleticism or intelligence, or personality traits such as high O or high C. Their boldness and energy in social interactions are blended with cunning and guile, making them skilled political operators who often succeed in navigating their way into positions of power.
取笑这些人很容易，事实上，我们非常推荐这么做。但你仍需认真对待他们，因为在 DH 高 X 的组合下，他们可能非常有威力。DH 高 X 的人有一种魅力和吸引力，能吸引大批仰慕的追随者。如果他们还拥有其他优势，比如俊朗的外表、运动能力、智慧或高 O 或高 C 的性格特质，这种吸引力只会增强。他们在社交场合的大胆和活力，混合着机智和狡猾，使他们成为熟练的政治操盘手，常常能成功攀升到权力的高位。
But as you might guess, not everyone becomes or stays enthralled with the leadership of low H, high X persons. Leaders who are low in H and high in X are tirelessly self-aggrandizing and self-promoting, without intrinsic concern for the well-being of the people or the organization that is under their leadership. Some people see this and resent it. When low H, high X leaders break too many rules and alienate too many people, all of their ruthless charm won't be enough to prevent a hard fall.
不过，你可能猜到了，并非所有人都会或一直对 DH 高 X 领导者的领导力着迷。这些领导者在 H 方面低，在 X 方面高，他们不知疲倦地自我吹嘘和自我推销，而对下属或组织的福祉并不真正关心。有些人看穿了这一点，心生不满。当 DH 高 X 的领导者打破太多规则，疏远太多人时，他们再怎么无情的魅力也无法阻止他们的垮台。
The narcissism of the low H, high X person isn't restricted to the realm of leadership. The combination of high X and low H is a perfect recipe for showing off. If they've got it, you can bet they'll flaunt it. They like to regale you with stories that reveal their superior status and the remarkable talents and achievements that go with it. If they're good at this, it might not even be particularly obnoxious, and you might even be entertained by it. They display the material evidence of their greatness, drawing attention with the trappings of whatever status and achievement they possess.
DH 高 X 者的自恋并不仅限于领导领域，高 XDH 的组合是炫耀的完美配方。如果他们拥有什么，你肯定能看见他们炫耀。他们喜欢向你讲述彰显他们优越地位和非凡才能与成就的故事。如果他们做得好，这可能并不特别讨厌，你甚至可能会觉得有趣。他们会展示自己伟大的物质证据，用他们所拥有的地位和成就的象征来吸引注意。
Low H, high X people are immodest, and not only in the general sense of boastfulness and ostentation. They're equally immodest in the more specific sense of being sexually provocative and seductive. 3 People who combine low H with high X are more likely than others to use sexual innuendo in their speech. They may strike suggestive body language and wear revealing clothes. These behaviors will become less common as the low H, high X person gets older, but probably not until the person is beyond the age when they really should have stopped.
DH 高 X 的人不谦虚，这不仅仅体现在一般的自夸和炫耀上，他们在更具体的层面上也显得挑逗和诱惑。他们说话时可能带有性暗示，肢体语言富有暗示性，穿着也较为暴露。随着年龄增长，这些行为可能会减少，但可能要等到他们本应停止这种行为的年龄之后，才会真正改变。
Why do low H and high X make for such an exhibitionistic style? Consider first the high X part of the package. People high in X are socially confident in general, and they see themselves as physically attractive. 4. This view is at least somewhat justified, because as we note in Chapter 3, high X people are considered by others to be more attractive, on average, than low X people are. Also, high X people have a rather high sex drive on average, so an overtly sexual style of behavior comes rather naturally to them. 5. Now consider the low H part. On average, people low in H don't really have a higher sex drive, nor do other people consider them especially attractive. But low H people do like to manipulate others, and they're willing to use their physical and social charms to get what they want. And in the context of sexual relationships, what they want can mean two different things. For some low H people, mainly men, the sex act itself is the ultimate end, and their overt sexuality is a form of hopeful advertising. For other low H people, mainly women, overt sexuality and the implied, if perhaps insincere, promise of sexual receptivity is a means to other ends, such as the wealth and status they desire and, at least in their own minds, so clearly deserve. 6.
为什么 DH 和高 X 会形成这样一种爱表现的风格呢？首先看高 X 的部分 ，X 值高的人通常在社交中充满自信，他们认为自己具有吸引力。这种看法至少在一定程度上是有根据的。如第3章所述，高 X 的人平均而言被认为比低 X 的人更有吸引力。此外，高 X 的人平均性欲较强，所以他们自然会表现出较为明显的性行为风格。现在看 DH 的部分，平均而言 ，H 值低的人并没有更高的性欲，其他人也不会特别认为他们有吸引力。但 DH 的人喜欢操控他人，他们愿意利用自己的身体和社交魅力来达到目的。在性关系的背景下，他们的目的可能有2种。对一些 DH 的人，主要是男性来说，性行为本身就是最终目标， 他们的性暗示是一种期望的广告。对其他 DH 的人，主要是女性来说，明显的性吸引力以及可能并不真诚的性开放暗示是达到其他目的的手段，比如他们渴望的财富和地位，以及至少在他们自己看来，他们理应得到的尊重。
Low H, Low X, the smug silent types.
DH、DX 自鸣得意的沉默者。
When low levels of honesty, humility are combined with low levels of extroversion, the results are less spectacular but still unpleasant. People who are low in both H and X feel entitled to high status and don't mind exploiting others. Unlike low H, high X people, however, they lack the charisma to charm or bully their way into leadership positions. And in fact, although low H, low X people want status, in the sense of having the deference and admiration of others, they don't really get much of a thrill from being a leader. Instead, their ideal would be a reclusive life of great wealth and luxury, enjoyed in private behind the high walls of their great estate.
当诚实谦逊水平低且外向性也低时，结果可能不那么引人注目，但仍然不愉快。在 H 和 X 都低的人觉得有权享受高地位，不介意利用他人。然而，与 DH 高 X 的人不同，他们缺乏魅力，无法通过魅力或欺凌手段进入领导岗位。事实上，尽管 DH、DX 的人渴望地位，极希望得到他人的尊重和敬仰，但他们实际上并未从领导角色中获得太多快感。相反，他们的理想生活是隐居在豪华庄园的高墙之内，享受私人世界的财富和奢华。
Low H, low X people sound like snobs, and that's because they are snobs. Sometimes people will mistakenly decide that a high H, low X person is stuck up, simply because that person is rather aloof, not being much interested in social interaction. See box 4-2 for a classic fictional case. But when the low X person is also low in H, the perception of haughtiness is accurate. For the low H, low X person, it's not just that they prefer to be alone, it's also that other people, apart from a few high-status VIPs, are beneath their concern.
DH、DX 的人听起来像是势利眼，因为他们确实是。有时人们会错误地认为高 HDX 的人自命不凡，仅仅是因为这种人比较孤僻，对社交不太感兴趣。见况4-2中的经典虚构案例。但当 DX 的人同时 DH 时，高傲的印象是准确的。对于 DH、DX 的人来说，他们不只是喜欢独处，其他人除了少数高地位的贵宾，也并不在他们的关心范围内。
Overall, the low H, low X person probably has a lot less capacity to cause problems than does the low H, high X person. But this doesn't mean that a low level of X in itself is a good thing, or that a high level of X in itself is a bad thing. Instead, high X tends to amplify the effects of a person's level of H, whether high or low. When a person is low in H, the social confidence and charisma of high X can make that person really dangerous. But when a person is high in H, those same features of high X appear in a much different light: genuine friendliness, modest sexiness, humble leadership. High X people who are low in H are the people you love to hate, but high X people who are high in H are the people you love to like.
总的来说 ，DH、DX 的人可能造成问题的能力比 DH 高 X 的人要小得多，但这并不意味着 DX 本身是好事，或者高 X 本身是坏事。相反，高 X 往往会放大一个人的 H 水平，无论是高是低。当一个人的 H 水平低时，高 X 带来的社交自信和魅力可能使这个人变得非常危险。但当一个人的 H 水平高时，高 X 的这些特征则呈现出截然不同的面貌：真诚的友善、低调的性感、谦逊的领导力。DH 的高 X 者是你爱恨交织的人，而高 H 的高 X 者则是你喜爱的人。
Box 4-2 Pride and Prejudice and Personality.
况4-2傲慢与偏见与性格。
Among the all-time favorite novels in English literature is Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice, set in rural England of the early 19th century. The heroine of the story, Elizabeth Bennet, eventually falls in love with the rich and handsome Mr. Darcy, but not before her perception of his personality undergoes a profound change.
在英国文学史上，简·奥斯汀的《傲慢与偏见》一直备受欢迎。故事发生在19世纪初的英格兰乡村。主人公伊丽莎白·班纳特最终爱上了富有而英俊的达西先生，但在那之前，他对他的性格有了深刻的改观。
When Elizabeth first meets the aristocratic Mr. Darcy at a ball, he is aloof and unfriendly, seemingly disdainful of nearly everyone around him, including Elizabeth and her relatives. But after a few more meetings, Mr. Darcy becomes captivated by Elizabeth's spirited and free-thinking personality. In terms of the Hexaco model, she is rather high in both X and O. He proposes marriage to her, and is shocked when she rejects him and bluntly explains her reasons for disliking him. Basically, Elizabeth perceives Mr. Darcy to be a low X, low A, low H kind of guy. On the first two counts, Elizabeth is probably right. He is clearly not very outgoing or cheerful, and by his own admission he is resentful, critical, and unforgiving. Mr. Darcy then embarks on some soul-searching, as he realizes how he is perceived by others.
伊丽莎白初次在舞会上遇见贵族达西先生时，他显得冷漠而傲慢，似乎看不起在场的几乎所有人，包括伊丽莎白和他的亲戚。然而，经过几次会面后，达西被伊丽莎白活泼、独立的个性所吸引。按照 Hexaco 模型，他在 X 和 O 维度上都很高。他向她求婚，却遭到拒绝。伊丽莎白直率地列举了她不喜欢他的原因。她认为达西是个 DX、DA、DH 的人。在前两点上，伊丽莎白可能是对的。她显然不善交际，也不快乐。她承认自己心怀怨恨，挑剔且不宽容。达西于是开始自我反省，意识到自己在他人眼中的形象。
Elizabeth's view of Mr. Darcy is also influenced by a certain Mr. Wickham, whose own easy charm gives the impression of a high X, high H person. Mr. Wickham had spread some rumors that cast doubt on Mr. Darcy's integrity, and these had helped consolidate Elizabeth's prejudice against the latter. But after rejecting Mr. Darcy's proposal, Elizabeth learns that it is Mr. Wickham who lacks integrity. He is a devious manipulator, very low in H.
伊丽莎白对达西的看法也受到威克汉姆先生的影响。威克汉姆的随和魅力让人觉得他是个高 X、高 H 的人。威克汉姆散布了一些谣言，质疑达西的正直，这加深了伊丽莎白对达西的偏见。但在拒绝达西的求婚之后，伊丽莎白发现威克汉姆才是真正缺乏正直的人，他是个狡猾的操纵者 ，H 维度非常低。
Meanwhile, Elizabeth also learns that Mr. Darcy's personality is, in some respects, very different from what she had believed. For all of his apparent arrogance, Mr. Darcy is actually known for his generosity to the poor and his fairness toward his servants, who can see that he doesn't really have an excess of pride. Mr. Darcy is high in H after all.
与此同时，伊丽莎白还了解到达西的性格在某些方面与他原先认为的截然不同。尽管他显得傲慢，但达西实际上以对穷人的慷慨和对仆人的公正而闻名。仆人们看得出他并不真的骄傲自大。原来，达西的 H 维度很高。
At this point, Elizabeth is horrified to discover that Mr. Wickham has run off with Elizabeth's flirty younger sister, Lydia, whose actions could fatally damage the social standing of the entire family. Mr. Darcy intervenes to rescue the flighty and foolish Lydia, but not as a way of gaining Elizabeth's favor. He tries to keep his actions secret from her. When she inadvertently finds out how Mr. Darcy had saved her sister, Elizabeth fully grasps the error of her earlier rejection of him.
此时，伊丽莎白惊恐地发现，威克汉姆先生竟然与她爱慕虚荣的妹妹莉迪亚私奔了，这可能会彻底毁掉全家的社会地位。达西先生介入，挽救了轻浮愚蠢的莉迪亚，但这并不是为了赢得伊丽莎白的好感，他试图对她隐瞒自己的行为。当伊丽莎白无意中发现达西先生是如何救了她妹妹时，她完全意识到自己先前拒绝她的错误。
Mr. Darcy had given up any hope of winning Elizabeth's affections, but he later tells Elizabeth that his feelings for her are unchanged and that he still hopes to marry her. She tells him that she now feels the same way for him, and happily accepts his proposal.
达西先生已经放弃了赢得伊丽莎白芳心的希望，但后来他告诉伊丽莎白，他对她的感情依旧，仍然希望能娶她。他告诉她，他现在对她也有同样的感情，欣然接受了求婚。
In a later conversation, Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy discuss how he first fell in love with her. He had despised the flattery and deference that so many people had shown him on account of his high social status, and he was fascinated by Elizabeth's impertinence and liveliness of mind. As for Elizabeth herself, her thoughts and actions throughout the story suggest a very high level of H. At one point, she jokes to her older sister Jane that she first realized her affection for Mr. Darcy when she saw the grounds of his estate, yet in fact Elizabeth had known all along about his wealth and status. But Elizabeth's readiness to criticize suggests that she was not so high in A. In this regard, she differs from Jane, who sometimes exasperates Elizabeth through her extraordinary patience and forgivingness.
在一次交谈中，伊丽莎白和达西先生谈到他初次爱上她的情景。他厌倦了因为高贵地位而受到的奉承和恭顺，被伊丽莎白的无理和活泼的思维所吸引。至于伊丽莎白自己，整个故事中她的思想和行为显示出极高的 H。有一次，她跟姐姐简开玩笑说，她是在看到达西庄园的美景时才意识到对她的感情，但实际上她早就知道她的财富和地位。但伊丽莎白敢于批评的态度表明，她的 A 并不高。在这方面，他与有时会因过分忍耐和宽恕而让伊丽莎白恼火的简有所不同。
Elizabeth's initial misperception of Mr. Darcy's level of the H factor raises a more general question. How well do you have to know a person to be able to judge his or her personality? We'll discuss this question in detail in Chapter 5.
伊丽莎白最初对达西先生 H 因素的误解，引发了一个更普遍的问题：你必须多了解一个人，才能判断他的性格。这个问题我们将在第5章详细讨论。
Low H, low A, just plain nasty.
DH, DA 就是单纯的讨厌。
People who combine low honesty, humility, and low agreeableness are very difficult to get along with. On the one hand, they're inclined to manipulate and exploit you. On the other, they're always getting angry at your attempts, or at least, what they claim to see as your attempts to exploit them.
低诚实谦逊和低宜人性的人很难相处，他们一方面可能试图操纵和利用你，另一方面又常常对你或者他们认为的试图利用他们而生气。
Now, some traits belonging to the H factor are unrelated to the A factor, and vice versa. For example, knowing whether a person is sincere, in the sense of not using false ingratiation or flattery in order to get what one wants, tells you basically nothing about whether that person will be even-tempered or patient, stubborn or flexible.
有些属于 H 因素的特质与因素无关，反之亦然。例如，了解一个人是否真诚，即不为了达到目的而使用奉承或谄媚，几乎不能告诉你这个人是否脾气平和或有耐心，是固执还是灵活。
Nevertheless, some traits that are related to H are also related to A, and vice versa. For example, modesty, in the sense of not having a strong sense of superiority or entitlement, is mainly related to H, but it's also somewhat related to A. Conversely, gentleness, in the sense of being lenient rather than harsh in judging others, is mainly related to A, but it's also somewhat related to H. As a result, modesty and gentleness are somewhat correlated with each other, even though they mainly represent different factors.
尽管如此，有些与 H 相关的特质也与 A 有关，反之亦然。例如，谦逊，不觉得自己有优越感或特权，主要与 H 有关，但也与 A 有些关联。相反，温柔，在评价他人时宽容而非苛刻，主要与 A 有关，但也与 H 有些关系。因此，谦逊和温柔在一定程度上是相关的，尽管它们主要代表不同的因素。
What this means is that the combination of low H and low A reveals itself in many familiar personality traits. One such trait is aggressiveness. Low H, low A people are chronically involved in conflicts. Their readiness to offend is matched only by their readiness to take offense. To other people, they seem profoundly hypocritical, always exploiting others in ways that they themselves would never tolerate. In some ways, their litigiousness can work to their advantage. By being low H, they're always ready to take the most advantage of others, and by being low A, they're always ready to stop others from taking the least advantage of them. But the selfishness and argumentativeness of low H, low A people can quickly alienate others, and they can easily end up losing friends and allies. In this way, the low H, low A person can miss out on opportunities for cooperation with others, cooperation that would ultimately have been more rewarding than perpetual conflict.
这意味着 DH 和 DA 的组合体现在许多常见的性格特征中，其中之一就是好斗。DH、DA 的人常常陷入冲突，他们既容易冒犯他人，也容易对他人的冒犯敏感。在他人眼中，他们显得极其虚伪，总是以自己无法容忍的方式利用他人。在某种程度上， 他们的争讼倾向有时能为他们带来好处。由于 DH， 他们总是准备最大限度地利用他人，而由于 DA， 他们总是准备阻止他人占他们一丝一毫的便宜。但 DA 者的自私和好辩很快会疏远他人，他们很容易失去朋友和盟友，因此他们可能会错过与他人合作的机会，这种合作最终会比持续的冲突更有益。
Beyond the litigious selfishness described above, the combination of low H and low A shows up in a couple of other unpleasant traits. One of these is vindictiveness or vengefulness. Low H, low A people get mad, and they love to get even. Now, even low A in isolation, that is, without low H, is associated with a reluctance to forgive others. In fact, having a forgive and forget mentality is one of the core traits of high A, and low A people are very slow to resume cordial relations with someone who has offended them. But when low A is combined with low H, the result is something more than merely an attitude of once bitten, twice shy. When low H, low A people are aggrieved, they want revenge, and they'll take it if given the chance. 7.
除了上述的争讼自私 ，DH 和 DA 的组合还体现在其他一些不讨喜的特质上，其中之一是报复心或怨恨。DA 的人会愤怒，而且喜欢以牙还牙。即使单独的 DA， 即没有 DH， 也与不愿宽恕他人有关。事实上，宽恕并忘记的心态是高 A 的核心特征之一，而 DA 的人在被冒犯后很难迅速恢复友好关系。但当 DA 与 DH 结合时，结果就不仅仅是一朝被蛇咬，10年怕井绳那么简单了。当 DA 的人受到伤害时，他们想要报复，只要有机会，他们就会采取行动。
One reason for the vindictiveness of low A people is that low H can expand one's opportunities for anger. Recall that low H people think they're entitled to special treatment and that low A people are intolerant of being treated unfairly. Now, when low A people really are treated badly, they're outraged. The genuine unfairness of the treatment they've received is magnified by their own expectation of being treated with extra respect and consideration. And of course, a person who combines low H with low A will be quite willing to exaggerate their anger, or even to feign it outright, as a calculated tactic for gaining compensation from an, ostensibly, offending party.
DA 的人怀有怨恨的原因之一是 DH 会增加他们愤怒的机会。回想一下， DH 的人认为他们有权享受特殊待遇，而 DA 的人无法忍受不公平的对待。当 DA 的人真的受到恶劣对待时，他们会感到愤慨，他们受到的真实的不公平待遇，由于他们期望得到额外的尊重和考虑而被放大了。当然，一个兼具 DH 和 DA 的人会毫不犹豫地夸大他们的愤怒，甚至完全假装愤怒，作为一种向表面上冒犯方索取补偿的策略。
In low A people, the urge for revenge is unlikely to be kept in check by any ethical restraint. High H people feel at least some discomfort with the idea of harming others, even when those others aren't so innocent. In contrast, low H people don't feel the same pangs of moral conscience. This vengefulness will be even stronger when the low A person is also low in E. A low level of E means that the person will have less fear of escalating the conflict, and also less empathy or pity for the offending party.
在 DA 的人中，复仇的冲动不太可能受到任何道德约束。高 H 的人对伤害他人至少会感到一些不安，即使那些人并非完全无辜。相比之下， DH 的人不会有同样的道德良知刺痛。如果 DA 的人同时低 E， 这种复仇心会更强烈。低 E 意味着他们对升级冲突的恐惧较少，对冒犯方的同情或怜悯也较少。
Another feature of the low A personality is cynicism. People low in both H and A tend to see the world as a hostile place, full of people who are out to take advantage of them. For the low A person, it's better to beat them to the punch. Screw them before they screw you. Both elements contribute to this cynicism. People low in A have a hair-trigger sensitivity to being insulted or exploited by others, so they tend to see people as malevolent. But also, people low in H are themselves looking to take advantage of others, and they tend to assume that other people are motivated by the same selfishness and greed. In fact, they tend to see apparently honest people either as closet hypocrites or as naive fools.
DA 性格的另一个特点是愤世嫉俗。在 H 和 A 都低的人看来，世界是一个充满敌意的地方，到处都是想要利用他们的人。 对于 DA 的人来说，最好先下手为强，在别人伤害你之前先伤害他们。这两个因素都促成了这种愤世嫉俗。DA 的人对被他人侮辱或利用极其敏感，因此他们倾向于认为他人是恶意的。同时 ，DH 的人自己也想利用他人，并且倾向于认为其他人同样受到自私和贪婪的驱使。事实上，他们往往将看似诚实的人视为伪君子或天真的傻瓜。
Low H, high A, inoffensive but insincere.
DH 高 A 无害但不真诚。
For the most part, the combination of low honesty humility with high agreeableness is a lot less toxic than the low H, low A combination. People who are low in H but high in A are still greedy, sneaky people who are looking out for number one. But because they're much more even-tempered and easygoing, they're a lot easier to get along with. Even though you'll want to be alert to what the low H, high A person is up to, you won't be the target of much overt hostility from such a person.
大部分情况下，低诚实谦逊与高宜人性的组合比低诚实谦逊、低宜人性的组合要少些毒性。那些诚实度低但宜人性高的人，仍然是自私且狡猾的，但他们更平和随和，相处起来容易得多。尽管你需要警惕低诚实度、高宜人性的人的动机，但他们不太会对你表现出明显的敌意。
In their style of dealing with other people, persons who are low in H and high in A are different from their low H, low A counterparts. For one thing, the low H, high A people don't take things so personally. When they're mistreated, they don't get so distracted by the desire for revenge. Instead, they let bygones be bygones when this is to their advantage. This willingness to forgive and forget makes them smoother political operators. To paraphrase Lord Palmerston, they have no permanent enemies, just permanent interests. Of course, they might have no permanent friends either, especially if they're low in E and low in X, but that's fine from their point of view. Low H, high A persons are willing to take advantage of others, yet they're not especially quick to react against those who take advantage of them. It's as if they prefer to keep their options open for future opportunities to cooperate and exploit.
在与人相处的方式上，低诚实度、高宜人性的人与低诚实度、低宜人性的人有所不同。低诚实度、高宜人性的人不会那么玻璃心。当他们受到不公正对待时，他们不会过于沉溺于复仇的欲望，而是会在对自己有利时选择释怀。这种宽恕和遗忘的意愿使他们在政治操作上更为圆滑。借用帕默斯顿勋爵的话说，他们没有永恒的敌人，只有永恒的利益。当然，他们可能也没有永恒的朋友，尤其是当他们外向度和经验开放度也低时，但这在他们看来并无大碍。低诚实度、高宜人性的人愿意利用他人，但他们对那些利用他们的人反应并不激烈。他们似乎更愿意保留未来合作和利用的机会。
Another feature of the low H, high A personality is the inclination to use ingratiation as a tactic for influencing people. Even though a low H, low A person can certainly also be ingratiating, it comes even more easily to a person whose low H is blended with high A. A high level of A allows one to tolerate people who are rather unlikable, and even to be very polite to them. High A people find it easy to hold their nose and their tongue. And of course, a low level of H allows one to deceive people for personal gain. Low H people don't mind being false. So if you have something that the low H, high A person wants, you'll be on the receiving end of a lot of flattery and fake friendliness.
DH 高 A 型人格的另一个特点是倾向于使用奉承作为影响他人的策略。尽管 DA 的人也可能奉承，但当 DH 与高 A 结合时，这种行为更为自然。高让人能容忍不太讨喜的人，甚至对他们非常礼貌。高 A 的人善于忍气吞声。当然 ，DH 使人为了个人利益而欺骗他人 ，DH 的人不介意虚伪。所以，如果你有 DH 高 A 者想要的东西，你会受到很多奉承和假意的友善。
Box 4 to 3 Personalities of U.S. Presidents of the 1960s and 1970s.
Box 4311960年代和1970年代的美国总统人格。
In their book Character, Leadership, and Personality in the White House, Stephen J. Rubenzer and Thomas R. Fashingbauer examined the personalities of U.S. presidents from George Washington to George W. Bush. 8 They contacted over 100 biographers, journalists, and scholars, each of whom was an expert on one or more presidents, and asked those experts to rate the president's personalities. The questionnaire that was used for this project was designed to measure the big 5 factors. See Chapter 2, not the hexaco factors. But this particular questionnaire contains some subscales that allow us to make some reasonable estimates about the president's levels of the hexaco personality dimensions. Point 9.
在《白宫中的性格、领导力和人格》一书中 ，Stephen J. Rubenser 和 Thomas R. Feskenbauer 研究了从乔治·华盛顿到乔治 ·W. 布什的美国总统的人格。他们联系了超过100位传记作者、记者和学者，每位专家都对一位或多位总统有深入研究，并请这些专家对总统的人格进行评价。该项目使用的问卷旨在衡量5大性格因素，见第2章，而不是 Hexico 因素。但这份特定的问卷包含了一些子量表，让我们可以对总统们的 Hexico 性格维度水平做出一些合理的估计。
Many of the results obtained by Rubenser and Fashingbauer in their expert survey are interesting. Some particularly sharp contrasts are evident among the presidents of the 1960s and 1970s. Collectively, these presidents showed several distinct combinations of the H and the factors, while also differing in several other dimensions. Below are some highlights that we have summarized based on the findings reported by Rubenser and Fashingbauer.
Rubenser 和 Feskenbauer 在专家调查中得出的许多结果都很有趣。1960年代和1970年代的总统们显示出几个明显的 H 和因素组合，同时在其他几个维度上也有所不同。以下是我们根据 Rubenser 和 Feskenbauer 的报告结果总结的一些亮点。
John F. Kennedy was somewhat low in H but higher in A. He had little difficulty manipulating and deceiving others. A big spender during his days in the House of Representatives, he would often borrow money from his staff members without repaying them. As noted by historian Paul Johnson, Kennedy cultivated the reputation of a thinker by publishing several scholarly works, but these were actually ghostwritten for him by others. Point 10. But despite being low in H, Kennedy was not low in A. Experts indicated that he wasn't defensive, fault-finding, harsh, or unforgiving.
约翰 ·F. 肯尼迪在诚实度 H 方面略低，但在亲和力 A 上较高。他操纵和欺骗他人并无太多顾忌。在国会任职期间，他经常向工作人员借钱，却从不归还。历史学家保罗·约翰逊指出，肯尼迪通过出版几部学术作品塑造了思想家的形象，但这些作品实际上是别人代笔的。尽管在诚实度上较低，但肯尼迪在亲和力上并不低。专家表示，他并不挑剔、苛刻或不宽容。
Lyndon Johnson was very low in both H and A. Of all the presidents, it was perhaps Johnson who had the lowest level of H. In his early years, he was obsequious toward those in authority, and in public office he continued to use flattery to influence people, along with outright lying. He saw himself as superior to others and was particularly vain about his personal appearance. A former high school teacher, Johnson hired some of his ex-students to work for him in Washington, and then kept for himself a large fraction of their salaries. In addition to these various indications of low H, Johnson exhibited the signs of low A. Crude and vulgar, he had an explosive temper and often yelled abusively at his subordinates. More generally, he was an extremely critical, fault-finding boss who was nonetheless highly defensive about his own shortcomings and unforgiving of those who offended him.
林登·约翰逊在诚实度和亲和力上都很低。在所有总统中，约翰逊的诚实度可能是最低的。早年，他对权威人士卑躬屈膝，从政后，他继续用奉承和直接撒谎来影响他人。他自视甚高，尤其对自己的外表自负。作为一名前高中教师，约翰逊雇佣了一些前学生在华盛顿为他工作，然后拿走了他们大部分薪水。除了这些诚实度低的表现，约翰逊还显示出亲和力低的迹象。他粗鲁无礼，脾气暴躁，经常对下属大声辱骂。总的来说，他是一个极其苛刻、挑剔的老板，对自己的缺点高度防御，对冒犯他的人毫不宽容。
Richard Nixon rivals Johnson as an extremely low H, low A president. Nixon's pattern of dishonest behavior ran throughout his life in politics, most infamously during the Watergate scandal, which erupted after he arranged for illegal wiretaps of his political opponents and then attempted to hide that he had done so. Eisenhower chose Nixon as his vice presidential running mate in 1952, yet Eisenhower distrusted him, in part because of a questionable scheme whereby Nixon had received gifts from political supporters. Years before then, Nixon's scheming and treachery had earned him the nickname Tricky Dick. and Nixon's deceitfulness was matched by his hostility. As revealed by the White House tapes, he bugged his own Oval Office. He was deeply suspicious and unforgiving of others, full of bitterness and resentment. He was obsessed with real and perceived opponents, many of whom he included on his famous enemies list.
理查德·尼克松与林登·约翰逊一样，都是 DHDA 的总统。尼克松在其政治生涯中，尤其是水门事件期间，表现出一贯的不诚实行为。水门事件源于他非法窃听政治对手，然后试图掩盖这一行为。1952年，艾森豪威尔选择尼克松作为副总统候选人，但艾森豪威尔并不信任他，部分原因是一项有争议的计划，即尼克松接受了政治支持者的礼物。在此之前数年，尼克松的狡猾和背叛行为就为他赢得了尼克松老奸巨猾的绰号，而他的不诚实与他的敌意相匹配。白宫录音带，他自己在椭圆形办公室安装了窃听器，显示他对他人充满深深的怀疑和不宽恕，满心苦涩和怨恨。他对现实和想象中的对手着迷，许多人被列入了他的著名敌人名单。
Gerald Ford was relatively high in both H and A. He was respected by political allies and opponents alike for his integrity and modesty. Martha Griffiths, one of his opponents in the House of Representatives, said that in all her years in the House, she never heard Ford make a statement that was even partly false. An unpretentious man, he was respectful toward his staff. On one occasion, when Ford's dog had soiled a carpet, he insisted on cleaning up the mess himself rather than letting a staff member do so. Also high in A, Ford was known as an even-tempered man who felt little hostility or resentment.
杰拉尔德·福特在 H 和 A 上都相对较高，他的正直和谦逊赢得了政治盟友和对手的尊重。众议院的对手之一玛莎·格里菲斯说，在他众议院的多年生涯中，从未听过福特说过半句假话。他是个不摆架子的人，对员工充满尊重。有一次，福特的狗弄脏了地毯，他坚持自己清理，而不是让工作人员去做。福特在 A 上也较高，以平和的脾气和很少的敌意或怨恨著称。
Jimmy Carter was relatively high in H but somewhat lower in A. Like Ford, he was known as an ethical president. He had high moral standards, as expressed in an unwillingness to manipulate others or to stretch the truth, and was seen as modest and unassuming. With regard to the A factor, Carter was probably somewhat lower. One biographer made repeated references to Carter's famous temper, highlighting several occasions when he reacted angrily. 11.
吉米·卡特在 H 上相对较高，但在 A 上稍低一些。和福特一样，他被认为是一位道德高尚的总统。他有很高的道德标准，表现为不愿操纵他人或歪曲事实，被视为谦逊和低调。在 A 方面，卡特可能稍低一些。一位传记作者反复提到卡特的著名脾气，强调了他几次愤怒反应的场合。
The results reported by Rubenzer and Fashingbauer suggest that these presidents also differed in several other dimensions. For example, Kennedy and Carter were both high in O, whereas Johnson, Nixon, and Ford were low. Nixon was very low in X, whereas Kennedy, Johnson, and Ford were very high, with Carter in between. Kennedy was lower in C than were the other presidents in this group, but the differences among them in the H and A factors are probably the most striking of all.
鲁本策和法辛格鲍尔的研究结果显示，这些总统在其他几个方面也存在差异。例如，肯尼迪和卡特在 O 维度上都很高，而约翰逊、尼克松和福特则较低。尼克松在 X 维度上非常低，而肯尼迪、约翰逊和福特非常高，卡特介于两者之间。肯尼迪在 C 维度上低于这一组中的其他总统，但他们在 H 和因素上的差异可能是最引人注目的。
Low H, low C, an employer's worst nightmare.
DH, DC, 雇主的噩梦。
People who combine low honesty humility with low conscientiousness are the last people you'd want to hire. Surveys of employers indicate that the most desirable traits in employees are dependability, reliability, and responsibility. These traits combine high H and high C, so workers who are low in both these dimensions will be pretty much the opposite of what any boss would want. Imagine the kind of employee who not only has a natural tendency to be sloppy and lazy, but also has no work ethic, no sense of any moral obligation to give a fair day's work for a fair day's pay. It doesn't bother their conscience to be late for work or even to skip work entirely. It doesn't bother their conscience if they get little work done or if the work is shoddy. Even if they're treated well by their employer and their coworkers, they won't have much sense of responsibility or loyalty to them. And this extends beyond simply being an unreliable worker. The low H, low C employee is the one who is most likely to steal money or merchandise from the workplace. Point 12.
那些结合了低诚实、谦逊和低尽责性的人是雇主最不想雇佣的。雇主的调查显示，员工最理想的特质是可靠、负责任和尽职。这些特质结合了高 H 和高 C， 所以在这两个维度上都低的员工几乎与任何老板期望的相反。想象一下，一个不仅天生懒散，而且没有职业道德、没有公平劳动换取公平报酬的道德义务的员工，他们对上班迟到甚至完全旷工并不感到良心不安。他们对工作成效低或工作质量差也不觉得有什么问题，即使他们受到雇主和同事的良好对待，他们也不会有太多的责任感或忠诚感。这不仅仅意味着他们是不可靠的员工。DH、DC 的员工最有可能从工作场所偷窃金钱或商品。
The delinquent tendencies of low H, low C persons aren't confined to the workplace. People who have both the exploitiveness of low H and the impulsiveness of low C are doubly inclined toward criminal behavior in general. On the one hand, they're strongly tempted to take what they want from others, whether by force or by fraud. They're looking out for number one. On the other, they lack the self-control to inhibit these urges even when they'd be better off, from their own selfish perspective, to keep their impulses in check.
DH、DC 的人的不良倾向不仅仅限于工作场所。那些兼具 DH 的包销性和 DC 的冲动性的人，往往更容易普遍走向犯罪行为。一方面，他们强烈的倾向于通过暴力或欺诈手段从他人那里获取想要的东西，只关注自己；另一方面，他们缺乏自我控制，即使从自私的角度来看，抑制这些冲动对他们更有利，他们也无法做到。
This blend of low H and low C is in large part responsible for the characteristic that forensic psychologists call psychopathy, the tendency to commit immoral and antisocial acts without remorse. Researchers in this area have identified 4 related aspects of psychopathy. 1. A manipulative, conning style of interaction with others. 2. An erratic, uncontrolled, impulsive lifestyle. 3. A callous insensitivity to others' concerns. And 4. A pattern of chronic and varied criminal activity. Point 13. Each of these tendencies is related to low levels of H and of C, as well as to low levels of E. Manipulation is mainly low H, erratic, impulsivity is mainly low C. Callousness is mainly low E. And antisocial behavior, which is more a consequence of personality traits than a personality trait in its own right, is related to all 3.14.
这种 DH 和 DC 的组合在很大程度上解释了法医心理学家所说的精神病态，即在没有懊悔的情况下做出不道德和反社会行为的倾向。该领域的研究人员发现了精神病态的4个相关特征：1. 操纵他人、欺诈的交往方式； 2. 反复无常、无法控制、冲动的生活方式； 3. 对他人的关切表现出冷漠无情； 4. 长期和多样的犯罪行为模式。这些倾向都与 DH、DC 以及 D 有关，操纵主要与 DH 相关，反复无常的冲动主要与 DC 相关，冷漠无情主要与 D 相关，而反社会行为更多的是性格特征的结果，而非性格特征本身，与这3者都有关联。
Some sociologists have attempted to explain criminal tendencies with a general theory of crime that takes personality characteristics into account. Point 15, but this theory captures only half the story, as it focuses on the traits that define low C, omitting any role for the traits that define low H. According to the theory, everyone is about equally tempted to exploit others. It's just that some people lack the self-control to inhibit their selfish impulses. But make no mistake, people differ greatly in the inclination to exploit other people. The H factor does exist, and it's crucial for understanding criminality. Point 16.
一些社会学家尝试用一种考虑了人格特质的犯罪一般理论来解释犯罪倾向，但这个理论只揭示了问题的一半，因为它关注的是 DC 特质，而忽略了定义 DH 特质的作用。根据理论，每个人都有差不多的诱惑去利用他人，只是有些人缺乏自我控制来抑制自私的冲动。但要明白， 人们在利用他人的倾向上存在显著差异 ，H 因素确实存在，对于理解犯罪至关重要。
People with the blend of low H and low C can also hurt others without committing any crimes. Low H, low C people have a double inclination to cheat on their spouses. Persons low in H won't feel much moral obligation to be sexually faithful to their partner, and persons low in C won't exert much control over their sexual impulses, even when common sense would recommend it. Once again, other personality factors would likely also come into play. A low level of E will make this combination even worse, through having a weaker sense of emotional attachment and empathy for one's spouse. 17.
拥有 DH 和 DC 组合的人也可能在不犯罪的情况下伤害他人。DH-DC 的人在欺骗伴侣方面有双重倾向 ，H 值低的人不会感到对伴侣保持性忠诚的道德义务，而 C 值低的人则不会对性冲动有太多自我约束，即使常识建议他们应该如此。同样，其他性格因素也可能发挥作用。E 值低会让这种情况更糟，因为情感依恋和对伴侣的同情心较弱。
This same combination of selfishness and poor impulse control also means that low H, low C people are likely vectors for sexually transmitted diseases. They won't be too fastidious about whom they have sex with 18 or about having safe sex. And they'll be far too interested in their own gratification to be concerned about the health of their partners.
这种自私和冲动控制差的组合还意味着 DH-DC 的人可能是性病的传播者，他们不会太挑剔性行为对象，也不会太注重安全性行为，而且他们过于关注自己的满足，而不太关心伴侣的健康。
In addition, low H, low C persons are prime candidates for problem gambling. The prospect of winning big money is very attractive to them, and they just don't know when to quit. Or maybe they do know, but they still don't quit. 19 now. Problem gambling is often viewed as an addiction, similar to alcoholism or to dependence on various drugs. And just as people who are low in both H and C are at risk for gambling problems, they're also at risk for substance abuse problems. As we've noted, low C is associated with a lack of self-control, and when this is combined with low H, there is not much sense of moral wrongdoing associated with drug or alcohol abuse. In contrast, a high H, low C person might be at least somewhat deterred from drug and alcohol addiction by the sense that they are letting down the people around them.
此外，低谦逊、低尽责性的人是赌博问题的高风险群体，他们被大奖的诱惑深深吸引，却不知道何时收手，或者他们知道，但还是停不下来。通常，赌博问题被视为一种成瘾行为，类似于酗酒或药物依赖。同样，就像这类人容易有赌博问题一样，他们也容易陷入药物滥用的困境。我们已经提到，低尽责性与缺乏自我控制有关。当它与低谦逊性结合时，滥用药物或酒精的道德负罪感就不太强烈了。相比之下，高谦逊低尽责的人可能会因为担心让周围的人失望而对药物和酒精成瘾有所顾忌。
Low H, high C, selfish ambition.
低谦逊高尽责，自私的雄心。
In some ways, a high level of conscientiousness can mitigate the effects of a low level of honesty humility. People who combine low H with high C are still selfish at heart, but they can control their impulses. They can think in terms of their long-run interests, so they tend to behave responsibly. And because they like rules and order, they're less inclined to break laws, even though they're perfectly willing to exploit other people.
在某种程度上，高尽责性可以抵消低谦逊性的影响。低谦逊高尽责的人内心仍然自私，但他们能控制自己的冲动。他们能从长远利益考虑，因此往往表现得负责任。因为他们喜欢规则和秩序，所以他们不太可能违法，尽管他们完全愿意利用他人。
The challenge for low H, high C people is to satisfy their desire for wealth and status while maintaining an orderly, predictable style of life. These are the kinds of people who like to find legal technicalities they can exploit to their best advantage. They would rather not cheat on their taxes, but if they can find a loophole to avoid paying, that's great. For the low H, high C person, the spirit of the law is unimportant if the letter of the law allows them a way to profit.
对低谦逊高尽责的人来说，挑战在于在追求财富和地位的同时，保持有序、可预测的生活方式。这类人喜欢找到法律的漏洞，以便为自己谋取最大利益。他们并不想在税收上作弊，但如果能找到避税的漏洞，那就太好了。对于低谦逊高尽责的人来说， 如果法律条文允许他们获利，法律的精神就无关紧要了。
People who combine low H and high C are willing to work hard and strive for high goals. But their need for achievement is focused on personal gain and glory. They don't really care whether their ambition is ultimately for the good or ill of other people. By contrast, people who are high in both C and H will focus their effort only on projects that are ethically sound, not just on whatever will bring them money and prestige.
兼具 DH 和高 C 的人会努力工作，追求高目标，但他们的成就需求集中在个人利益和荣耀上，不太在乎自己的雄心壮志是否真正对他人有益。相反，高 C 和高 H 的人都只会专注于道德上正确的事情，而不仅仅是那些能带来金钱和声望的项目。
Low H, high C people are generally much better workers than low H, low C people. The former will at least show up and do some real work. But it's still important to keep a close eye on them. Low H, high C people will be ambitious climbers of the company ladder, but they're ultimately concerned only about themselves. As long as their interests coincide with those of the organization and its people, there's no problem. But if those interests should someday diverge, they won't be constrained by any feelings of genuine loyalty. Their high level of C means they have a conscience in the sense of achieving goals and maintaining order, yet their low level of H means they lack a conscience in the sense of being fair and ethical.
DH 高 C 的人通常比 DH、DC 的人表现得更好，他们至少会出勤并做一些实际工作，但仍然需要密切关注他们。DH 高 C 的人会是公司阶梯上的进取者，但他们最终只关心自己。只要他们的利益与组织和员工的利益一致，就没有问题。但一旦利益发生分歧，他们不会受到真正忠诚感的约束。他们的高 C 意味着他们在实现目标和维持秩序方面有良知，但 DH 意味着他们在公平和道德方面缺乏良知。
As noted earlier, low H, high C people appreciate structure and order and generally stay within the rules. But for high C people who have an extremely low level of H, the desire for wealth and power, along with their sense of entitlement and their taste for deception, can be strong enough to override any preference for abiding by the law. These people are prone to white-collar crimes such as embezzlement, tax evasion, investment fraud, insurance fraud, and bribery. 20 If they can find a way to commit such crimes with low risk of getting caught, they may well take advantage of it. One especially attractive scenario would be to attain some high-ranking position in business, in government, or elsewhere that would provide the chance to commit fraud on a repeated, ongoing basis, operating under the radar of anyone who might detect them.
如前所述 ，DH 高 C 的人重视规则和秩序，通常会遵守规则。但对于那些 H 值极低的高 C 人群来说，对财富和权力的渴望，以及他们的优越感和欺骗倾向，可能强烈到足以让他们无视法律。这些人容易从事白领犯罪，如贪污、逃税、投资欺诈、保险欺诈和贿赂。如果他们能找到一种低风险的犯罪方式，他们很可能会利用这一点。一个特别有吸引力的场景是获得一个高级职位，在商界、政府或其他地方，这将为他们提供反复、持续欺诈的机会，而不会被任何可能发现他们的人察觉。
All of this raises an interesting question. Which kind of criminal is more harmful to society? Is it the low H, low C common criminal or the low H, high C white-collar criminal? It's probable that overall, a lot more harm is done by low H, low C persons insofar as they are so much more likely to commit crimes. But on a per-criminal basis, low H, high C people who commit crimes are probably more effective and more successful and potentially more harmful than their less disciplined and less careful counterparts who blend low H and low C. 21.
这一切引发了一个有趣的问题：哪种罪犯对社会的危害更大？是 DH、DC 的普通罪犯，还是 DH 高 C 的白领罪犯？总体而言 ，DH、DC 的人可能造成的伤害更大，因为他们更可能犯罪。但从每个罪犯的角度来看 ，DH 高 C 的犯罪者可能比那些 DH、DC 且纪律性和谨慎性较差的同伙更有效、更成功，也更具潜在危害。
We should mention one other characteristic, unrelated to C, that can contribute to the possibility that low H people will successfully exploit others. A low H person who is very smart, in the classic sense of having good reasoning skills of the kind measured by IQ tests, is much more likely to rise to a position of high status, whether in business or finance or politics or the professions or academia. Having attained a lofty position, the low-H person has all the more opportunity to act on his or her sense of entitlement and on the urge to exploit others for personal gain. Think of the Wall Street quants, whose financial innovations brought them huge riches but also helped bring the U.S. economy to the brink of disaster in 2008.
我们还应提到另一个与 C 无关的特性，它可能增加 DH 者成功剥削他人的可能性。一个非常聪明、以传统意义上良好的推理能力，也就是智商测试衡量的那种的 DH 者，无论在商业、金融、政治、专业领域还是学术界，都更有可能攀升到高位。一旦获得高位 ，DH 者就有更多机会按照自己的优越感行事，利用他人来谋取个人利益。想想那些华尔街的数量分析师，他们的金融创新为他们带来了巨额财富，但也帮助将美国经济推向了2008年的危机边缘。
Box 4-4 Personality in the Stanford Prison Experiment.
和4-4人格与斯坦福监狱实验。
As we've explained, people who combine low H and low C are the classic common criminals. In contrast, people who combine low H with high C usually inhibit their inclination to exploit other people and are much less likely to commit crimes. In fact, a moderately low H person who has anything more than a very low level of C will probably control any criminal impulses well enough. But what happens when such a person simply sees no need to restrain the urge to take advantage of others?
如我们所解释的 DH-DC 的人是典型的普通罪犯。相反 ，DH 高 C 的人通常会抑制剥削他人的倾向，犯罪的可能性要小得多。事实上，只要 C 值超过很低的水平，即使是中等程度的 DH 者，也可能足够控制犯罪冲动。但当这样的人根本看不到克制利用他人需求的必要时，会发生什么呢？
Some evidence on this point comes from the famous Stanford prison experiment of Philip Zimbardo. 22 The 24 men who participated in the experiment in 1971 were all college students recruited through advertisements that requested volunteers for a psychological study of prison life. All participants selected for the experiment were screened for any history of antisocial behavior. Each was randomly assigned to one of two roles, prison guard or prisoner, and placed in a simulated prison in the basement of a Stanford University psychology building. The prison guards were given a whistle and a police nightstick and dressed in a khaki-colored uniform. The prisoners were chained around the ankles and dressed in a plain smock with no underwear. The prison guards were told they had power over the prisoners and that they could use it to maintain order within the prison as long as no physical harm was done to the prisoners.
有关这一点的证据来自菲利普·金巴多著名的斯坦福监狱实验。1971年，通过广告招募的24名参与者都是大学生，他们被邀请参加监狱生活心理学研究的志愿者。所有入选实验的人都经过筛选，没有反社会行为的历史。每个人随机被分配为2个角色之一，狱警或囚犯，并被安置在斯坦福大学心理学大楼地下室的模拟监狱中。狱警配备了口哨和警棍，穿着卡其色制服；囚犯则被锁住脚踝，穿着简单的罩衣，不穿内衣。狱警被告知他们对囚犯有权利，只要不对囚犯造成身体伤害，就可以用这些权利来维持监狱秩序。
What happened next was remarkable. The prison guards almost immediately began to abuse their power, punishing the prisoners harshly and arbitrarily. They confiscated mattresses and did not empty sanitary buckets, leaving the jail cells extremely unpleasant. To punish a rebellion by some of the prisoners, the guards stripped some prisoners naked and locked others in an extremely small and completely dark closet. The mistreatment of the prisoners continued for 6 days, when Zimbardo finally suspended the experiment in order to avoid traumatizing the participants. He concluded that good people, here, seemingly ordinary college students, can do unthinkably bad things when placed in a situation where they are led to believe they have legitimate power to do so. Zimbardo suggested that it's as if each of us contains both a Dr. Jekyll and a Mr. Hyde, with the situation determining which identity will come out. 23.
接下来发生的事情令人震惊，狱警几乎立即开始滥用权力，对囚犯进行严厉和任意的惩罚。他们没收了床垫，不清理卫生桶，使牢房变得极其不舒适。为了惩罚一些囚犯的反抗，狱警将一些囚犯剥光衣服，将其他人关在极小且完全黑暗的储物柜里。对囚犯的虐待持续了6天， 最终金巴多出于避免参与者受到创伤而终止了实验。他得出结论，当好人在这里似乎是普通的大学生被置于认为自己有合法权利这样做的环境中时，他们会做出难以想象的坏事。金巴多认为，似乎我们每个人内心都同时存在着善与恶的化身，而环境决定了哪一个会显现出来。
Although situational pressures do have a strong influence on behavior, the results of a recent study suggest some role for personality in explaining what happened during the Stanford Prison Experiment. 24 According to the findings of Thomas Carnahan and Samuel McFarland, the particularly nasty behaviors shown by the students might not have been due entirely to the prison guard role that was assigned to them. Instead, the students who responded to the prison study aid might have had some characteristics that predisposed them to mistreat other people when placed in a context that facilitated rather than discouraged such behavior.
尽管环境压力确实对行为有很大影响，但最近的一项研究结果表明，个性在解释斯坦福监狱实验中的事件中也起了一定作用。根据 Thomas Carnahan 和 Samuel McFarland 的研究，学生们表现出的恶劣行为可能并不完全归因于他们被分配的狱警角色。相反，那些回应监狱研究广告的学生可能具有一些特质，使他们在一个鼓励而非阻止这种行为的环境中更容易虐待他人。
To examine this possibility, Carnahan and McFarland recruited some research participants using two advertisements. One of these was essentially identical to the one that Zimbardo had used, introducing the study as a psychological study of prison life. The other introduced it simply as a psychological study. The researchers then compared the volunteers who were recruited via the two different ads, measuring them on several personality variables. The results indicated that participants who responded to the prison advertisement showed much higher scores on personality scales related to low H and low A than did participants who responded to the generic ad. These results suggest that the participants of the Stanford prison experiment might have been below average in their levels of H and A, and that the shocking results of that experiment might have been less extreme had most of the participants been average or higher in these personality traits.
为了检验这一可能性， Carnahan 和 McFarland 使用了2个广告招募研究参与者。其中一个广告与 Zimbardo 所用的几乎相同，介绍研究为关于监狱生活的心理学研究；另一个则简单的介绍为心理学研究。然后，研究人员比较了通过2种不同广告招募的志愿者在多个性格变量上对他们进行测量。结果显示，回应监狱广告的参与者在与 DH 和 DA 相关的人格量表上的得分远高于回应一般广告的参与者。这些结果表明，斯坦福监狱实验的参与者在 H 和 A 水平上可能低于平均水平。如果大多数参与者在这些性格特征上达到或高于平均水平，那么实验的惊人结果可能就不会那么极端了。
But if the students of the Stanford prison experiment were low in H and A, why did they only begin acting like tyrants when placed in the prison simulation? How is it that they were otherwise normal college students without any history of antisocial behavior? We think the likely reason involves the C factor. Presumably, these college students without any history of serious antisocial behavior were, at a minimum, not particularly low in C-related traits such as self-control and self-discipline. Under normal circumstances, when the rules forbid the abuse of others, and when the consequences for breaking rules are predictable and unpleasant, these traits inhibit such behavior. But in a situation where the rules have changed or no longer apply, the breaking effect of C on criminal behavior is removed, and a person who is low in H, or worse still, low in H and A and E, is much more likely to mistreat other people.
然而，如果斯坦福监狱实验中的学生们在 H 和 A 方面得分较低，为什么只有在置身于监狱模拟环境中时，他们才开始表现出暴君行为呢？他们平时作为没有反社会行为记录的普通大学生，又该如何解释呢？我们推测，这可能涉及到 C 因素。这些没有严重反社会行为记录的大学生，至少在自我控制和自律等与 C 相关的特质上不会特别低。在正常情况下，当规则禁止虐待他人，且违反规则的后果可预测且不愉快时，这些特质会抑制这种行为。但当规则改变或不再适用时， C 对犯罪行为的刹车效应消失 ，HD 或者更糟糕的是 H、A 和 E 都低的人更有可能虐待他人。
The Stanford prison experiment involved a situation that liberated bad intentions from the restraint of self-control, but it isn't hard to imagine others. Think of wartime atrocities committed by soldiers who had been law-abiding citizens in their home countries. Think of the abuses inflicted by officials of authoritarian regimes against dissenting citizens. Think of the outbreaks of looting seen in the wake of some natural disasters, or even some sporting events. Without the rule of law, the C factor won't necessarily counteract the effects of low H.
斯坦福监狱实验创造了一种情境，让不良意图从自我控制的束缚中解放出来，但不难想象其他类似情境。想想那些在战争中犯下暴行的士兵，他们在自己的祖国曾是守法公民。想想专制政权官员对异议人士的虐待。想想某些自然灾害，甚至某些体育赛事后出现的抢劫爆发。在没有法治的情况下， C 因素并不一定能抵消 HD 的影响。
Low H, low O, shallow and narrow.
DH, DO, 肤浅而狭隘。
The word that best describes people who blend low honesty humility with low openness to experience is shallow. Or perhaps it's superficial. Low H, low O people are interested in money and status and not much else. For these people, science is worthwhile only as a source of marketable technology, nature is appreciated only for raw materials and real estate, and art is interesting only as an investment or a trophy. For these people, to contemplate the meaning of life or the human condition is to waste time that could be spent acquiring new toys and showing them off.
形容那些低诚实谦逊和低开放体验的人，最贴切的词可能是肤浅，或者说是表面化。DH、DO 的人只关心金钱和地位，别的兴趣寥寥。对他们来说，科学只有在能转化为市场技术时才有价值，自然仅被视为原材料和地产，艺术也只是投资或炫耀的工具。对他们而言，思考生活的意义或人类的境况，不过是浪费可以用来获取新玩具和展示的时间。
Low H, low O people who strike it rich can be almost breathtakingly tacky in flaunting their wealth. Their urge to make ostentatious displays is unconstrained by any aesthetic taste or sense of harmony with nature. These people would want to have the biggest mansion in the neighborhood, regardless of how many old trees must be cut down or how much it destroys the balance of the surroundings. Point 25.
暴富的 DH、DO 人士炫耀财富的方式常常令人啧舌。他们炫耀的冲动不受任何审美品味或与自然和谐共处的意识约束。这些人可能会想要成为邻里间最大的豪宅主人，不管这需要砍掉多少老树，或是对周围环境造成多大破坏。
Low H, low O people judge others mainly on the basis of their wealth and prestige. Such people have particularly little respect for those whose accomplishments are of the kind associated with high O. Their attitude toward, say, an accomplished scientist or learned scholar is simply, if you're so smart, why aren't you rich? Likewise, people who blend low H and low O are baffled by those who, having the opposite combination of traits, simply don't care about keeping up with the Joneses. The idea of deliberately choosing a smaller car or a smaller house, of living a minimalist lifestyle more generally, strikes them as utter folly.
DH、DO 的人主要根据他人的财富和声望来评价他们。这类人尤其不尊重那些与高欧特质相关的成就。他们对，比如一位杰出科学家或博学学者的态度就是：如果你这么聪明，为什么还没发财？同样 ，DH、DO 的人也难以理解那些拥有相反特质的人，他们不在乎与邻居攀比，选择小一点的车或小一点的房子，过一种简约的生活方式，在他们看来简直是愚蠢至极。
The blend of low H and low O also comes with a particular set of attitudes about how others are to be treated. Low H people are inclined to exploit others, and low O people find it hard to relate to those whose backgrounds are different from their own. When low H and low O are combined, the result is a person who is especially ready to take advantage of those who seem different or strange or alien. Now, low H, low O people might feel some discomfort about being too ruthless and taking advantage of people who look and talk and think like they do. After all, the community has certain standards about how things are done, and one doesn't want to look bad. But when it comes to those far away, or those too different to identify with, or those not protected by community norms, there is no holding back. Moral considerations don't apply to outsiders.
DH 和 DO 的组合也伴随着一套特定的对待他人的方式。 DH 的人倾向于利用他人，而 DO 的人很难与背景不同的人建立联系。当 DH 和 DO 结合时，结果就会是一个特别容易利用那些看似不同、奇怪或陌生的人。现在 DH、DO 的人可能会对太过无情地利用与他们长得、说话和思考方式相似的人感到些许不安。毕竟，社区对行为有一定的标准，人们不希望显得不好。但当涉及到远方的人，或那些太不同以至于无法认同的人，或那些不受社区规范保护的人时，他们就不会有所顾忌。道德考量不适用于局外人。
This attitude is evident in the kinds of business or investment decisions favored by low O people. For them, the bottom line is the bottom line, and ethical investing is for suckers and weirdos. If there's money to be made, there's no point in worrying about anything so abstract as the environment or human rights. Point 26.
这种态度在 DH、DO 人群偏好的商业或投资决策中显而易见。对他们来说，底线就是底线，道德投资只是傻瓜和怪人的事。如果能赚钱，就没必要去担心像环境或人权这样抽象的事物。
You might guess that the low O blend has certain implications for political attitudes. And you'd be right. We'll discuss these implications in depth in Chapter 7.
你可能会猜到 DH-DO 的组合对政治态度有一定的影响。你是对的。我们将在第7章深入讨论这些影响。
Low High O, sophisticated snobbery.
DH 高 O 精致的势力。
The combination of low honesty, humility, and high openness to experience has some very unpleasant features, but these are much different from those of the low O combination.
DH 和高 O 的组合具有一些非常不讨喜的特征，但这些与 DH-DO 的组合截然不同。
People who blend low H with high O are still inclined to show off, but they generally do so with some artistic flair. At the extremes, when they have enough money to spend, the result is likely to be aesthetically impressive but morally offensive. Think of the palace at Versailles or the Taj Mahal. We mean the original Taj Mahal, not the Atlantic City Hotel Casino. The latter is probably a better example of low H and low O.
DH 高 O 的人仍倾向于炫耀，但他们通常会带些艺术气息。在极端情况下，当他们有足够的金钱挥霍时，结果可能是审美上令人印象深刻，但在道德上却令人反感。想想凡尔赛宫或泰姬陵，我们指的是原版的泰姬陵，而不是大西洋城的酒店赌场，后者可能是 DH-DO 的一个更好例子。
A more common expression of low H and high O is snobbery of an artistic or intellectual kind. People low in H and high in O love to show how cultured and learned they are. They enjoy putting big words together, especially when those big words are currently becoming stylish. It doesn't matter so much whether the long string of big words actually makes much sense. You could say that their hermeneutic discourse is informed by the extant paradigms of pedagogy and governance, or something like that. We suspect that intellectual movements such as postmodernism hold a special attraction for low H, high O people. Point 27.
DH 高 O 的常见表现是艺术或知识上的势力。H 值第2 O 值高的人喜欢展示自己的文化和学识，他们乐于堆砌大词，尤其是那些正流行的大词。至于这些长串大词是否真有意义，就不太重要了。你可以说，他们的诠释学话语受到现存的教学和治理范式的启发，或者类似这样的话。我们怀疑后现代主义这样的知识运动对 DH 高 O 的人特别有吸引力。
For low H, high O people, the arts are partly an expression of the human condition, but partly just a vehicle for showing off their originality. They wear their artistic talent like a badge, often flaunting it as a way of establishing their superiority. And particularly where male artists are concerned, that talent is deployed as a tool for seducing impressionable women, or, depending on their tastes, for seducing impressionable men.
对于 DH 高 O 的人来说，艺术既是人类状况的表达，也是炫耀他们独特性的工具。他们像佩戴徽章一样展示艺术才华，常常以此来彰显优越感。尤其是对于男性艺术家来说，这种才华被用作吸引易受影响的女性，或者根据他们的喜好吸引易受影响的男性的工具。
People who are low in H and high in O are aggressively nonconformist. Their high O results in a natural inclination to be unconventional, their low H in a lack of consideration for other people. The result is a person who takes a special joy in offending community standards and who defies conventional morality partly in order to gain a reputation for being radical. Especially when low C is also involved, such people like to live as very public libertines, openly indulging their taste for sex and drugs. And when they direct a movie or write a book or create a piece of art, those works are often calculated to be as offensive and obscene as possible. Low H, high O people are rebellious, but they are rebels without a conscience, motivated mainly by self-gratification and by the status that their provocativeness gains them in the eyes of at least some people.
DH 高欧的人倾向于激进的反传统，他们的高欧使他们天生不拘一格 ，DH 则使他们不太顾及他人感受。这样的人特别乐于触犯社会规范，部分是为了树立激进的名声。如果 C 值也低，他们就喜欢以公开的享乐主义者自居，毫不掩饰对性与药物的喜好。当他们拍电影、写书或创作艺术作品时，往往刻意追求尽可能的冒犯和粗俗。DH 高欧的人叛逆，但他们是没有良知的反叛者，主要出于自我满足和他们挑衅行为在某些人眼中带来的地位提升。
Box 4 to 5 A Tale of Two Art Collectors.
Box 452两位艺术收藏家的故事。
Hermann Wilhelm Göring was a powerful figure in Nazi Germany. Indeed, he was Adolf Hitler's hand-picked successor. In 1946, he was convicted at the Nuremberg trials of waging aggressive war, of war crimes, and of crimes against humanity. Sentenced to death, he committed suicide the day before his scheduled execution.
赫尔曼·威廉·戈林在纳粹德国是个有权势的人物，事实上，他是阿道夫·希特勒亲自挑选的接班人。1946年，他在纽伦堡审判中因发动侵略战争、战争罪和反人类罪被定罪。被判处死刑后，他在执行前一天自杀了。
Göring was most notorious for the crimes for which he was convicted at Nuremberg, but he also displayed a variety of common low-H characteristics. He was thoroughly corrupt, using his power as Hitler's deputy to accumulate personal wealth. He did so by seizing the property of Jews and by taking bribes from others who wanted Jewish property for themselves.
戈林最为人所知的是他在纽伦堡审判中被定罪的罪行，但他也表现出多种典型的 DH 特征。他极其腐败，利用作为希特勒副手的权力积累了个人财富。他通过掠夺犹太人的财产，以及接受那些想占有犹太人财产的人的贿赂来实现这一点。
Like many other low-H people, Göring enjoyed an extravagant lifestyle. He drove a Mercedes 540 Burmese Chats, one of only 32 ever made, and he lived in a sprawling hunting lodge he built on a vast forest estate outside Berlin. When he married a famous opera star, his second wife, the wedding was no less grandiose than a royal wedding and featured Hitler as the best man. Göring wore garish jewelry and extravagant uniforms and suits, which he changed several times a day.
戈林像许多其他 DH 者一样，过着奢华的生活。他驾驶着仅生产了32辆的梅赛德斯 540KS， 居住在柏林郊外广袤森林中自己建造的宏伟狩猎小屋。当他娶了一位著名的歌剧明星，他的第二任妻子时，婚礼的排场堪比皇家婚礼，希特勒还担任了伴郎。戈林喜欢佩戴华丽的珠宝，穿着夸张的制服和套装，一天要换好几次。
Some of Göring's characteristics suggest that he combined a low level of H with a high level of O. First, his choice of clothing was eccentric and flamboyant. Many people would remember him wearing costumes that resembled medieval hunting garb or Roman togas. According to the Italian foreign minister of the time, one of Göring's fur coats looked like what a high-end prostitute wears to the opera. His fashion sense was not always received well by others, but it clearly stood out. Second, he had a wide range of interests, something that he was rather boastful of. He once described himself as the last Renaissance man. He enjoyed opera, and even before his Nazi days he was an avid collector of art. During the Second World War, he amassed the greatest private art collection of the time by systematically looting museums all over occupied Europe as well as Jewish collections. He also created a private gallery on his estate, filling it with 2,000 priceless paintings he had stolen. Göring's predation of Europe's art treasures reveals his low-H personality, but his considerable efforts in creating his own private gallery suggest that he had some genuine intrinsic interest in fine art, even though his artistic taste seems to have been weak at best.
戈林的一些特质表明，他可能将 DH 与高欧结合在了一起。 首先，他的着装风格古怪而招摇，许多人记得他穿着类似中世纪狩猎装或罗马托家的服装。据当时的意大利外交部长说，戈林的一件皮草大衣看起来就像高级妓女去歌剧院时穿的。他的时尚品味并不总是受到他人欢迎，但无疑非常引人注目。其次，他的兴趣广泛，对此他颇为自得。他曾自称是最后的文艺复兴人。他热爱歌剧，甚至在成为纳粹之前就是艺术收藏的狂热爱好者。在二战期间，他通过系统性的掠夺被占领的欧洲各地的博物馆以及犹太人的收藏，积累了当时最大的私人艺术收藏。他还在他的庄园里创建了一个私人画廊，里面装满了他偷来的2000幅无价名画。戈林对欧洲艺术珍品的掠夺揭示了他的 DH 性格，但他为建立私人画廊付出的巨大努力表明，他对美术确实有一些真正的内在兴趣，尽管他的艺术品味似乎最多只能算一般。
Denis Kozlowski, former CEO of Tyco International, was born 1 month after Goring's suicide. Kozlowski became a rising star in the U.S. business world, building Tyco into a giant global conglomerate. His luck began to fail, however, with a charge of sales tax evasion relating to a $13.1 million purchase of art, see below, which led to a prosecution involving much larger felony charges. Kozlowski was later convicted of misappropriating millions of dollars of Tyco funds.
丹尼斯·科兹洛斯基，前泰科国际的首席执行官，是在戈林自杀后1个月出生的。科兹洛斯基在美国商界崭露头角，将泰科打造成了一个全球性的大型集团。然而，他因涉嫌逃避1310万美元艺术品购买的销售税，详情见下文，而开始走下坡路，这最终导致了涉及更大重罪的起诉。后来，科兹洛斯基被定罪，罪名是挪用数百万泰科公司的资金。
Unlike Goring, Kozlowski was no war criminal. But like Goring, he enjoyed a lavish lifestyle and collected some very expensive works of art. He lived in an $18 million apartment in New York City, which he filled with luxury items that showed his expensive but, one might say, rather unrefined tastes. In this residence, the prosecutors found such extravagances as a $6,000 shower curtain and a $15,000 dog-shaped umbrella stand. Kozlowski famously threw a $2 million party for his wife's 40th birthday. The guests at the party could admire an ice sculpture of Michelangelo's David, which urinated vodka into their glasses.
与戈林不同，科兹洛斯基并非战犯，但他与戈林一样过着奢华的生活，收藏了一些非常昂贵的艺术品。他在纽约市拥有一套价值1800万美元的公寓，里面摆满了彰显他昂贵但可以说略显粗俗品味的奢侈品。检察官在这所住宅中发现了诸如6000美元的淋浴帘和15000美元的狗形伞架等奢侈物品。科兹洛斯基曾为妻子的40岁生日举办了一场耗资200万美元的派对。派对上的宾客可以欣赏到米开朗基罗的大卫冰雕，他尿出伏特加酒到客人的杯中。
Besides the tacky items mentioned above, the apartment also displayed some famous works of art, including paintings by Renoir and Monet. But the way that Kozlowski bought these paintings suggests that he may not have been motivated by a high appreciation of art. According to the testimony of the art dealer who arranged the purchase of the paintings, Kozlowski wanted to buy works painted by high-end names. On one occasion, he bought 4 such paintings, including a Renoir for $8.8 million, within an hour. One may wonder whether these paintings were purchased solely as trophies, functionally not much different from the shower curtain, the dog-shaped umbrella stand, and the vodka dispensing statue of David. The method of purchasing these items suggests to us a low rather than a high level of O.
除了上述俗气的物品，公寓中还展示了一些著名艺术品，包括雷诺阿和莫奈的画作。但科兹洛斯基购买这些画作的方式表明，他可能并非出于对艺术的高雅鉴赏而购买。据安排购买画作的艺术商作证，科兹洛斯基希望购买高端名字创作的作品。有一次，他在1小时内购买了4幅这样的画，包括一幅价值880万美元的雷诺阿。人们可能会怀疑，这些画作是否仅仅作为战利品购入，其功能性与淋浴帘、狗形伞架和大卫雕像喷酒并无太大区别。购买这些物品的方式向我们展示的是一种低水平的鉴赏力，而非高水平。
By the way, don't misunderstand these examples as suggesting that all art collectors are low in H. Many people who collect art are very ethical persons who have no interest in ostentatious display.
顺便说一句，别误会这些例子，以为所有艺术品收藏家都是 H 值低的人。很多收藏艺术品的人都是道德高尚的人，他们对炫耀式展示毫无兴趣。
This completes our short field guide to the many varieties of low H people. In the next chapter, we'll turn to the question of how accurately people can judge one another's personalities, especially the H factor.
这完成了我们对各种 DH 人群的简短指南。在下一章，我们将探讨人们如何准确判断彼此的性格，尤其是 H 因素。
5. Can you tell someone's level of H?
5. 你能判断出某人的 H 值吗？
Think of a casual acquaintance of yours and try to imagine what that person would or wouldn't do. Cheat on their taxes? Keep the money found in a wallet? Manipulate the boss to get a promotion? Use other people to climb the social ladder? In this chapter, we're interested in the question of how accurately you can estimate another person's level of the H factor. Can you tell at first sight whether a person is high or low in H? Or can you never tell, even after knowing them for many years?
想想你的一位普通朋友，试着想象他们会做什么或不会做什么。逃税，捡到钱包后留下钱，操纵上司以获得晋升，利用他人攀爬社会阶梯。在这一章，我们关注的是你如何准确估计另一个人的 H 因素水平。你能一眼看出一个人的 H 值是高还是低吗？还是即使认识他们多年也无法判断？
Personality in strangers.
陌生人中的性格。
Let's start with strangers. Researchers have tried to find out whether people can judge the personalities of people they've just met. In these research studies, participants are asked to rate a stranger's personality after just a few minutes of observation, perhaps after a short conversation, or watching the person in a short and silent video clip.
我们先从陌生人开始。研究者试图找出人们是否能判断刚刚认识的人的性格。在这些研究中，参与者被要求在仅仅几分钟的观察后，可能是短暂的交谈后，或者看了一个简短且无声的视频片段后，对陌生人的性格进行评价。
The results of these studies indicate that people are at least somewhat accurate when it comes to judging strangers' personality traits, at least for traits associated with the X factor. Apparently, it's fairly easy to judge how outgoing or lively a person is, even on first encounter. For the other personality factors, including the H factor, you generally can't judge people accurately when you first meet them.
这些研究的结果表明，人们在判断陌生人的某些性格特征时，至少有一定的准确性，尤其是与 X 因素相关的特征。显然，初次见面就能大致判断一个人是否外向或活泼。但对于其他性格因素，包括 H 因素，初次见面通常无法准确判断。
Box 5-1 Narcissism at First Sight.
Box 5一眼看出的自恋。
Although people generally can't tell another person's level of H upon first meeting, the results of one study suggest that the combination of low H and high X is at least somewhat apparent even to strangers. As we discussed in Chapter 4, people who combine low H with high X are narcissistic. They have a grandiose sense of self-worth and a strong sense of being entitled to others' admiration and attention. Narcissistic people tend to brag about their achievements and to flaunt their assets, whether financial or physical or otherwise, and they generally convey the attitude that they're better than you are.
尽管人们通常无法在初次见面时判断对方的 H 水平，但有一项研究结果表明 ，DH 高 X 的组合至少对陌生人来说有些明显。如第4章所述 ，DH 高 X 的人具有自恋倾向，他们有夸大的自我价值感，认为自己有权得到他人的崇拜和关注。自恋的人往往会吹嘘自己的成就，炫耀他们的财产，无论是经济上的、身体上的或其他方面，并且通常表现出他们比你更优秀的态度。
One study examined whether people can tell how narcissistic someone is just by looking at a photograph of that person. Point 1 in this study, the photographed people didn't know that their pictures would be taken, so the images in the photos probably showed their typical appearance. Those photographed people had completed a self-report narcissism scale, and their scores varied widely, ranging from very self-effacing to very self-promoting. When university students were asked to estimate the narcissism levels of all the photographed persons, all of whom were strangers to the students, their ratings were more accurate than chance, with correlations in the 0.20s.
一项研究考察了人们是否仅凭看一个人的照片就能判断其自恋程度。在这项研究中，被拍照的人并不知道自己会被拍照，所以照片中的形象可能展示了他们平时的样子。这些被拍摄者已经完成了一份自曝自恋量表，得分差异很大，从非常谦逊到非常自我吹嘘不等。当大学生被要求估计所有被拍照者的自恋程度，这些人都对大学生来说是陌生人时，他们的评估比随机猜测更准确，相关性在 0.20 左右。
How were people able to judge the narcissism levels of the photographed persons? In part, they noted whether the stranger was wearing flashy, expensive clothing. Also, in the case of a female stranger, narcissism was attributed, usually correctly, to those who showed cleavage, who wore heavy makeup, and who plucked their eyebrows. Still, the level of accuracy wasn't high enough to be of much practical value. You wouldn't want to rely much on these clues if you were trying to judge people's levels of H, for example, in choosing an investment manager or finding a blind date for a friend. Also, these results apply to people who combine low H with high X. It would be harder to identify low H people who are also low in X, see Chapter 4, because their low H clues would be much less prominently displayed.
人们是如何判断被拍照者的自恋程度呢？部分原因是他们注意到陌生人是否穿着华丽昂贵的服装。此外，对于女性陌生人，自恋通常正确会被归因于那些展示事业线、浓妆艳抹和修过眉毛的人。然而，这种准确性还不足以在实践中提供太多价值。如果你试图判断人的 H 水平，比如选择投资经理或为朋友安排相亲，你不会太依赖这些线索。此外，这些结果适用于 DH 高 X 的人，对于 DH 低 X 的人，见第四章识别起来会更困难，因为他们的 DH 线索不会那么明显。
But can you ever get an accurate idea of someone's level of H? Or is the H factor such a subtle aspect of personality that you can never really judge people's levels very accurately even after many interactions with them? We'll discuss this shortly, but first a more basic question. How can we figure out whether you're accurate or not?
但你能否准确了解一个人的 H 水平呢？或者 H 因素是个性中如此微妙的一个方面，以至于即使在多次与人交往后，也无法准确判断他们的程度。我们稍后会讨论这个问题，但首先，一个更基本的问题是：我们如何判断你是否准确呢？
One way to evaluate your accuracy involves the use of personality questionnaires, or, as they are usually called, personality inventories. Many personality inventories have both a self-report form, in which a person responds to statements about his or her own personality, and also an observer report form, in which a person responds to statements about some other person's personality. See the appendix for the self-report and observer report forms of the short Hexaco personality inventory. By comparing your observer report about a person's level of the H factor with that person's own self-report, we could likely get a good sense of your accuracy.
评估准确性的一种方法是使用人格问卷，或者通常称为人格量表。许多人格量表都有自我报告形式，个人对自身人格特质的陈述作出回应，以及观察者报告形式，个人对他人人格特质的陈述作出回应。附录中提供了简短的 Hexaco 人格量表的自我报告和观察者报告表格。通过将你对某人 H 因素水平的观察报告与他们自身的自我报告相比较，我们很可能能了解你的准确性。
Self-reports of H, are they honest?
H 的自我报告是否诚实？
A little later in this chapter, we'll give some results indicating how accurately people can judge another person's level of the H factor. But first, you might wonder whether it makes sense to use a person's self-report to decide how accurately you've judged his or her level of H. Indeed, people sometimes tell us it is impossible to measure the H factor through any kind of self-report inventory. The problem, they suggest, is that dishonest people won't admit to being dishonest, because their very dishonesty causes them to claim falsely that they are honest. Superficially, this is logical, but the argument is based on a misunderstanding of what the H factor is all about. Low H people are willing to deceive for personal gain, but this doesn't mean they're pathologically unable or unwilling to tell the truth. When responding to personality inventories in anonymous research settings, low-H persons don't have any incentive to lie about themselves. In fact, like other people, they generally find it more satisfying and a lot easier simply to describe themselves frankly and accurately. In such settings, low-H people are generally quite willing to indicate that they would act in low-H ways, such as cheating or manipulating others to get ahead. Therefore, self-reports of H are likely to be very accurate, at least when these are provided in anonymous research settings.
稍后在这章中，我们会给出一些关于人们如何准确判断他人 H 因素水平的研究结果。但首先，你可能会疑惑，是否应该依赖一个人的自我报告来判断你对其 H 因素水平判断的准确性。确实，有时人们告诉我们，通过任何形式的自我报告量表来测量 H 因素是不可能的。他们认为，不诚实的人不会承认自己的不诚实，因为他们的不诚实使他们错误地声称自己是诚实的。乍一看，这似乎有道理，但这种观点基于对 H 因素本质的误解。低 H 值的人愿意为了个人利益欺骗他人，但这并不意味着他们在病理上无法或不愿意讲真话。在匿名研究环境中填写人格量表时，低 H 值的人没有撒谎的动机。事实上，他们通常像其他人一样，发现坦率而准确地描述自己更为满足，也更容易。在这种情况下，低 H 值的人通常很愿意承认他们会采取低 H 值的行为，比如作弊或操纵他人以取得进步。因此，自我报告的 H 值很可能非常准确，至少在匿名研究环境中是这样。
This is evident when we look at people's scores on self-report scales measuring the H factor. Just as we find for the other 5 factors, a few people have very high scores, a few people have very low scores, and most people are in between. If low-H people were simply faking to present themselves as high in H, we'd expect most people to be piled up at the high end of the scale. Also, most of the people who have high self-reported levels of H don't claim to have high levels of other desirable characteristics. If those people were simply faking, they'd likely be presenting themselves as all-around wonderful people. Point 2.
当我们查看人们在衡量 H 因素的自我报告量表上的得分时，这一点很明显。就像其他5个因素一样，少数人的得分很高，少数人的得分很低，大多数人则介于两者之间。如果低 H 值的人只是在假装自己 H 值高，我们预期大部分人会在量表的高分端堆积。此外，大多数自曝 H 值高的人并不声称自己在其他可取特质上也高。如果他们只是在假装，他们可能会把自己描绘成全方位优秀的人。
Box 5-2 measuring personality, self-reports, and observer reports work better than you'd think.
Box 5-2评估性格、自我报告和他人报告比你想象的更有效。
To many people, the idea of using questionnaires or inventories to measure personality or anything else seems unscientific. In other branches of science, researchers use instruments that measure variables more objectively. For example, when meteorologists measure temperature or humidity or wind speed, they use thermometers and hygrometers and anemometers. They don't ask people how warm or humid or windy it is.
对许多人来说，用问卷或量表来衡量性格或其他事物似乎不科学。在科学的其他领域，研究人员使用能更客观地测量变量的工具。例如，气象学家测量温度、湿度或风速时，他们会使用温度计、湿度计和风速计，而不是询问人们天气有多热、多湿或多风。
But personality traits are different from the phenomena studied in other sciences. For one thing, a personality trait is a disposition, a tendency to show a certain style of behaving and thinking and feeling, as shown across a variety of relevant situations and over a long period of time. So if we want to measure someone's level of a personality trait, we have to capture that disposition, that tendency, and there is no physical instrument that can do this. Although researchers have tried various ways of measuring personality, including direct observations of behavior in controlled settings, the results indicate that well-constructed personality inventories have the crucial advantage of providing accurate personality descriptions with relatively little time and expense. Well-constructed is a key phrase here, because many inventories don't measure personality accurately. We can assess someone's personality in broad outline by getting responses from that person, or from someone who knows him or her well, to a few dozen statements that are carefully developed to tap the traits of interest.
然而， 性格特质与其他科学领域研究的现象不同。首先，性格特质是一种倾向，一种在各种相关情境中长期表现出来的行为、思考和感受的特定方式。因此，如果我们想要衡量某人的性格特质水平，就必须捕捉这种倾向，但没有物理工具能做到这一点。尽管研究人员尝试了各种性格测量方法，包括在控制环境中直接观察行为，但结果显示，精心构建的性格量表具有关键优势，能在相对短的时间和较低的成本下提供准确的性格描述。精心构建是关键，因为许多量表并不能准确测量性格。我们可以通过让被测者或了解他们的人对几十条经过精心设计以触及感兴趣的性格特征的陈述做出回应，来大致评估他们的性格。
But how do we know that personality inventories are actually accurate? Consider several lines of evidence. First of all, scores on well-designed personality inventories are correlated with other variables that ought to reflect, at least to some extent, people's personalities. For example, when we administer self-report personality inventories to university students, we find that their scores on the C factor predict their grade point average, that their scores on the O factor predict their level of verbal ability, and that their scores on the X factor predict their popularity with their peers. 3 Moreover, people's scores on personality scales can even predict, to a modest extent, important life outcomes such as mortality/longevity, occupational attainment, and divorce. Even when the personality measurements were made long before these outcomes actually happened. 4.
但我们如何知道性格量表实际上是准确的呢？考虑几条证据。首先，精心设计的性格量表得分与应反映，至少在一定程度上，人们性格的其他变量相关。例如，当我们对大学生进行自我报告性格量表测试时，发现他们在 C 因素上的得分可以预测他们的平均绩点， O 因素的得分可以预测他们的语言能力，而 X 因素的得分可以预测他们在同龄人中的受欢迎程度。此外，人们在性格量表上的得分甚至可以在一定程度上预测重要的生活结果，如死亡率、寿命、职业成就和离婚，即使这些性格测量是在这些结果发生很久之前进行的。
Another indication that personality inventories are accurate is that there is generally rather close agreement among various observer reports, as made independently by persons who are closely acquainted with the target person. In studies of university students' personalities, there is fairly close agreement between the observer reports from their old, hometown friends, from their new university friends, and from their parents. And all of these observer reports correlate rather well with the students' own self-reports. The agreement among observer reports is particularly impressive given that in some cases, the hometown friends and the college friends have never even met one another and have known the target person during different time periods and in different social settings. 5.
人格量表的准确性还体现在不同观察者的报告通常有相当高的吻合度。这些观察者是与目标个体亲密接触的人，他们独立完成报告。在大学生人格研究中，他们的老朋友、家乡朋友、新朋友、大学朋友和父母的观察报告之间有相当一致的吻合度，这些报告也都与学生自身的自我报告相吻合。考虑到有时家乡朋友和大学朋友从未见过面，他们在不同时间段和社交环境中了解目标个体，这种观察报告的一致性尤其令人印象深刻。
All of these findings indicate that personality inventories can provide accurate information. However, none of this is to say that personality inventories will work well under all conditions. In particular, we'd be cautious about using self-reports with people who have an incentive to make a certain impression. Imagine, for example, a person providing self-reports and applying for a desirable job or for early parole. Many studies have shown clearly that when people are instructed to fake good or fake bad on a personality inventory, they can do so. 6. But when people respond to personality inventories in anonymous research settings, nearly all of them describe themselves frankly.
所有这些发现都表明，人格量表可以提供准确的信息，但这并不是说在所有情况下人格量表都能发挥良好作用。特别是我们应对那些有动机塑造特定印象的人使用自我报告持谨慎态度。比如想象一下一个人在申请理想工作或申请提前假释时提供的自我报告。许多研究表明，当人们被指示在人格量表上装好或装坏时，他们确实能做到。 但在匿名研究环境中填写人格量表时，几乎所有人都会坦诚地描述自己。
Knowing someone's personality, H is among the last things you learn.
了解一个人的性格，这是你最后学到的事情之一。
Over the years, we've obtained self-reports and observer reports on the Hexaco factors from over 1,300 pairs of university students. Some of these pairs were boyfriend and girlfriend, and a few of the pairs were relatives, usually siblings, but most of the pairs were friends, usually of the same sex and often living in the same house. When participating in our research studies, each member of a pair provides self-reports and observer reports in our research labs, without having any chance to consult with the other member.
多年来，我们已经收集了超过1300对大学生的自我报告和他人报告，涉及 Hexaco 6因素。其中一些是情侣关系，少数是亲戚，通常是兄弟姐妹，但大多数是朋友，通常同性别且经常住在一起。在参与我们的研究时，每对参与者都会在实验室中独立提供自我报告和他人报告，没有机会互相讨论。
What we found is that, on average, self-report levels of H aren't any higher than observer report levels. Our university students don't claim to be any more sincere or modest than their friends say they are. Note, by the way, that if the students were faking to appear high in H, their self-reports would be much higher than the observer reports from their friends. And for the most part, if a student has a high self-reported level of H, then his or her friend's observer report is high also. Likewise, if a student has a low self-reported level of H, the friend's observer report is probably low too. For these closely acquainted pairs of students, the correlations between self-reports and observer reports on the 6 Hexaco personality factors are all around 0.50. For an explanation of what correlations mean, see box 2 to 1. This is a fairly high level of agreement, and it applies to all 6 factors, including H.
我们发现，平均而言，自我报告的 H 水平并不高于他人报告的水平。大学生并不会声称自己比朋友们评价的更真诚或谦虚。顺便说一句，如果学生为了显得 H 值高而伪装，那么他们的自我报告会远高于朋友的观察报告。大多数情况下，如果一个学生的自我报告 H 值高，那么他的朋友在观察报告中也会给出高评价。同样，如果学生的自我报告 H 值低，朋友的观察报告很可能也低。对于这些熟识的学生对6种 Hexaco 性格因素的自我报告和他人报告之间的相关性大约为 0.50。关于相关性的解释，请参见框2-1，这是一个相当高的一致性水平，且适用于包括 H 在内的所有6个因素。
When we found that there was such good agreement between self-reports and observer reports of personality, we began to wonder, how long do you need to know someone, and how well do you need to know that person, before you can judge their personality? We checked to find out whether the level of agreement was higher for friends who had known each other for a longer time. The results surprised us. The agreement between self-reports and observer reports didn't depend on how long the friends had known each other. In fact, the correlations between self-reports and observer reports were as high for pairs who had known each other for only about 1 year as they were for pairs who had known each other for several years. This was true for all 6 Hexaco factors, which suggests that people can get a fairly good idea of one another's levels of H, how sincere or modest they are, within a year.
当我们发现自我报告和他人报告的性格特征有如此高的吻合度时，我们开始思考，你需要认识一个人多久，又需要多了解这个人，才能判断他们的性格呢？我们检查了是否朋友认识的时间越长，他们的看法一致性会更高。结果令我们惊讶，自我报告和他人报告之间的契合度并不依赖于朋友认识的时间长短。事实上，相识仅1年的伙伴和相识数年的伙伴在6个 Hexaco 因素上的相关性一样高。这表明人们在1年内就能大致了解对方的 H 因素及他们的真诚或谦逊程度。
But even if it doesn't take a long time to learn someone's level of the H factor, it does take a lot of observation. You have to get to know that person rather well. We had also asked the members of each pair of students to indicate how well they knew each other, using a scale from 0, not at all, to 10, extremely well. For most pairs, the level of acquaintanceship was very high, generally between 7 and 10. However, a little more than 10% of our participants indicated levels of 6 or below.
然而，即使不需要很长时间就能了解一个人的 H 因素，但确实需要大量的观察。 你必须相当了解那个人。我们还让每对学生互相评价他们对彼此的了解程度，从0完全不了解到10非常了解。大多数对组合的熟悉程度都很高，通常在7到10之间。然而，超过10%的参与者表示他们的了解程度在6或以下。
We asked for these ratings in order to tell whether the level of agreement between self-reports and observer reports depends on how well people know each other. It does. The correlations between self and observer reports are generally higher for people who consider themselves to be more closely acquainted.
我们要求这些评分，是为了了解自我报告和他人报告的一致性是否取决于人们相互了解的程度。确实如此。通常来说，自认为更熟悉的人之间，自我报告和他人报告的相关性更高。
This result probably doesn't surprise you, but what's interesting is that it doesn't apply for every personality factor. Even when the pairs of students know each other only moderately well, that is, when their ratings are 6 or less, they are able to judge each other's levels of X and E fairly accurately. But this result makes sense in light of some other facts. Apparently, as we noted earlier, you can judge X with at least some accuracy even in strangers. 7 and E shows some fairly large differences between men and women, which means that a person's sex gives at least a rough clue as to their level of the E factor. People can usually make good judgments about X and E even for people whom they know only moderately well.
这个结果可能并不让你感到意外，但有趣的是，并非所有性格因素都适用。即使学生们彼此只是中等程度的了解，也就是说，他们的评分在6或以下，他们也能相当准确地判断对方的 X 和 E 水平。考虑到其他一些事实，这个结果是有道理的。正如我们之前提到的，你甚至可以在陌生人中大致判断出 X， 而 E 在男性和女性之间存在相当大的差异。这意味着一个人的性别至少可以提供他们 E 因素水平的粗略线索。即使对只了解程度一般的人，人们通常也能对 X 和 E 做出准确的判断。
What's also interesting is that among people who aren't very well acquainted, observer reports are noticeably less accurate for H, and also for A and C, to a lesser degree, than for the other personality factors. When you don't know a person well, you may have a pretty accurate idea of his or her levels for the E, X, and O factors, but you're likely to be less accurate for A, C, and especially H. However, this accuracy appears to increase sharply as people get to know each other better. When we spend a lot of time with a person in a wide variety of contexts, so that we get to know that person well, we can develop a pretty good idea of his or her level of the H factor. Point 8.
同样有趣的是，在不太熟悉的人之间，对于 H 以及 A 和 C 程度较小的观察者报告明显不如其他性格因素准确。当你不太了解一个人时，你可能对他或他的 E、X 和 O 因素水平有相当准确的了解，但对于 A、C， 尤其是 H， 你可能就不那么准确了。然而，随着人们彼此更加了解，这种准确性似乎会急剧提高。当我们在各种各样的环境中与一个人相处很长时间，深入了解这个人，我们就能对他的 H 因素水平有一个相当好的了解。
Of course, the results described above reflect an average across many pairs of people. Some persons' levels of H are more easily observed, and other persons' levels are less easily observed. Likewise, some persons are better than average at judging someone's H level, some persons worse. We're quite sure that you, for example, are much better than average. But until you've had many opportunities to observe a person in widely varied settings or situations, it's better to be cautious in judging their level of H, even if you've known them for many years.
当然，上述结果反映了许多对人的平均情况，有些人的 H 水平更容易观察，有些人的则更难。同样，有些人比平均水平更擅长判断他人的 H 水平，有些人则较差。我们确信，例如，你在这方面远超平均水平，但在你有机会在各种各样的环境或情况下多次观察一个人之前，即使你已经认识他们很多年，最好在判断他们的 H 水平时保持谨慎。
H in the workplace, hard to tell.
工作场所中的 H 因素难以判断。
One implication of these results is that some kinds of relationships probably don't give us enough information to judge other people's levels of the H factor. Consider the workplace. In Western countries, most people interact with their coworkers only when doing the job itself and rarely in other, more private settings. These situations are much less varied than the ones that we share with our friends and spouses and relatives. Moreover, people usually want to make a certain impression on their coworkers, whether supervisors or peers or subordinates, so they're more likely to behave in ways that don't necessarily reveal all aspects of their personalities.
这些结果的一个含义是，某些类型的关系可能无法提供足够的信息来判断他人的 H 因素水平。以工作场所为例，在西方国家，大多数人只在完成工作任务时与同事互动，很少在其他更私人的环境中。这些情况远不如我们与朋友、配偶和亲戚共享的场景多样化。此外，人们通常希望在同事面前留下特定的印象，无论是上级、同事还是下级，因此他们更可能表现出可能并未完全展现个性所有方面的行为。
We saw this firsthand when Joshua Bordage, one of our graduate students, collected personality data from pairs of administrative employees at the university. He was interested in examining how employees try to manage the way they're seen by their coworkers, in other words, their workplace impression management. Workplace impression management includes behaviors such as self-promotion, e.g., boasting about your experience or education, ingratiation, e.g., flattering your colleagues so that they will like you, exemplification, e.g., pretending to be busy even when you aren't, supplication, e.g., pretending not to understand something in order to get someone's help, and intimidation, e.g., letting others know that you can make things difficult for them. Point 9. The common feature of these behaviors is that people use them to manipulate their coworkers and supervisors.
当我们的一位研究生约书亚·布尔达奇在大学收集行政员工的个性数据时，我们亲眼见证了这一点。他感兴趣的是研究员工如何管理自己在同事眼中的形象，换句话说，就是他们的职场形象管理。职场形象管理包括自我推销，例如吹嘘自己的经验和教育背景；奉承，例如恭维同事以让他们喜欢你；装忙，例如即使不忙也假装忙碌；示弱，例如假装不明白某事以获得帮助；和威慑，例如让别人知道你能给他们制造困难。这些行为的共同点是，人们用它们来操纵同事和上司。
We recruited pairs of employees who had worked in the same department for at least 6 months. The participating employees came to our lab to give self-reports and observer reports on some scales measuring workplace impression management and also on our personality inventory, the Hexaco PIR. Each employee gave his or her reports anonymously and confidentially, and independently of his or her coworker, the same procedure that we used with our pairs of university students, as described above. In this way, we could see whether the employees could tell how much their coworkers were managing impressions at work.
我们招募了至少在同个部门工作6个月的员工搭档。参与的员工来到实验室，匿名且保密地填写关于工作场所印象管理的自我评估和观察者评估问卷，以及我们的 Hexaco PIR 性格量表。每位员工独立完成，不与同事交流，这与我们对大学生搭档的处理方式相同。这样，我们就能了解员工是否能察觉到同事在工作中管理印象的程度。
We collected personality reports from about 100 employees. When we first analyzed the data, the results looked very strange. The employees' self-reports of workplace impression management were almost uncorrelated with the observer reports from their coworkers. It seemed to us that this couldn't be right. Surely the coworkers would notice each other's impression management with at least some accuracy. But we checked the data set in several ways, and everything was done correctly. Contrary to what we had expected, there just wasn't much agreement between employees' self-reports and their coworkers' observer reports. And these coworkers had generally known each other for some time, more than 18 months in the typical case, which meant that many of them had had ample opportunity to observe their coworkers.
我们收集了大约100名员工的性格评估报告。初步分析数据时，结果显得非常奇怪。员工自我报告的工作场所印象管理与同事的观察报告几乎不相关。这看起来不对劲，同事之间应该能至少准确地察觉到彼此的印象管理。但我们通过多种方式检查了数据集，一切操作都正确无误。与我们的预期相反，员工的自我报告和同事的观察报告之间并没有多少共识。而且这些同事通常已相识一段时间，平均超过18个月，这意味着他们中有许多人有充足的机会观察彼此。
Now, you might wonder whether the employees were really being frank about how much impression management they were doing in their workplace. If employees generally deny these behaviors, naturally this will result low correlations with the coworkers' reports if it's the coworkers who are telling us how the employees really behave. But this apparently isn't the case. The employees' self-reports indicated just as much impression management, on average, as their coworkers' observer reports did. And because the responses were given in an anonymous, confidential setting, the employees had no reason to conceal these behaviors. Apparently, some employees overestimate how much impression management their coworkers do, and other employees underestimate it. These findings mean that you can't always tell what's behind the outward behavior of your coworkers. Some of those who behave as very good citizens may truly be acting out of goodwill. Others may just be acting.
你可能会怀疑，员工们是否真的坦诚地描述了他们在工作中所做的形象管理。如果员工通常否认这些行为，那么自然的，他们的同事报告中关于员工真实行为的关联性会很低，毕竟是同事在告诉我们员工的真实表现。但事实并非如此，员工的自我报告平均显示出和同事观察报告中同样多的形象管理行为。由于回答是在匿名、保密的环境中给出的，员工没有理由隐瞒这些行为。显然，有些员工高估了他们的同事所做的形象管理，而其他员工则低估了。这些发现意味着，你不能总是看透同事外在行为背后的真实意图。有些表现得非常尽职的员工可能真的是出于好意，而其他人可能只是在表演。
Not surprisingly, workers who did a lot of impression management tended to be low in the H factor. And our findings for the H factor were similar to those for impression management. Employees' self-reports on the H factor were only very weakly correlated with their coworkers' observer reports. Just as coworkers couldn't accurately judge each other's levels of workplace impression management, they also couldn't accurately judge each other's levels of H. Now, the levels of agreement for the other personality factors, except X, were generally somewhat lower in the coworker sample than in the student sample that we discussed above. As we speculated earlier, these differences probably reflected the fact that the coworkers typically weren't so closely acquainted with each other as were the students, who, as you'll recall, were usually close friends. But what's striking is that the H factor showed particularly low accuracy in the coworker sample. As we mentioned above, the correlation between self-reports and observer reports was about 0.50 in our student sample, yet in our coworker sample it was only about 0.10.
不出所料，那些在印象管理上做的较多的员工 ，H 因素得分往往较低。H 因素的发现与印象管理的情况相似。员工自我报告的 H 因素得分与同事观察报告的相关性非常弱，就像同事无法准确判断彼此在工作场所的印象管理程度一样，他们也无法准确判断彼此的 H 因素水平。现在，除了 X 因素之外，其他性格因素的共识程度通常在同事样本中比我们上面讨论的学生样本稍低一些。正如我们之前推测的，这种差异可能反映出同事们通常不像学生们那样彼此熟识，如你所记得的，他们通常是亲密的朋友。但引人注目的是 ，H 因素在同事样本中的准确度特别低。如上所述，自我报告和观察者报告之间的相关性在学生样本中约为 0.50， 但在同事样本中仅为 0.10。
Why is it difficult to judge accurately the levels of H of your coworkers? It may be because everyday interactions in the workplace don't give many valid clues about people's levels of the H factor. Most workplaces don't offer many situations that let you see plainly which people are high in H and which people are low. Another reason is that people tend not to reveal their levels of H in the workplace. Many low H people make a calculated effort to come across as upstanding employees, but few high H people do so, which makes it very hard to tell which people are which. By contrast, people are less willing or less able to manage their impressions all of the time, so their friends and spouses and relatives will generally get a pretty good idea of their level of H. Anyhow, the results of our research suggest that it would be easy to trust coworkers too much, or even to trust them too little, based on the limited information you typically get in the workplace.
为什么很难准确判断同事的 H 水平呢？可能是因为日常工作环境中的互动并没有提供太多关于人们 H 因素水平的有效线索。大多数工作场所并没有很多情况让你明显看出谁的 H 水平高，谁的低。另一个原因是人们在职场中往往不会展示自己的 H 水平， 许多低 H 的人会刻意表现出他们是尽职的员工，但高 H 的人却很少这样做，这使得很难分辨他们各自属于哪一类。相比之下，人们不太可能或不太有能力一直管理自己的形象，所以他们的朋友、配偶和亲戚通常能相当准确地了解他们的 H 水平。总之，我们的研究结果表明，基于通常在职场中获取的有限信息，你很容易对同事过于信任，或者甚至过于不信任他们。
To sum up, people are pretty accurate in judging the personalities of those who are close to them, the persons they know well. And for many aspects of personality, people can still make accurate judgments even for people they don't know so well, such as their more distant social acquaintances or their coworkers. But apparently, this doesn't apply to the H factor. To be really accurate in judging a person's level of H, you usually need to know that person very well.
总结一下，人们对自己亲近的人及他们熟悉的人的性格判断相当准确。对于许多性格方面，即使对不太熟悉的人，比如远亲或同事，人们也能做出准确的判断。然而，这似乎并不适用于 H 因素。要真正准确地判断一个人的 H 水平，你通常需要非常了解这个人。
6. Do high H people flock together?
6高 H 的人会聚集在一起吗？
Think of your spouse and your best friends. For any one of these people, you can probably think of some similarities and some differences between his or her personality and yours. But are there some personality traits that you have in common with most, or even all, of those persons?
想想你的配偶和最好的朋友，对于这些人中的任何一个，你可能都能想到他们性格与你的一些相似之处和不同之处。但是否有一些性格特征是你与他们中的大多数人，甚至所有人都共有的呢？
In this chapter, we examine the ways in which people are similar in personality and the ways they think they're similar in personality to their friends and spouses.
在这一章中，我们将探讨人们在性格上与朋友和配偶的相似之处，以及他们认为自己与他们性格相似的方式。
Similarity beyond personality.
相似之处超越个性。
Before we get to personality characteristics, let's consider some other ways in which you're probably pretty similar to your friends and spouse. We bet that for the most part, your friends and your spouse are similar to you in characteristics such as age, educational level, religious affiliation, or lack thereof, and ethnic background. Any one of those people may differ from you in some of those ways, but on the whole, you probably have more in common with them, demographically speaking, than with the average person.
在讨论性格特征之前，让我们看看你和你的朋友、伴侣在其他方面可能有多么相似。我们打赌，大多数情况下，你的朋友和伴侣在年龄、教育程度、宗教信仰或无信仰，以及种族背景等方面与你相似。他们中可能有人在某些方面与你有所不同，但总体而言，从人口统计学角度来看，你与他们之间的共同点可能比与一般人更多。
Why is this? One important reason is that when people go to work or school or church or social gatherings, most of the people around them have backgrounds similar to their own. People naturally end up with friends and spouses who share their backgrounds. This happens even if people aren't trying to select social partners who are similar to them.
为什么会这样呢？一个重要的原因是，当人们去工作、上学、教堂或社交聚会时，周围大多数人的背景都与他们自己相似。人们自然而然地会与背景相似的人成为朋友和伴侣，即使人们并没有刻意选择与自己相似的社交伙伴，这种情况也会发生。
But most people are even more similar to their spouses and friends, at least in some ways, than to the average person in their broader social surroundings. One example of this is physical attractiveness. On the whole, spouses are more similar in physical attractiveness than two people picked at random would be. This is true even though we can all think of some couples in which one partner is much more attractive than the other.
但大多数人与配偶和朋友在某些方面，至少在某些方面的相似程度，甚至超过他们更广阔社交环境中的普通人。一个例子就是外貌吸引力。总体而言，夫妻在外貌吸引力上的相似程度要高于随机挑选的两个人。尽管我们都能想到一些夫妻中一方的吸引力明显超过另一方。
Some researchers have studied how it is that romantic partners tend to be similar in physical attractiveness. One study followed more than 120 couples over a period of 9 months and found that any given couple was more likely to break up when the partners were mismatched for physical attractiveness. Point one, moreover, the more attractive partner of a couple had more opposite-sex friends than did the less attractive partner, which suggests that the more attractive partner had more options for alternative partners and hence a stronger incentive for ending the relationship. Apparently, mate selection is something like a competitive marketplace where people tend to end up with partners whose attractiveness is similar to their own. Of course, attractiveness is not the only characteristic that people desire in a mate, so high levels of other characteristics can compensate for lower attractiveness, and vice versa. Still, physical attractiveness is apparently an important part of a person's overall mate value, as perceived by others.
一些研究者探讨了为何情侣在相貌吸引力上往往相似。一项研究追踪了120多对情侣长达9个月，发现当伴侣间相貌匹配度不高时，他们分手的可能性更大。此外，情侣中较有魅力的一方通常拥有更多异性朋友，这表明他们有更多选择其他伴侣的机会，因此更有动力结束当前关系。显然，选择伴侣就像一个竞争性的市场。人们往往倾向于与自己相貌相当的人在一起。当然，吸引力并不是人们在伴侣中唯一看重的特质，其他高度特质可以弥补相貌的不足，反之亦然。尽管如此，相貌吸引力显然在他人眼中构成了一个人整体配偶价值的重要部分。
Physical attractiveness is a characteristic that pretty much everyone desires in a mate. Other things being equal, most people want a mate who is physically attractive. But not all characteristics work this way. For some traits, there is no universally agreed, better direction. And for most of those traits, people prefer a mate who is similar to themselves. Consider religiosity. Religious people want religious mates, and people who aren't religious want mates who aren't religious either. You've probably noticed that hardcore atheists rarely marry religious fundamentalists. Such a marriage would make good material for a television sitcom, but it probably wouldn't work. Researchers consistently find that in most marriages, spouses are similar in their level of religiosity. Point two, and of course, highly religious people prefer highly religious mates of the same religion. Point three.
相貌吸引力是几乎每个人都希望在伴侣身上看到的特质，在其他条件相同的情况下，大多数人希望伴侣相貌出众，但并非所有特质都遵循这种模式。对于某些特征没有普遍认同的更好方向，人们通常倾向于与自己相似的伴侣。以宗教信仰为例，虔诚的人希望找到同样虔诚的伴侣，而不信教的人则倾向于找不信教的伴侣。你可能已经注意到，坚定的无神论者很少与宗教激进主义者结婚。这样的婚姻或许能成为电视情景喜剧的好素材，但实际生活中可能行不通。研究者发现，大多数婚姻中，夫妻双方的宗教虔诚度相似。而且，高度虔诚的人通常更倾向于选择同宗教且同样虔诚的伴侣。
When it comes to the matching of romantic partners, political attitudes are a lot like religious beliefs. People with left-wing attitudes tend to pair off with each other, and so do people with right-wing political attitudes. Couples such as the now separated Maria Shriver and Arnold Schwarzenegger, she a Democrat, he a Republican, are much less common than couples who have similar political orientations. The similarity between spouses for political ideology is almost as strong as for religiosity.
在选择浪漫伴侣时，政治态度很像宗教信仰。倾向于左翼观点的人往往与同类人配对，右翼政治态度的人也是如此。像玛利亚·施莱弗和阿诺·施瓦辛格这样以分道扬镳的夫妻，他支持民主党，他支持共和党，远不如政治立场相似的夫妻常见。夫妻间在政治意识形态上的相似程度几乎与宗教信仰一样强烈。
Box 6-1 Why are spouses similar in beliefs and attitudes?
Box 61为什么夫妻在信仰和态度上相似？
If spouses are similar in their beliefs and attitudes, does this really mean that like-minded people tend to find one another? In other words, does it mean that spouses were similar even before they met? The matching of similar spouses could happen in some other ways. For example, the viewpoints of one or both spouses may tend to converge over the years. Even if people were paired off at random, you might still expect partners to become more alike as the months and years go by. Or perhaps relationships are more likely to break up when the partner's views are just too far apart. Again, even if people were paired off at random, you might still expect the most durable relationships to be those between people who happen to have similar beliefs and attitudes.
如果夫妻在信仰和态度上相似，这是否意味着志同道合的人倾向于找到彼此？换句话说，他们在相遇之前就相似。相似的配偶匹配可能通过其他方式发生，例如，夫妻中一方或双方的观点可能随着时间的推移而趋同。即使随机配对，随着时间的流逝，你可能仍会期望伴侣变得越来越相似，或者当伴侣的观点相差太大时，关系可能更倾向于破裂。同样，即使随机配对，最持久的关系可能还是那些碰巧有相似信念和态度的人之间的关系。
Some research has tested these possibilities. In one study of over 500 couples, the participants completed surveys of religiosity and political attitudes on occasions 17 years apart. For the researchers found that the spouses were just as similar when they were first surveyed as they were many years later. This means that there wasn't any gradual convergence between the spouses as their marriage progressed. Also, the spouses who had divorced or separated, about 1/6 of the sample, were just as similar as the spouses who stayed together. So it wasn't the case that there were lots of ill-fated relationships between partners with opposite viewpoints. Instead, such couples had rarely even formed in the first place. This isn't to say that marriages between partners of strongly opposing attitudes would necessarily work. Probably the reason why there are so few couples of this kind is that people usually rule out such relationships as unworkable before they even get started.
一些研究已经检验了这些可能性。在一项针对500多对夫妇的研究中，参与者在相隔17年的不同时间完成了关于宗教信仰和政治态度的调查。研究人员发现，他们在初次调查时的相似度与多年后一样高。这意味着，随着婚姻的进展，夫妻之间并没有逐渐趋同。此外，已离婚或分居的夫妇约占样本的1/6，与仍然在一起的夫妇一样相似。所以，并不是说有很多因观点对立而注定失败的婚姻，相反，这样的夫妇在一开始就很罕见。这并不是说强烈对立观点的夫妇的婚姻就一定能成功。可能这种类型的夫妇很少的原因是，人们通常在关系开始之前就认为他们无法维持。
Similarity and perceived similarity in friends.
朋友间的相似性和感知相似性。
So much for attitudes. But what about personality? Are spouses similar in personality traits in the sense described in this book? Or do opposites attract? Or is matching completely random? And in case we become too narrowly focused on romantic relationships, what about friends? Do we generally choose friends whose personalities are similar, on balance, to our own? Or do we pick friends who are opposite to us in some aspects of personality, as if we were seeking friends whose personalities would complement our own?
说完态度，我们再来看看性格。夫妻在本书描述的意义上，性格是否相似？还是说异性相吸？或者匹配完全是随机的？而且，为了避免过于关注浪漫关系，我们来看看朋友。我们通常会选择性格总体上与自己相似的朋友吗？还是我们会在某些性格方面选择与我们相反的朋友，仿佛在寻找性格能互补的朋友
？In the early 2000s, we did a series of research projects that gave us a great deal of interesting data on these questions. As mentioned in the previous chapter, we collected lots of personality data from pairs of closely acquainted people, usually pairs of close friends, sometimes boyfriend/girlfriend couples. As you'll recall, we found fairly high correlations between self-reports and observer reports of the 6 personality factors. This meant that the students tended to agree with each other in their independent assessments of each other's personalities.
在21世纪初，我们进行了一系列研究项目，收集了许多关于这些问题的有趣数据。如前一章所述，我们从熟识的2人组，通常是亲密朋友，有时是情侣，那里收集了大量的性格数据。我们发现，自我报告和他人报告的6种性格因素之间有相当高的相关性。这意味着学生们在独立评估彼此的性格时，往往能达成共识。
Eventually, we realized that these data could also be used to examine the topic of similarity in personality between friends or romantic partners. Remember that in these studies, the participants in each pair completed the personality inventory twice, wants to describe their own personality, and wants to describe the other person's personality. Suppose that two friends, Jack and Jill, are participants in our study. First, Jack and Jill each provide self-reports using our personality inventory. Then each provides observer reports of the other person using the same inventory. To find out how much the self-reports on a given trait agree with the observer reports, we simply compare Jack's self-reports with Jill's observer reports about Jack, and vice versa. See Figure 6.1.
最终，我们意识到这些数据也可以用来研究朋友或情侣之间性格的相似性。在这些研究中，每对参与者都要完成2次性格量表，一次描述自己的性格，一次描述对方的性格。假设杰克和吉尔是我们的研究参与者。首先，杰克和吉尔各自使用我们的性格量表进行自我报告，然后他们各自使用相同的量表对对方进行观察报告。为了了解特定特质的自我报告与观察报告的相符程度，我们只需比较杰克的自我报告和吉尔对杰克的观察报告，反之亦然。见图6-1。
But if we want to know how similar our participants are on a given trait, we will instead compare Jack's self-reports and Jill's self-reports. See Figure 6.2. This is the same similarity we were talking about earlier in this chapter, how similar two friends are in a given personality trait. Point 5.
但如果我们想知道参与者在特定特质上的相似程度，我们将比较杰克的自我报告和吉尔的自我报告。见图6-2。这就是本章早些时候讨论的相似性，两个朋友在特定性格特质上的相似程度。
And finally, if we want to know how similar our participants seem to think they are to each other on a given trait, we compare Jack's self-report with Jack's observer report about Jill, and vice versa. These correlations tell us how similar Jack thinks Jill is to him, or how much similarity is implicitly perceived or assumed by Jack. See Figure 6.3. That is, even though we haven't explicitly asked Jack about how similar he and Jill are, these correlations indicate how much his report about Jill's personality resembles his report about his own personality.
最后，如果我们想知道参与者认为他们在某个特质上彼此有多相似，我们会比较杰克的自我报告和他对吉尔的观察报告，反之亦然。这些相关性告诉我们，杰克认为吉尔与他有多相似，或者杰克隐含的感知或假设的相似程度是多少。见图6-3。也就是说，即使我们没有直接询问杰克他和吉尔有多相似，这些相关性也显示出他对吉尔性格的描述与他对自身性格描述的相似程度。
Figure 6. One self/observer agreement.
图6-1自我观察者一致性。
Figure 6. Two similarity.
图6-2相似性。
Figure 6. 3. Perceived similarity.
图6-3感知到的相似性。
We searched the personality literature for any previous investigations on similarity and perceived similarity, but we couldn't find many, and the few that existed hadn't found much similarity in personality between friends, or even between spouses, and hadn't found much assumed or perceived similarity either. So we realized that we could learn something new from our data.
我们在人格心理学文献中搜索了关于相似性和感知相似性的先前研究，但没找到很多，而少数存在的研究也没有发现朋友之间，甚至夫妻之间在人格上有多少相似性，也没有发现多少被假设或感知到的相似性。所以我们意识到，我们的数据可以揭示一些新知识。
When we looked at the correlations between the self-reports of the two friends of each pair, we found that the friends were usually somewhat similar in two of the hexacofactors, H and O. The degree of similarity was only modest. The correlations were about 0.25 for both factors, 0.6, but for the other four factors, there was very little similarity.
当我们分析每对朋友自我报告的相关性时，发现他们在 Hexico 模型中的两个因素 H 和 O 通常有些相似。相似程度适中，两个因素的相关性约为 0.25， 但在其他4个因素上相似性非常小。
What this meant was that the more genuine and unassuming university students, those high in H, tended to find each other as friends, at least at a somewhat higher than chance level, and that the more devious and pretentious university students, those low in H, tended to do the same. Likewise, the more inquisitive and complex university students, those high in O, also tended, somewhat, to attract each other as friends, as did the more conventional and unimaginative university students, those low in O. Maybe this doesn't sound so surprising, but what makes these results so interesting is that for the other four personality factors, this tendency was much weaker. For those other dimensions, it was as if the friend pairs were forming almost at random. 7.
这意味着更真诚、谦逊的大学生 H 值高，倾向于互相成为朋友，至少在某种程度上超过随机概率；而更狡猾、做作的大学生 H 值低也是如此。同样，好奇心强、思维复杂的大学生 O 值高，也倾向于相互吸引成为朋友，就像那些传统、缺乏想象力的大学生 O 值低一样。这可能听起来并不令人惊讶，但这些结果有趣之处在于，对于其他4个性格因素，这种倾向要弱得多。在这些维度上，朋友之间的形成几乎像是随机的。
The results were even more striking when we examined the amount of perceived similarity between friends by checking the correlations between people's self-reports and their observer reports about their friends. People perceive their friends as being quite similar to them in the H and O factors, with correlations around 0.40, a bit higher for H and a bit lower for O. In other words, the perceived similarity between friends for H and O was even greater than the actual similarity. But for the other four factors, there was no such perceived similarity.
当我们通过比较人们的自我报告和他们对朋友的观察报告来研究朋友之间的感知相似性时，结果更为显著。人们认为他们的朋友在 H 和 O 因素上与他们非常相似，相关性约为 0.40， H 稍高 O 稍低。换句话说，朋友之间在 H 和 O 上的感知相似性甚至超过了实际的相似性，但在其他4个因素上没有这种感知的相似性。
Putting these two sets of findings together, we can say that friends are somewhat similar in their levels of H and O, but not as similar as they apparently think they are. To some extent, friends are correct in perceiving some similarity between themselves and the H and O factors. But they also tend to perceive more similarity than there really is. And for the other four factors, the friends, on average, are neither similar nor opposite, nor do they see each other as similar or opposite.
将这2组研究结果结合起来，我们可以得出结论：朋友们在 H 和 O 这2个维度上的确有些相似，但并没有他们自己认为的那么相似。在一定程度上，朋友们正确地察觉到了自己在 H 和 O 因素上的一些相似性，但他们也倾向于夸大这种相似性。而对于另外4个因素，朋友们平均而言既不相似也不相反，他们也没有将对方视为相似或相反。
Personality, values, and relationships.
个性、价值观与关系。
These findings still left us with a question: why these two factors? Why should friends be similar and perceive themselves to be even more similar on these two aspects of personality and only on these two? A couple of years later, we had some ideas and a good opportunity to test them. With our graduate students, Julie Posabon and Beth Visser, we began a study of people's personal values in relation to the Hexaco personality factors. Personal values is one of the few topics in psychology that can be said to be uniquely human. Researchers can study learning, or perception, or motivation, or intelligence, or even personality in many other non-human animals. For example, there are many scientific reports about personality traits for such animals as chimpanzees, dogs, various kinds of fish and birds, and octopuses. Apparently, the personality traits of individuals in those kinds of animals can be measured reliably. Furthermore, the differences between individuals are stable across time and are genetically inherited. By contrast, humans seem to be the only animals to have values, ideals about which goals ought to matter in life. By investigating values, we would be able to test our ideas about why some personality traits exhibit similarity and perceived similarity between friends.
这些发现仍留下一个问题：为什么是这2个因素？为什么朋友们在个性的这2个方面，并且只在这2个方面相似，并且认为自己更相似？几年后，我们有了些想法，并有了检验他们的好机会。与研究生朱莉、波泽邦和贝斯·维瑟一起，我们开始了一项关于人们个人价值观与 Hexaco 性格因素关系的研究。个人价值观是心理学中少数可以称为人类独有的主题之一。研究者可以在许多非人类动物身上研究学习、感知、动机、智力，甚至性格。例如，有很多科学报告关于黑猩猩、狗、各种鱼类和鸟类，甚至章鱼的性格特征。显然， 这些动物个体的性格特质可以可靠的测量，而且个体之间的差异在时间上是稳定的，由基因遗传。相比之下，人类似乎是唯一拥有价值观的动物，关于生活中哪些目标应该重要的理想。通过研究价值观，我们将能够测试我们关于为什么某些性格特质在朋友之间表现出相似性和感知相似性的想法。
What are the main differences among people in their personal values? Researchers have found two broad dimensions. The first factor represents the relative importance one places on individuality and novelty as opposed to conformity and tradition. The second represents the relative importance one places on equality and the welfare of others as opposed to one's own power, wealth, and success. Point 8. In other words, there are two main ways in which people can differ from one another in their values. One way is that some people prefer independence and change, whereas others want to respect authority and preserve tradition. The other is that some people emphasize caring and sharing, whereas others are concerned only with their own gain.
人们在个人价值观上的主要差异是什么？研究者发现有两个主要方面。第一个因素代表了个人对个性和新奇与遵从和传统的相对重视程度。第二个因素代表了个人对平等和他人福祉与自身权利、财富和成功的相对重视程度。换句话说，人们在价值观上的主要差异体现在两个方面。一方面，有些人倾向于独立和变革，而另一些人则希望尊重权威、维护传统。另一方面，有些人强调关怀和分享，而另一些人只关心自身的利益。
You can probably predict how these two dimensions of values were related to the major dimensions of personality. The first was related to the O factor, the second to the H factor. Apparently, people's values are a function of their personalities, but mainly just these two aspects of personality, as the relations with the other four personality factors were weak. So we had finally found an important feature shared by H and O but not by the other four hexaco factors. The H and O factors, much more than the others, underlie our choices regarding which goals are worth pursuing throughout one's life.
你可能预测这两个价值观维度与人格主要维度的关系，第一个与 O 因素相关，第二个与 H 因素相关。显然，人们的价值观取决于他们的性格，但主要是这两个性格方面与其他四个 hexaco 因素的关系较弱。因此，我们最终找到了 H 和 O 共有的，但其他四个因素不具备的重要特征。H 和 O 因素在很大程度上决定了我们对一生中追求目标的选择。
But if the link with values is what explains why friends are similar and see themselves as similar in H and O, we should also find similarity and perceived similarity for the values dimensions. We checked this out, and sure enough, the pattern of similarity and perceived similarity for the value dimensions was the same as we had found for the H and O factors. People prefer to associate with those who have similar values, and this is probably because these values are so important to one's sense of identity. We define ourselves, in part, in terms of how we think people should relate to one another and to the broader society. Because our personal value system is an important part of who we are, it's an important element in forming our friendships and romantic relationships. Point 9.
但如果价值观的关联解释了为什么朋友在 H 和 O 方面相似，并且认为自己相似，那么我们也应该在价值观维度上发现相似性和感知到的相似性。我们检查了这一点，果然，价值观维度上的相似性和感知相似性的模式与 H 和 O 因素中发现的相同。人们倾向于与价值观相似的人交往，这可能是因为这些价值观对个人身份感至关重要。我们在一定程度上是根据我们认为人们应该如何相互对待以及与更广泛社会的关系来定义自己的。因为个人的价值观是我们身份的重要组成部分，所以它是形成友谊和浪漫关系的重要因素。
We're not saying that most people consciously decide to start or to continue their relationships by thinking, well, this person appears to have values similar to mine, therefore I will choose this person as my friend. Not many people operate in this way. Our point instead is that people simply find that they like each other better when they're on the same wavelength about the things that matter in life, even though they don't necessarily realize that this is influencing their liking for each other.
我们并不是说大多数人在决定开始或维持关系时会自觉地思考，这个人似乎有与我相似的价值观，所以我选择这个人作为朋友。很少有人这样运作。我们的观点是，人们只是发现自己在生活中的重要事情上观点一致时，会更喜欢彼此， 尽管他们可能并未意识到这在影响他们对彼此的好感。
This explanation also fits neatly with another finding about perceived similarity. People should see their friends or romantic partners as similar to themselves, because those are close, meaningful relationships. In contrast, people shouldn't see so much similarity in other people, say, coworkers or classmates or neighbors, with whom they are fairly well acquainted but not particularly close. And people shouldn't see much similarity either in people whose personalities they can observe but with whom there isn't any relationship at all, such as fictional characters. We tested these ideas out in a couple of studies. In the first, we found that the level of perceived similarity in H and O was much lower for coworkers and classmates and neighbors than for close friends and romantic partners. In the second, we found that there was no perceived similarity at all when we asked our participants to report on the personalities of two familiar television characters, specifically Ross and Rachel from Friends, a popular U.S. sitcom of the 2000s.
这一解释也与关于感知相似性的另一个发现相吻合。人们应该认为他们的朋友或浪漫伴侣与自己相似，因为这些都是亲密而有意义的关系。相比之下，人们不应该在其他人身上看到太多相似性，比如同事、同学或邻居，他们彼此相当熟悉，但并不特别亲近。同样，人们也不应该在那些他们可以观察到性格，但没有任何关系的人身上看到太多相似性，比如虚构的角色。我们在几项研究中测试了这些想法。在第一项研究中，我们发现同事、同学和邻居之间的 H 和 O 的感知相似度远低于亲密朋友和浪漫伴侣。在第二项研究中，当我们让参与者报告两个熟悉的电视角色，具体来说是2000年代美国流行情景喜剧《老友记》中的罗斯和瑞秋的性格时，发现根本不存在感知相似性。
All of these results have an interesting practical implication. According to an old Korean saying, we should look at the friends to learn about the person. Our results suggest that this proverb is true if we mean the H and O factors of personality and the values associated with those factors. We could probably get a fairly good idea of a person's levels of H and O by averaging that person's closest friends' levels of each factor 0.10, and we could get an even more accurate idea by averaging the levels of H and O that the person attributes to his or her friends.
所有这些结果都有一个有趣的实际含义。根据一句古老的韩国谚语，我们应该通过看朋友来了解一个人。我们的研究结果表明，这句谚语是正确的。如果我们指的是性格的 H 和 O 因素，以及与这些因素相关的价值观，我们可能通过平均一个人最亲近朋友的每个因素水平，大致了解一个人的 H 和 O 水平。而且，通过平均一个人对他或他朋友的 H 和 O 水平的评价，我们可以得到更准确的了解。
The links between personality and values help us understand why friends tend to be similar and to perceive each other as similar in the H and O factors of personality. Those results also open the door to a couple of other domains in which the H and O factors are implicated: politics and religion. These are the topics of the next two chapters.
性格和价值观之间的联系帮助我们理解为什么朋友在 H 和 O 性格因素上往往相似，并且彼此认为相似。这些结果也为 H 和 O 因素涉及的其他两个领域，政治和宗教，打开了大门。这些是接下来2章的主题。
7. Politics.
7. 政治。
People often say that if you want to get along well with others, you should avoid discussing religion and politics. They say that when you're meeting your new boss, or your new neighbors, or your future in-laws, it's better not to start declaring all your opinions about religious and political matters. You're bound to differ with them on some questions, and those disagreements could lead to a lot of ill feeling.
人们常说，想要与人和睦相处，就应避免谈论宗教和政治。他们认为，当你遇见新老板、新邻居或是未来姻亲时，最好别急着发表你对宗教和政治问题的所有看法。毕竟，你们在某些问题上肯定会有分歧，而这些分歧可能导致很多不愉快。
That is probably good advice. Many people take political and religious questions very seriously. Even when people don't have any personal stake in an issue, they can still have passionate opinions about it. By contrast, people are much less impassioned about factual matters that don't have any obvious political or religious implications. For example, it took more than 30 years for Richard Dawkins's seminal science book, The Selfish Gene, to sell 1 million copies, whereas it took only 2 years for the same author's anti-religious book, The God Delusion, to reach the million mark. Likewise, the American linguistic scholar Noam Chomsky is far more famous for his criticisms of U.S. foreign policy than for his groundbreaking scientific work on language acquisition.
这可能是明智的建议。许多人对政治和宗教问题非常认真，即使他们对某个问题没有切身利益，也可能持有强烈的观点。相比之下，人们对于那些没有明显政治或宗教含义的事实性问题热情要低得多。例如，理查德·道金斯的科学巨著《自私的基因》售出100万本，花了超过30年，而他的反宗教著作《上帝错觉》达到这个数字只用了2年。同样，美国语言学家诺姆·乔姆斯基因批评美国外交政策，而远比他在语言习得领域的开创性科学工作更为人所知。
Why do so many of us care so much about political and religious matters? The most likely answer is that political and religious attitudes reflect our basic values, our ideas about how to live, and how to relate to other people and to the world. Because these values are so central to our sense of who we are, it's satisfying when people agree with our attitudes, and it's disconcerting when they don't point one when people choose partners of any kind. They gravitate toward those who share their political and religious attitudes. For example, as we mentioned at the beginning of the previous chapter, spouses tend to be very similar, on average, in their political and religious views.
为什么我们中有这么多人对政治和宗教问题如此关心？最可能的答案是，政治和宗教态度反映了我们的核心价值观，关于我们如何生活、如何与他人和世界相处的理念。因为这些价值观对我们自我认同至关重要，所以当别人赞同我们的态度时，我们会感到满足。而当他们不赞同时，我们会感到困扰。人们在选择任何类型的伴侣时，往往会倾向于那些政治和宗教观念相似的人。例如上一章开头所述，夫妻在政治和宗教观点上平均来说通常非常相似。
In the previous chapter, we explained how the major factors of personality, particularly H and O, underlie the two main trade-offs in people's value systems. In this chapter, we discuss the role of personality in shaping our political attitudes.
在上一章中，我们解释了性格的主要因素，尤其是 H 和 O 如何影响人们价值观中的2大权衡。在本章中，我们将探讨性格如何塑造我们的政治态度。
Right-wing authoritarianism, RWA, and social dominance orientation, SDO.
右翼权威主义 RWA 与社会支配取向 SDO。
Researchers who study political attitudes have found that people's attitudes can be predicted very well by just 2 variables. Those variables are called right-wing authoritarianism, RWA, and social dominance orientation, SDO. Both are assessed by self-report scales. To give you an idea of what these scales measure, we've listed some of the items on each scale in Table 7. 1.
研究政治态度的学者发现，人们的观点可以通过2个变量来很好的预测。这2个变量被称为右翼权威主义 RWA 和社会支配取向 SDO， 两者都通过自我报告量表进行评估。为了让你了解这些量表衡量的内容，我们在表 7-1 中列出了一些量表上的项目。
First, let's consider RWA, which was developed by Bob Altmaier. 2 People who have high levels of RWA show 3 related tendencies. They conform to conventional norms, they obey the established authorities, and they support aggression by those authorities against people who don't conform or who don't obey. In short, higher WA people tend to disapprove of people and ideas that challenge the accepted beliefs and structure of society. In the 16th century, they would have disliked the heliocentric theory of Copernicus. In the 19th century, they would have disliked Darwin's theory of evolution. Come to think of it, many of them still do. High RWA people in North America today have a predictable pattern of views on political issues. Many of them oppose the legalization of, among other things, abortion and doctor-assisted suicide, as well as same-sex marriage and recreational drugs.
首先考虑由鲍勃·阿尔特迈耶开发的 RWA。高 RWA 的人表现出3种相关倾向。他们遵循传统规范，服从既定权威，并支持这些权威对不遵守规范或不服从的人采取的攻击行为。简而言之，高 RWA 的人往往不认同挑战社会公认信仰和结构的人和思想。 在16世纪，他们会反对哥白尼的日心说；在19世纪，他们会反对达尔文的进化论。说起来，现在仍有许多人如此。当今北美的高 RWA 人群在政治问题上有可预见的观点模式，他们中许多人反对除其他外，堕胎和医生协助自杀的合法化，以及同性婚姻和娱乐性药物的合法化。
Table 7. One example items from the right-wing authoritarianism and social dominance orientation scales.
表7-1右翼权威主义和社会支配取向量表的示例项目。
Right-wing authoritarianism, RWA.
右翼权威主义 RWA。
Everyone should have their own lifestyle, religious beliefs, and sexual preferences, even if it makes them different from everyone else. R.
每个人都有权拥有自己的生活方式、宗教信仰和性取向，即使这使他们与众不同。2.
The only way our country can get through the crisis ahead is to get back to our traditional values, put some tough leaders in power, and silence the troublemakers spreading bad ideas.
我们国家要度过眼前的危机，唯一的办法就是回归传统价值观，让强硬的领导人掌权，压制那些散播不良思想的捣乱者。
The facts on crime, sexual immorality, and the recent public disorders all show that we have to crack down harder on deviant groups and troublemakers if we are going to save our moral standards and preserve law and order.
犯罪事实、性道德的沦丧以及最近的公共混乱事件都表明，我们必须更严厉地打击越轨群体和捣乱者，以挽救我们的道德标准，维护法律和秩序。
The established authorities generally turn out to be right about things, while the radicals and protesters are usually just loudmouths showing off their ignorance.
权威机构通常在事情上是正确的，而激进分子和抗议者往往只是哗众取宠的无知者。
Our country needs free thinkers who have the courage to defy traditional ways, even if this upsets many people. R.
我们的国家需要有敢于挑战传统，即使会冒犯众人的独立思考者。2.
Social dominance orientation, SDO.
社会支配取向 SDO。
Some groups of people are simply inferior to others.
有些群体本质上就是比其他群体低劣。
To get ahead in life, it is sometimes necessary to step on other groups.
在生活中取得成功，有时需要踩着其他群体往上走。
Sometimes other groups must be kept in their place.
有时必须让其他群体保持在他们的位置上。
We should do what we can to equalize conditions for different groups. R.
我们应该尽力让不同群体的条件平等。2.
All groups should be given an equal chance in life. R.
所有群体在生活中都应该有平等的机会。2.
Note, R indicates a reverse-keyed statement, meaning that disagreement contributes to higher scores on the scale. RWA items from Altemeyer, 1981, 1996, SDO items from Prado et al., 1994.
注意，2表示反向渐入的陈述，意味着不同意会在这项量表上获得更高分数。RWA 项目来自 Altemeyer 1981、1996 SDO 项目来自 Prado 等人 1994。
Next, let's consider SDO, which was developed by Felicia Prado and Jim Sidanius. 3 People who are high in SDO generally want some groups of people, presumably their own, to have higher status and greater wealth and power than other groups. In other words, they prefer hierarchy to equality, both within and between societies. In the 19th century, they would have opposed the abolition of serfdom or slavery, unless, of course, they themselves were serfs or slaves. In the early 20th century, they would have opposed workplace safety laws. High SDO people in North America today generally oppose state-run social welfare systems as well as public funding for health care and for higher education, and they generally oppose assistance for foreign countries and for other ethnic groups.
接下来考虑 SDO， 这是由 Felicia Prado 和 Jim Sidanius 开发的。高 SDO 的人通常希望某些群体，可能是他们自己所在的群体，拥有比其他群体更高的地位、财富和权利。换句话说，他们更偏好等级制度而非平等，无论是在社会内部还是不同社会之间。在19世纪，他们会反对废除农奴制或奴隶制，除非他们自己是农奴或奴隶。在20世纪初，他们会反对工作场所安全法规。 如今，北美的高 SDO 人群通常反对国家运营的社会福利体系，反对公共资金用于医疗保健和高等教育，也反对援助外国和其他民族群体。
RWA and SDO aren't strongly related to each other, but both are strongly related to political orientation. When people are asked to place themselves on a scale from left-wing to right-wing, or from liberal to conservative, left-wing or liberal people are likely to score low in both RWA and SDO. And the right-wing or conservative people are likely to score high in both. Point 4. It's not surprising that the RWA scale predicts how right-wing someone is, but the SDO scale predicts this almost as strongly. For example, one large-scale study of U.S. citizens found that people's self-placement on a scale from liberal to conservative correlated over 0.50 with RWA and about 0.40 with SDO. Again, what makes this finding especially interesting is that RWA and SDO are not so strongly related to each other. In this particular study, the correlation was a little more than 0.30.5.
RWA 和 SDO 之间关联不强，但它们都与政治倾向有紧密联系。当人们被要求在左翼到右翼或自由派到保守派的尺度上定位自己时，左翼或自由派人士在 RWA 和 SDO 上的得分通常较低，而右翼或保守派人士在这两个方面的得分通常较高。研究发现 ，RWA 量表能预测一个人的政治右倾程度并不奇怪，但 SDO 量表也能几乎同样强烈地预测这一点。例如，一项针对美国公民的大型研究发现，人们在自由派到保守派尺度上的自我定位与 RWA 的相关性超过 0.50， 与 SDO 的相关性约为 0.40。有趣的是， RWA 和 SDO 之间的关联并不强，在这项特定研究中，它们的相关性略高于 0.30。
We realize that the above results place politically conservative persons in a somewhat unfavorable light. But we should note that some people who hold conservative views are not particularly high in RWA or in SDO. Moreover, some of the correlates of political conservatism are more desirable. Conservatives tend to be slightly happier than liberals and to be slightly more satisfied with life. They also tend to have a somewhat greater sense of personal control and personal responsibility. Point 6.
我们意识到上述结果可能使政治保守人士处于某种程度的不利地位。但需要注意的是，有些持保守观点的人在 RWA 或 SDO 上并不特别高。此外，政治保守主义的一些关联特征更可取，保守派往往比自由派稍微更快乐，对生活满意度稍高，他们也往往有更强的个人控制感和责任感。
Besides being related to people's general political orientations, RWA and SDO predict a variety of more specific attitudes. Point 7, for example, both are associated with blind patriotism, my country right or wrong, and with support for the war. Which war? The current one. Note, however, that RWA and SDO are associated with different reasons for supporting wars. High RWA persons see the world as a dangerous place in which enemies threaten the values and safety of one's people, whereas high SDO persons see the world as a competitive place in which enemies must be defeated for the sake of the status, power, and wealth of one's people.
除了与人们的一般政治倾向有关， RWA 和 SDO 还预示着各种更具体的态度。例如，两者都与盲目爱国主义、我的国家、对或错和对战争的支持相关联。哪场战争？当前的那场，但请注意 ，RWA 和 SDO 与支持战争的不同理由有关。高 RWA 的人认为世界是一个充满危险的地方，敌人威胁着人民的价值观和安全，而高 SDO 的人则认为世界是一个竞争激烈的地方，必须击败敌人以维护人民的地位、权利和财富。
In addition, RWA and SDO are both associated with dislike of minority ethnic groups, of gays and lesbians, and of women's rights. The combination of RWA and SDO can predict those attitudes very well, considerably better than either variable on its own. Point 8. Altmaier has put it this way: if there were a prejudice Olympics, the gold medal would go to people who are high in both RWA and SDO, the double highs, as he calls them, and people high in SDO only or high in RWA only would win the silver and bronze, respectively. People low in both would finish out of the medals, but we think they'd be happy just to have met so many wonderful people from all over the world.
此外， RWA 和 SDO 都与对少数民族、同性恋和女权的反感有关。 RWA 和 SDO 的组合能很好地预测这些态度，比单个变量的表现要好得多。L.T. Meyer 曾这样表述：如果有个偏见奥运会金牌将属于 RWA 和 SDO 都高的人，他称之为双重高，而仅 SDO 高或仅 RWA 高的人将分别获得银牌和铜牌。两者都低的人可能无缘奖牌，但我们认为他们能与来自世界各地的这么多优秀人士相识，就已经很开心了。
O and right-wing authoritarianism.
O 和右翼权威主义。
How do RWA and SDO relate to the major dimensions of personality? First, as you'd probably expect, RWA is related to low levels of the O factor. This means that people who are more socially conservative, who favor the conventional social structure and conventional norms, tend to be lower in O. As we explained in Chapter 3, high O people don't mind things that are new and unusual, so they're more likely to try eating strange foods or visiting faraway countries or using new technologies. And high O people especially like new and unusual ideas, perhaps too much, in some cases, so they aren't strongly tied to conventional notions of how society should be structured.
RWA 与 SDO 与人格的主要维度有何关系？首先，正如你可能预料的那样， RWA 与 O 因素的低水平相关。这意味着，社会观念较为保守的人，倾向于传统社会结构和常规规范的人，往往在 O 因素上得分较低。如第3章所述，高 O 的人不介意新奇和不寻常的事物，所以他们更可能尝试吃奇特的食物，去遥远的国家旅行或使用新技术。高 O 的人特别喜欢新奇和不寻常的想法，有时可能过于热衷，因此他们不太受传统社会应该如何构建的观念束缚。
The link between the O factor and low RWA is moderately strong, but it's far from perfect. You can probably think of some low O people who don't have socially conservative views and some high O people who do. You could probably find some of the latter in the Vatican and some of the former in Las Vegas. And even though people with higher levels of O have a predisposition to favor social change, there are many other variables that can influence one's political perspective. For example, a high O person who visits some extremely chaotic country might conclude that traditional values are needed to maintain a functioning society even though his or her personal taste is for greater individual freedom. Nevertheless, the point is that lower levels of O usually go along with higher levels of social conservatism.
O 因素与低 RWA 之间的联系相当强，但远非完美。你可能能想到一些低 O 的人并不持有社会保守观点，也有一些高 O 的人持有这种观点。你可能会在梵蒂冈找到后者，在拉斯维加斯找到前者。尽管高 O 的人倾向于支持社会变革，但影响一个人政治观点的变量还有很多。例如，一个高 O 的人访问了一个极度混乱的国家后，可能会认为需要传统价值观来维持一个运作良好的社会，尽管他或他个人倾向于更大的个人自由。尽管如此，关键点是较低的 O 水平通常伴随着较高的社会保守程度。
One interesting twist on this trend is that the link between O and political attitudes gets stronger as people get older. Among people in their late teens and 20s, lower O is only weakly related to social conservatism. Among middle-aged people, this link is much stronger. It's as if one's level of O exerts a stronger influence on one's political thinking as one gets older. Low O people gravitate towards socially conservative positions, and high O people drift away from those positions.
这一趋势的一个有趣转折是，随着年龄的增长 ，O 因素与政治态度的联系变得更紧密。在10几岁和20几岁的人群中，低 O 与社会保守主义的关联较弱，而在中年人群中，这种联系要强得多。仿佛随着年龄的增长 ，O 水平对一个人的政治思考产生了更大的影响。低 O 的人倾向于社会保守立场，而高 O 的人则逐渐远离这些立场。
In one of our research projects, 9, we studied personality and political attitudes in 3 countries: Canada, South Korea, and the United States. Our hypothesis was that in all 3 countries, RWA should be more strongly related to O than to any of the other personality factors. The results supported this hypothesis, but the links between RWA and O weren't the same across the 3 countries. In our Korean and Canadian samples, the correlation between O and RWA was modest, about 0.20. In the US sample, the correlation was much stronger, about 0.50. This was a pretty big difference, And it's all the more striking given that it can't be explained by cultural differences. The USA is culturally much more similar to Canada than to Korea.
在我们的一个研究项目中，我们研究了3个国家：加拿大、韩国和美国的人格与政治态度之间的关系。我们假设在所有这3个国家中 ，RWA 右翼权威主义应该与 O 开放性的关联性比与其他任何人格因素更强。结果支持了这一假设，但 RWA 与 O 之间的联系在3个国家中并不相同。在韩国和加拿大的样本中 ，O 与 RWA 的相关性适中，约 0.20， 而在美国样本中，相关性要强得多，约 0.50。这是一个相当大的差异，尤其考虑到这不能用文化差异来解释。美国在文化上与加拿大比与韩国更为相似。
But there was an important difference between our US participants and our participants from Canada and Korea. The US participants were much older. All of them were middle-aged adults, most of them university graduates, and their average age was over 50. By contrast, our Canadian and Korean participants were university students whose average age was around 20. So, the difference between the US results and the Korean and Canadian results suggests that as people get older, their levels of O have stronger effects on their social conservatism.
然而，美国参与者与加拿大和韩国参与者之间存在一个重要差异：美国参与者年龄大得多，他们都是中年成年人，大多数是大学毕业生，平均年龄超过50岁。相比之下，加拿大的和韩国的参与者是大学生，平均年龄在20岁左右。因此，美国的结果与韩国和加拿大的结果之间的差异表明，随着人们年龄的增长，他们的开放性水平对社会保守主义的影响会增强。
Why would the link between low O and RWA become stronger after young adulthood? We can get some hints from research in behavior genetics, which examines how the differences between people can be explained by their different genes and their different environments. See box 3-3. According to this research, differences among adolescents or young adults in political and religious views are due in large part to differences among the households in which they were raised. Point 10 in other words. Parents' attitudes have a big influence on the level of social conservatism of their adolescent and young adult children.
为什么低开放性与 RWA 之间的联系在成年后期会变得更强烈？我们可以从行为遗传学的研究中得到一些线索。这门学科研究人们之间的差异如何由他们的不同基因和不同环境来解释。见况3-3。根据这项研究，青少年或年轻成年人的政治和宗教观点差异在很大程度上归因于他们成长的家庭环境的差异。换句话说，父母的态度对他们的青少年和年轻成年子女的社会保守程度有很大影响。
After young adulthood, however, the influence of parents' attitudes becomes weaker and genetic influences become stronger. Apparently, what happens is that from young adulthood on, people's religious and political views become less strongly influenced by those of the parents who raised them. Instead, adults gradually develop attitudes that are more consistent with their personality characteristics that have a genetic basis. In the case of socially conservative views, this largely means that the O factor exerts a stronger effect after young adulthood. Consider an 18-year-old who shares the socially conservative views of his or her parents. If that 18-year-old is high in O, he or she is likely to become lower in RWA during later adulthood. If low in O, he or she will probably maintain the parents' conservative views.
然而，进入成年后，父母的态度影响减弱，基因影响增强。显然，从成年早期开始，人们的宗教和政治观点不再那么受抚养他们长大的父母影响。相反，成年人会逐渐形成与他们性格特征更一致的态度，这些特征具有遗传基础。对于保守的社会观点来说，这主要意味着 O 因素在成年后期的影响更大。设想一个18岁的年轻人与父母持有相同的社会保守观点。如果这个18岁的年轻人 O 值高，那么在成年后期他或她可能会降低 RWA 值；如果 O 值低，他或她可能会保持父母的保守观点。
The link between RWA and low O explains some interesting facts that you've probably already noticed in everyday life. One such fact is that academics and artists tend to be left-wing in their political orientation. Consider academics, specifically, university professors. One large survey found that 44% of U.S. university professors described themselves as liberal and only 9% as conservative. The other 47% were moderate. In contrast, a large survey of the general U.S. public found that only 22% were liberals, whereas 35% were conservatives, with the other 43% moderates. Point 11.
RWA 与 DO 的关联解释了日常生活中你可能已经注意到的一些有趣现象。其中之一是学者和艺术家在政治倾向上往往偏左翼。以学者为例，特别是大学教授，一项大型调查显示，44%的美国大学教授自认为是自由派，只有9%是保守派，其余47%是中立派。相比之下，一项针对美国公众的大型调查显示，只有22%的人是自由派，而35%是保守派，其余43%是中立派。
How does the O factor explain the left-wing political views of professors? People high in O tend to be intellectually curious, and such curiosity is perhaps the defining trait of the typical professor. At the same time, as we saw above, high O underlies socially liberal attitudes, including rejection of traditional religiosity. Thus, it's not surprising that professors would be politically liberal.
O 因素如何解释教授的左翼政治观点呢？ O 值高的人往往具有求知欲，而这种好奇心可能是典型教授的标志性特征。同时，如上所述，高 O 值是社会自由态度的基础，包括对传统宗教的排斥。因此，教授政治上偏自由派并不令人意外。
One way to view the role of O is by examining differences between academic disciplines regarding how left-wing their professors are. First of all, the most left-wing disciplines are generally those within the humanities and social sciences, such as sociology, English literature, and philosophy. 12 People who are interested in these areas of knowledge tend to be very high in O. 13 Also, within any given area of knowledge, the more left-wing professors are usually found in the more theoretical or pure disciplines, and the more right-wing professors in the more practical or applied disciplines. For example, professors in economics are more liberal than those in banking and finance. Professors in physics are more liberal than those in engineering, and professors in biology are more liberal than those in medicine. In these cases, it's likely that high levels of O have attracted some persons to the theoretical disciplines, and that those same high levels of O also favor a left-wing political orientation.
观察 O 的角色的一个方法是看不同学术领域中教授的政治倾向性差异。首先，最倾向于左翼的学科通常是人文学科和社会科学，比如社会学、英国文学和哲学。这些知识领域吸引的人往往具有很高的 O 特质。此外，在任何知识领域内，理论或纯学术方向的教授往往更左翼，而实践或应用方向的教授则更右翼。例如，经济学教授比银行和金融学教授更自由派，物理学教授比工程学教授更自由派，生物学教授比医学教授更自由派。在这种情况下，高 O 特质可能吸引了一些人进入理论学科，而高 O 特质也可能倾向于左翼政治取向。
Like professors, artists tend to be very left-wing in their political orientation. And among professors, those who teach in the fine or performing arts are among the most left-wing, rivaling even the sociologists. 14 is with professors, the left-wing tendencies of artists can be understood in terms of the O factor. Artists tend to be very high in the traits that define O, such as aesthetic appreciation, creativity, curiosity, and unconventionality. And these same traits are together related to socially liberal attitudes and to the rejection of traditional religiosity. Of course, some low O people have some talent for painting or sculpting or for playing a musical instrument. But being an artist, creating a work of art for the sake of evoking emotions and ideas, is inherently a high O endeavor. For this reason, highly original works of art rarely emphasize conservative values. And most famous artists, from Pablo Picasso to Charlie Chaplin, have been left-wing in their political views.
艺术家在政治倾向上通常也十分左翼，而在教授中，教授艺术或表演艺术的那些人可能是最左翼的，甚至可以与社会学家相提并论。这与教授的情况相似，艺术家的左翼倾向也可以用 O 因素来解释。艺术家往往在定义 O 的特质上得分很高，比如审美鉴赏力、创造力、好奇心和非传统性，而这些特质与社会自由主义态度和对传统宗教的排斥有关。当然， 有些低欧值的人可能在绘画、雕塑或演奏乐器方面有些天赋，但成为一名艺术家，为了唤起情感和思想而创造艺术作品，本质上是一项高欧的追求。因此，极具原创性的艺术作品很少强调保守价值观，而大多数著名艺术家，从巴勃罗·毕加索到查理·卓别林，他们的政治观点都是左翼的。
The O factor also explains some other characteristics of left-wing and right-wing people. For example, one group of researchers wondered whether people's political views could be inferred from the kinds of possessions they kept in their living spaces. Point 15. The researchers went to a university dormitory and, with the students' permission, carefully inspected the students' rooms, counting various kinds of objects. When the researchers examined the rooms, they didn't yet know the political views of the students. But they asked those students in a separate survey to place themselves on a scale running from liberal to conservative. This study was done in the United States, so liberal and conservative mean left-wing and right-wing.
欧因素还解释了左翼和右翼人士的一些其他特征，例如，一组研究人员想知道人们的政治观点是否可以从他们居住空间中的物品类型推断出来。研究人员前往大学宿舍，在学生同意的情况下，仔细检查了他们的房间，清点了各种物品。当研究人员检查房间时，他们还不知道学生的政治观点，但他们在另一项调查中请这些学生将自己定位在从自由派到保守派的尺度上。这项研究在美国进行，因此自由派和保守派意味着左翼和右翼。
The researchers found that the more liberal students' rooms had more books and music CDs, as well as a wider variety of books and music CDs, than did the more conservative students' rooms. The liberal students also had more movie tickets and travel tickets. Notice that the everyday possessions in liberal students' rooms suggest wide intellectual and artistic interests, expressions of high O. By contrast, the more conservative students' rooms had more flags, especially U.S. flags, and more sports-related decor than did the more liberal students' rooms, which suggested a more conventional orientation. The conservative students also had more event calendars, postage stamps, string and thread, and ironing boards and irons, possessions suggesting orderliness and planning ahead. This latter result is consistent with other findings of a modest link between the C factor and political orientation, which we'll discuss later on.
研究人员发现，较为自由派的学生房间里有更多的书籍和音乐 CD， 而且种类也更丰富。相比而言，较为保守派的学生则不然。自由派学生的电影票和旅行票也更多。请注意，自由派学生房间里的日常物品显示出广泛的智力和艺术兴趣，这是高欧值的表现。相反，较为保守的学生房间里有更多的旗帜，尤其是美国国旗和与体育相关的装饰，这表明他们更倾向于传统。保守派学生还有更多的日历、邮票、线和线轴，以及熨衣板和熨斗，这些物品暗示了条理性和前瞻性规划。这一结果与其他研究发现的 C 因素与政治倾向之间存在适度关联相一致，我们稍后会讨论这个问题。
Box 7-1 Political orientation, sexual orientation, and the O factor.
况7-1政治倾向、性取向与 O 因素。
Political orientation is related to sexual orientation. For example, in the 2008 U.S. elections, 80% of gay, lesbian, or bisexual voters supported Democratic Party candidates for the House of Representatives. Only 19% supported Republican Party candidates. The corresponding numbers for heterosexual voters were 53% and 44%. 16. One likely reason for this pattern is that the Democrats are viewed as much more supportive of gay and lesbian rights than are the Republicans. But even in the absence of these important policy differences, it's likely that most gay and lesbian voters would still favor left-wing over right-wing parties. On average, gay men and lesbians have higher levels of the O factor than do heterosexual men and women. 17. The difference isn't huge, and even among persons very high in O, the large majority are heterosexual. Still, gay men and lesbians are overrepresented among high O persons, especially among people in the arts. 18. Because higher levels of the O factor are strongly associated with preferences for the political left. Most gay and lesbian voters would favor left-wing parties even when matters of sexual orientation are not among the election issues.
政治倾向与性取向有关。例如，在2008年的美国大选中，80%的同性恋、 双性恋或跨性别人士投票支持民主党众议院候选人，而只有19%的人支持共和党候选人。对于异性恋选民，这两个数字分别是53%和44%。这种模式的一个可能原因是，民主党被认为比共和党更支持 LGBTQ+ 权益。但即使没有这些重要的政策差异，大多数同性恋和双性恋选民可能仍然会倾向于左翼政党。平均而言，男同性恋和女同性恋的开放性因素 O 因素比异性恋男性和女性更高。这种差异并不巨大，即使在开放性非常高的人群中，绝大多数人也是异性恋。然而，同性恋男性和女性在高欧人群中占比超过平均水平，特别是在艺术界人士中。由于开放性因素与倾向于政治左派的偏好密切相关，即使在选举问题中不涉及性取向问题，大多数同性恋和双性恋选民也会支持左翼政党。
H and social dominance orientation.
H 和社会支配取向。
Now let's turn from RWA to SDO, the other major political attitude variable. As you'll recall, high SDO people favor a hierarchical society in which some groups dominate other groups. The links between SDO and personality are also close to what you'd expect. SDO relates mainly to the low levels of the H factor, meaning that high H people generally oppose social hierarchies. 19 The tendency for high H people to be low in SDO makes sense in light of the traits that define the H factor, as discussed in chapters 3 and 4. High H people are straightforward and fair in their dealings with others, and they don't want superior status and wealth and power. Therefore, they dislike the idea of stepping on other groups or of keeping other groups in their place.
现在让我们转向另一个主要的政治态度变量 SDO。如你所记得的，高 SDO 的人倾向于支持一个等级分明的社会，其中一些群体支配其他群体。SDO 与人格的联系也接近预期。SDO 主要与 H 因素的低水平相关，这意味着高 H 的人通常反对社会等级。高 H 的人在与他人交往中坦率公正，他们不渴望优越的地位、财富和权利，因此他们不喜欢踩踏其他群体或让其他群体保持低位。这在第3章和第4章讨论的 H 因素特质背景下是有道理的。
By the way, even though the H factor is a pretty good predictor of egalitarian views, the link isn't perfect, or even close to perfect. Some people who are low in H might adopt egalitarian attitudes if it's in their interest to do so. In fact, being the high-profile leader of a left-wing political party might be an attractive prospect for a low H person who holds no genuine commitment to the principle of social equality. And some people who are high in H and low in SDU might decide, rightly or wrongly, that too much economic equality or too much multiculturalism causes problems.
顺便说一句，尽管 H 因素是预测平等主义观点的一个相当好的指标，但这种联系并不完美，甚至远非完美。有些低 H 的人可能会根据自己的利益采取平等主义态度。事实上，对于一个对社会平等原则没有真正承诺的低 H 的人来说，成为左翼政党的高调领导人可能是一个有吸引力的选择。而一些高 H 且低 SDO 的人可能会，无论正确与否，认为过多的经济平等或过多的多元文化主义会导致问题。
High SDO people share with low H people a willingness to make decisions that by most standards would be grossly unethical. For example, one study showed that high SDO students, just like low H people, reported that they'd be willing to make money by exporting dangerous products to a developing country. 20, a finding similar to that observed for low H people, as we'll discuss in Chapter 9. The same study also examined what happened when decisions were made by pairs of people in which one member of each pair was arbitrarily designated as the leader. The results showed that the pairs most likely to make unethical decisions were those that combined a high SDO leader with a higher WA follower, a combination that Altemeyer has called the lethal union. A country whose high SDO leaders are supported by high RWA citizens would be a prime candidate for starting aggressive wars that the leaders would cynically justify as necessary for the security of the nation, simply as a way to rally the population.
高 SDO 人群和低 H 人群同样愿意做出大多数标准下明显不道德的决定。例如，一项研究显示，高 SDO 的学生和低 H 人群一样，表示他们愿意通过向发展中国家出口危险产品来赚钱， 这一发现与 DH 人群的情况相似，我们在第9章会讨论。同一项研究还考察了当决策由2人组成的一队进行，其中1人被随机指定为领导者时的情况。结果表明，最可能做出不道德决策的是那些由高 SDO 领导者和高 RWA 追随者组成的组合。阿尔特迈耶称之为致命联盟。如果一个国家的高 SDO 领导者受到高 RWA 公民的支持，那么这个国家就极有可能发动侵略战争。领导者会愤世嫉俗地将这些战争辩解为国家安全的必要，仅仅是为了动员民众。
We examined the link between H and SDO in the study we mentioned earlier, based on samples from Canada, Korea, and the United States. In all 3 samples, low H was associated with high SDO. Now, you might recall that the link between low O and high RWA was stronger in the sample of middle-aged U.S. adults than in the samples of Canadian and Korean university students. But in contrast, the correlation between low H and high SDO was similar across all 3 samples, averaging nearly 0.40. It seems that people's personalities, specifically their levels of the H factor, influence their attitudes towards social inequality to about the same extent regardless of their age. Again, this wasn't the case for personality in relation to social conservatism. Low levels of O were related to social conservatism only modestly in young adults, but more strongly in middle-aged adults.
我们在前面提到的研究中，基于来自加拿大、韩国和美国的样本，考察了 H 和 SDO 之间的联系。在这3个样本中 ，DH 都与高 SDO 相关联。你可能还记得 DO 和高 RWA 之间的联系在美国中年人样本中比在加拿大和韩国大学生样本中更强。然而 DH 和高 SDO 之间的相关性在所有3个样本中都相似，平均接近 0.40。这似乎表明，无论年龄大小，人们的性格，特别是他们的 H 因素水平，都会对他们的社会不平等态度产生大致相同的影响。同样，这并不适用于性格与社会保守主义的关系。DO 只在年轻人中与社会保守主义有轻微关联，但在中年人中关联更强。
Why the difference? Apparently, the influence of parents' attitudes on young people's attitudes is weaker for issues of social inequality than for issues of social change. Researchers typically find that similarity between parents and their young adult children is much stronger for RWA than for SDO.21 if you're a parent. You may have some important influence on your children's attitudes toward traditional or modern values, but you probably have much less influence on your children's attitudes about hierarchy or equality in society.
为何会有这种差异？显然，父母的态度对年轻人对待社会不平等的态度影响较小，而对社会变革的态度影响较大。研究者通常发现，父母与年轻成年子女在 RWA 上的相似性远大于在 SDO 上的相似性。如果你是父母，你可能对孩子对传统或现代价值观的态度有一定影响，但对孩子对社会层级或平等的看法影响可能要小得多。
Box 7-2 Personality and Politics. It depends on the context.
Box 7至2个性与政治取决于环境。
All of the findings we've described this chapter have been based on people who belong to mainstream or majority groups in modern societies. But these findings don't necessarily apply when we consider other groups or other kinds of societies.
本章描述的所有发现都是基于现代社会中主流或多数群体的人，但这些发现并不一定适用于其他群体或其他类型的社会。
First, consider low-H people who happen to belong to a disadvantaged minority group. Those people might claim to be ardent egalitarians, denouncing the inequalities of their society. But this egalitarianism would simply be a cynical reflection of their own personal interest in improving their low social status. Such people would still favor hierarchies within their own group, as long as those hierarchies put them at the top. Low-H people from low-status groups might sometimes favor social hierarchies for the society as a whole, in cases when it's possible for them, individually or as a group, to move into positions of higher status. Likewise, consider low-O people who happen to belong to a minority group that is alienated from mainstream society. Those people might well become rebels and dissidents, trying to undermine the authorities and conventions of the mainstream group. But they wouldn't approve of such dissent within their own group. Instead, they would expect the members of their group to obey its rules and leaders.
首先，考虑属于弱势少数群体的 DH 人群。 这些人可能会自称是坚定的平等主义者，谴责社会的不平等。但这种平等主义仅仅是对提升他们低社会地位的个人利益的愤世嫉俗的反应。只要这些等级制度能让他们居于顶端，他们仍然会支持自己群体内的等级制度。来自低地位群体的DH人群有时可能会支持整个社会的等级制度。当他们个人或群体有可能晋升到更高地位时，同样考虑属于与主流社会疏远的少数群体的DO人群。这些人可能会成为反叛者和异议者，试图颠覆主流群体的权威和传统。但他们不会在自己的群体内支持这种异议，反而会期望群体成员遵守规则和领导。
Now consider a different kind of society, specifically, a communist society of the kind that dominated much of the world during the second half of the 20th century. The official ideology of communist countries emphasizes economic and racial equality, so the low-wage people of those societies probably wouldn't openly favor a hierarchy based on social class or on ethnicity. But those people would still pursue status and wealth within the communist system, and they would likely favor an aggressive foreign policy aimed at dominating other countries. Also, because communist societies discourage organized religion, the low citizens of those countries wouldn't be exposed to traditional religious teachings. But those people would still support the conventional norms of morality within their society, and their obedience would be directed toward the Communist Party and its dogma. Point 22.
现在让我们考虑另一种类型的社会，具体来说是20世纪下半叶在世界上许多地方占主导地位的共产主义社会。共产主义国家的官方意识形态强调经济和种族平等，所以这些社会中的DH人群可能不会公开支持基于社会阶级或种族的等级制度，但他们仍然会在共产主义体制内追求地位和财富，并且可能倾向于采取激进的外交政策以支配其他国家。此外，因为共产主义社会不鼓励有组织的宗教，这些国家的DO公民不会接触到传统的宗教教义，但他们仍然会支持社会中的常规道德规范，而他们的服从会指向共产党及其教条。
Personality and political party support.
个性与政党支持。
We mentioned above that you can predict people's attitudes on many social and political issues by knowing their levels of RWA and SDO. People who are high in both SDO and RWA are the most right-wing or conservative, and people who are low in both SDO and RWA are the most left-wing or liberal. People who are high in one and low in the other tend to be in the middle overall, even though they have quite different combinations of left-wing and right-wing views. So, does this mean that the supporters of different political parties are different in personality? Given that SDO is related to low H, and given that RWA is related to low O, you might expect supporters of left-wing parties to be higher in both H and O than supporters of right-wing parties. Is this true?
我们前面提到，通过了解人们的 RWA 和 SDO 水平，可以预测他们在许多社会和政治问题上的态度。SDO 和 RWA 都高的人最右翼或保守，而 SDO 和 RWA 都低的人最左翼或自由。那些一个高一个低的人总体上倾向于居中，尽管他们有着相当不同的左翼和右翼观点组合。那么，这是否意味着不同政党的支持者在个性上有差异呢？考虑到 SDO 与 DH 相关，而 RWA 与 DO 相关，你可能会预期左翼政党的支持者在 H 和 O 上都高于右翼政党的支持者。这是真的吗？
The answer differs a bit from one country to the next. In a study of Italian voters, Antonio Chirumbolo and Luigi Leone found that those who voted for right-wing parties were, on average, lower in H and lower in O than those who voted for left-wing parties, a result that follows the above logic exactly. Two other studies in Germany found very similar results. Point 23 as expected. These differences were only modest in size. But some data from U.S. voters, specifically of middle-class, white, Anglo, mainly Christian residents of Oregon, gave somewhat different findings. The right-wing, Republican, voters did average lower in O than the left-wing Democratic voters. Also, the Republican voters averaged somewhat higher in C than did the Democratic voters. Point 24. However, the Republicans and Democrats averaged about the same in H.
不同国家的情况略有差异。安东尼奥·齐鲁姆伯洛和路易吉·里昂对意大利选民的研究发现，投票给右翼政党的人平均在 H 和 O 上低于投票给左翼政党的人， 这一结果完全符合上述逻辑。德国的另外2项研究也得出了非常相似的结论。在美国选民的数据中，尤其是俄勒冈州中产阶级、白人、盎格鲁裔，主要是基督教徒的居民中，结果略有不同。右翼共和党选民的 O 值平均低于左翼民主党选民。此外，共和党的选民在 C 值上平均略高于民主党选民。然而，共和党和民主党在 H 值上大致相当。
The lack of any link between H and political party preference in the U.S. study is somewhat puzzling. If low H relates to SDO, and if SDO in turn relates to right-wing, Republican, support, then you'd expect Republicans, on average, to be somewhat low in H. So why don't we find this? Why were the Republicans no less and no more honest and humble than the Democrats? Apparently, some mystery variable is balancing out what would otherwise be a tendency toward low H in Republicans, who tend to be high in SDO.
在美国研究中 ，H 值与政党偏好之间没有关联，这有些令人费解。如果 DH 值与 SDO 有关，而 SDO 又与右翼共和党支持度相关，那么我们预期共和党的平均 H 值会较低。但为什么我们没有发现这种差异呢？为什么共和党人和民主党人在诚实和谦逊上没有明显区别呢？显然，存在某个未知变量抵消了原本可能导致共和党人他们通常 SDO 较高 H 值较低的趋势。
To understand what's happening, consider the following sports analogy. Suppose that you have a really excellent vertical jump. Other things being equal, a better jumper should be a better volleyball player, so we'd expect you to be an above-average volleyball player. But if in fact you're just an average volleyball player, then something else must be balancing out the effect of your jumping ability. For example, height also contributes to many aspects of volleyball performance, so if you're much shorter than average, then perhaps this could be canceling out the effect of your excellent vertical jump.
为了理解这一现象，我们可以考虑一个体育类比。假设你有非常出色的垂直弹跳能力，在其他条件相同的情况下，跳得更高的人应该更擅长排球，所以我们预期你会是排球水平高于平均水平的选手。但如果你实际上只是个平均水平的排球选手，那么必定有其他因素抵消了你弹跳能力的影响。例如，身高也对排球表现的许多方面有贡献。如果你远低于平均身高，那么这可能就抵消了你出色的垂直弹跳能力。
What is it, then, that balances out the effect of SDO so that Republicans aren't any lower in H? We suspect that it's religion. The more religious Americans tend to support the Republican Party, and on average, religious Americans are slightly above average in the H factor. If SDO and religiosity were both associated with being Republican, but if SDO and religiosity had opposite links with H, then Republicans would be no higher or lower in H than Democrats would be. And this is essentially what we find.
那么，是什么抵消了 SDO 的影响，使共和党人在 H 方面没有低于平均水平呢？我们推测是宗教。美国人中越虔诚的人往往支持共和党，而平均来看，美国的虔诚者在 H 因素上略高于平均水平。如果 SDO 和虔诚度都与成为共和党人有关，但 SDO 与 H 呈负相关，而虔诚度与 H 成正相关，那么共和党人在 H 上的得分就不会高于或低于民主党人。这基本上就是我们发现的情况。
We've just revealed that high H people are slightly more likely than low H people to be religious. If this makes you wonder exactly how personality is related to religious and spiritual beliefs, stay tuned for our next chapter.
我们刚刚揭示了 H 值较高的人比 H 值较低的人稍微更可能有宗教信仰。如果你对个性与宗教和精神信仰的关联感到好奇，敬请期待我们的下一章。
8. Religion.
8. 宗教。
Some people don't believe in any beings or forces that are beyond the laws of nature. They reject the ideas of a god or gods, of souls or spirits, of miracles or magic powers. But other people are utterly certain of their beliefs in supernatural forces, and these beliefs may pervade almost every aspect of their lives.
有些人不相信任何超越自然法则的存在或力量，他们拒绝神或众神的概念，拒绝灵魂或精神，拒绝奇迹或魔法力量。但另一些人则对自己的超自然信仰深信不疑，这些信仰可能渗透到他们生活的几乎每一个方面。
The topic of this chapter is religiosity. We'll consider the role of personality in explaining which people will be religious and how they will express their religiosity. We'll also examine how religions encourage the expression of certain personality characteristics.
本章的主题是虔诚度，我们将探讨个性在解释哪些人会信仰宗教以及他们如何表达虔诚度方面的作用。我们还将研究宗教如何鼓励特定性格特征的表达。
But we should begin by explaining why religiosity is not itself a personality characteristic. First of all, a person's religiosity depends ultimately on his or her beliefs about the supernatural or spiritual world. By contrast, a person's level of a personality disposition doesn't depend on any particular set of beliefs. Also, religiosity often involves following a way of life that is meant to achieve harmony with some higher power, typically God, or the universe itself. A religious way of life involves a wide range of behaviors that wouldn't otherwise go together. For example, a given religion may prescribe various rules about what to eat or when to work or whom to marry. Point 1. By contrast, the behaviors associated with a given personality disposition usually share some obvious similarities. For example, the X factor of personality involves behaviors such as leading, entertaining, and socializing with others.
首先，我们需要澄清为什么虔诚并非一种人格特质。一个人的宗教性最终取决于他们对超自然或精神世界的信念，而一个人的人格特质水平并不依赖于特定的信仰体系。此外，虔诚往往涉及遵循一种生活方式，以期与某种至高无上的力量，通常是上帝或宇宙本身，达到和谐。宗教生活方式包括各种原本不会结合在一起的行为，比如特定的宗教可能规定了饮食、工作或结婚的规定。相比之下，与特定人格特质相关的行为通常具有一些明显的相似性，例如，人格中的 X 因素包括领导、娱乐和与他人社交等行为。
Personality and religious beliefs. So, who believes in the supernatural and who doesn't? In modern countries, personality characteristics give us only vague hints as to which people will be believers. There is a weak tendency for people who are nicer or more soft-hearted to be more likely to believe in some supernatural forces. In a study we conducted with our graduate student Babatunde Ogunfawara, we found that belief in the supernatural was modestly associated with higher levels of the H, A, and E factors. Point 2. One potential reason for these associations is that nicer, more soft-hearted people like to believe there is something more to life than mere physical existence. For example, they like the idea that people have souls that will survive their bodies, and they like the idea that people who are separated by death will meet in an afterlife. By contrast, people who are lower in H, A, and E, people who are not quite so nice, or a bit less soft-hearted, may lack this motivation to believe in an afterlife, and may even take some satisfaction from rejecting those comforting beliefs. Still, the relations between personality and supernatural beliefs are rather weak. In case you'd like some numbers, the correlations of H and A and E with belief in the supernatural are only in the 0.20s. This means that many people don't fit the trend. You can find a lot of very nice, soft-hearted people who reject any belief in the supernatural, and a lot of not so nice, hard-hearted people who accept such beliefs quite decidedly.
那么，谁会相信超自然现象，谁又不会呢？在现代国家，个性特征只能给我们一些线索，来推测哪些人可能会信仰超自然力量。研究显示，更友善或更感性的人可能更倾向于相信某些超自然力量。在我们与研究生巴比特·奥贡福瓦拉进行的一项研究中，我们发现相信超自然现象与 H、A 和 E 三个因素的水平有适度关联。这部分原因可能是友善、感性的人希望生活不仅仅是物质存在，他们喜欢认为人有不灭的灵魂，也喜欢相信死亡不能隔绝人们的相聚，在来世可以重逢。相反 ，H、A、E 得分较低的人，不太友善或稍显冷漠的人，可能缺乏对来世信仰的渴望，甚至可能从否定这些慰藉性的信念中获得满足。然而，个性与超自然信仰之间的联系并不强。如果你需要数字 H、A 和 E 与超自然信仰的相关性只有 0.20 左右，这意味着许多人并不符合这一趋势。你可以找到很多非常友善、感性的人，他们拒绝相信超自然现象；也可以找到很多不那么友善、冷漠的人，他们坚定地接受这些信仰。
The link between soft-heartedness and supernatural beliefs comes from our own data, but other researchers have found similar results. In a review of over 60 previous studies, Vasily Saraglu found that, on average, religious people are slightly more soft-hearted than non-religious people. Point 3.
我们自己的数据揭示了善良与超自然信仰的联系，但其他研究者也发现了类似的结果。在对60多项先前研究的综述中，瓦西利斯·萨罗格卢发现，平均而言，宗教人士比非宗教人士稍微更感性一些。
Now, given that personality and religiosity are related, you might wonder which one influences the other. Do personality traits influence religiosity, or do religious beliefs influence personality? So far, the evidence is very limited, but it mostly favors the former direction of influence. When researchers have followed people over many years, they've found that personality traits early in life predict religiosity later in life, more than the other way around. Point 4.
考虑到性格和宗教性有关，你可能会好奇，究竟是哪个影响了另一个？是性格特质影响了宗教性，还是宗教信仰塑造了性格呢？目前的证据虽然有限，但大多数倾向于前者，即性格对宗教性的影响更大。研究人员追踪人们多年后发现，早年的性格特质更能预测晚年时的宗教性，而非相反。
One other hint that personality influences religious beliefs comes from the pattern of sex differences in these variables. On average, women are somewhat more soft-hearted than men and slightly more likely to believe in the supernatural. If we control for the sex difference in soft-heartedness, the sex difference in supernatural beliefs is reduced by about half. But if we instead control for the sex difference in supernatural beliefs, the sex difference in soft-heartedness is diminished only slightly. This pattern of results suggests that women are somewhat more strongly attracted to supernatural beliefs by virtue of being somewhat more soft-hearted than men. Point 5.
另外，从性别差异的模式中也可以看出性格对宗教信仰的影响。平均而言，女性比男性更为感性，也更可能相信超自然现象。如果我们控制住感性的性别差异，超自然信仰的性别差异会减少大约一半。但如果我们控制超自然信仰的性别差异，感性的性别差异只会略微减小。这一结果模式表明，女性因为比男性更为感性，所以更倾向于相信超自然信仰。
The idea that religious people tend to be soft-hearted is partly consistent, but only partly. With some claims from a 2006 book by the social scientist Arthur Brooks. Point 6, he noted the results of a survey that indicated that religious Americans, i.e., those who go to their house of worship nearly every week, donated 3.5 times more money to charities than did non-religious Americans, $2,210 versus $642. He also stated that the greater generosity of religious Americans persists even when one considers only those donations that were made to non-religious charities. Technically, this statement is true, but the gap between religious and non-religious Americans in secular giving, as reported by Brooks, is quite small. Religious Americans donated only about 10% more than did non-religious Americans to secular charities, $532 to $467. So, religious Americans give more, but only slightly more, money to secular charities than do non-religious Americans. This small difference is about what you'd expect given the modest link between religiosity and soft-heartedness. Point 7.
认为信仰宗教的人通常心地善良的观点，与社会科学家亚瑟布鲁克斯在2006年一本书中的一些观点部分相符，但只是部分相符。他指出，一项调查显示，虔诚的美国人及几乎每周都去宗教场所的人，向慈善机构捐赠的金额是非虔诚美国人的3倍半，$2210对$642。他还表示，即使只考虑捐给非宗教慈善机构的款项，宗教美国人的慷慨程度也依然更高。从技术上讲，这是事实，但布鲁克斯报告的在世俗捐赠方面，宗教和非宗教美国人之间的差距很小。宗教美国人只比非宗教美国人多捐了大约10%给世俗慈善机构，$532对$467。因此，宗教美国人确实向世俗慈善机构捐赠了更多，但只稍微多一点的钱。考虑到宗教信仰与善良之间适度的关联，这个微小的差异是意料之中的。
Relatively few people reject all supernatural beliefs. Even in countries where most people don't belong to an organized religion, most people still believe in some supernatural beings or forces. But if personality is only modestly related to belief in the supernatural, what is it that determines which people will be hardcore skeptics, rejecting all supernatural beliefs? One candidate is exposure to science. The very mission of science is to explain our surroundings, including the origins of humans, of life, of the earth, and of the universe, in terms of laws that solely involve natural causes. So as you might expect, scientists are much more likely than other people to reject supernatural beliefs. In one study, 41% of U.S. scientists indicated that they did not believe in God or any other higher power, as opposed to only 4% of the U.S. general public. 8. A similar study found that the proportion of disbelievers was 45% for scientists in general and a remarkably high 72% for members of the National Academy of Sciences, whose members are highly accomplished scientists. 9. Of course, this still leaves many scientists, even many distinguished scientists, who do believe in the supernatural, including some who are devoutly religious. But the proportion of scientists who are skeptics is clearly very high.
相对而言，彻底否定所有超自然信仰的人并不多。即使在大多数人不属于任何有组织宗教的国家，大多数人仍然相信某些超自然的存在或力量。但如果人格与超自然信仰的关系仅是适度的，那么是什么决定了哪些人会成为彻底的怀疑论者，完全否定超自然信仰呢？一个可能的因素是接触科学。科学的使命就是用只涉及自然原因的规律来解释我们周围的世界，包括人类、生命、地球和宇宙的起源。因此，不出所料，科学家比其他人更倾向于拒绝超自然信仰。一项研究显示，41%的美国科学家表示他们不相信上帝或其他任何高级力量，而美国普通公众中这一比例只有4%。另一项类似研究发现，一般科学家中不信教的比例为45%，而美国国家科学院成员都是成就卓著的科学家的这一比例高达72%。当然，这仍然意味着有许多科学家，甚至是许多杰出的科学家，他们相信超自然现象，包括一些虔诚的宗教信仰者。但科学家中的怀疑论者比例显然很高。
The above findings leave open the question of whether it's really the study of science that makes scientists reject belief in the supernatural. It might be instead that scientists are simply the kind of people who would have rejected supernatural beliefs even without any study of science. But the personality characteristics of scientists can't explain their lack of religiosity. As we noted above, personality characteristics are at most only a small part of the story, and in any case scientists aren't so much different in personality from people in general. The data from Goldberg's sample of Oregon community residents indicate that people with greater interest in scientific careers tend to be somewhat high in the O factor and slightly low in the soft-heartedness factors of H, A, and E. But the differences are small.
以上发现并未明确指出是否是科学研究导致科学家拒绝超自然信仰。可能的情况是，科学家即使没有进行科学研究，也会本能地拒绝超自然观念。然而，科学家的个性特征无法解释他们缺乏宗教信仰。如上所述，个性特征最多只占一小部分原因，而且科学家在个性上与普通人并没有太大区别。哥德堡对俄勒冈州社区居民样本的研究数据显示，对科学职业更感兴趣的人在 O 因素上可能稍高，而在 H、A 和 E 的柔情因素上可能稍低。但这些差异并不显著。
But if the skepticism shown by scientists isn't due to their personalities, you might wonder whether it's their intelligence that's responsible. After all, scientists tend to be smart people. But there's only a modest link between having a high IQ and rejecting the supernatural. One recent large-scale study of U.S. teenagers found that the average IQ among atheists was about 5 points higher than that of the population in general. This means that although atheists are somewhat smarter on average than non-atheists, the difference is not large. For example, more than one-third of non-atheists would have a higher IQ than the average atheist. In the same study, by the way, agnostics averaged about 3 IQ points higher than the general population. Jews and Anglicans or Episcopalians had average IQs 1 or 2 points higher than those of the atheists, and the average IQ among Catholics was about equal to that of the general population. The more liberal Protestant denominations were slightly above average, and the more dogmatic Protestant denominations somewhat below average. 10.
如果科学家的怀疑态度并非源于他们的个性，你可能会疑惑是否是他们的智力在起作用，毕竟科学家通常都很聪明。然而，高智商与拒绝超自然之间只有适度的关联。最近一项针对美国青少年的大型研究发现，无神论者的平均智商比一般人群高出约5分。这意味着，虽然无神论者平均比非无神论者更聪明，但差异并不大。例如，超过1/3的非无神论者智商会高于平均无神论者。顺便提一下，在同一项研究中，不可知论者的平均智商比一般人群高出约3分。犹太人和圣公会或英国国教徒的平均智商比无神论者高1或2分，而天主教徒的平均智商与一般人群相当。较为自由的新教教派略高于平均水平，而较为教条的新教教派则稍低于平均水平。
Taken together, all of the above findings suggest that scientists' individual characteristics, their levels of IQ, and the major personality factors aren't the main reasons for their lack of supernatural beliefs. Instead, their skepticism about the supernatural is probably due mostly to their intensive study of science and their commitment to the scientific method.
综合以上发现，科学家的个人特质、他们的智商水平和主要性格因素似乎不是他们缺乏超自然信仰的主要原因。相反，他们对超自然现象的怀疑可能主要源于他们对科学的深入研究和对科学方法的承诺。
Traditional religion versus mystical spirituality. The role of O.
传统宗教与神秘灵性 O 因素的作用。
Now let's move on to our second question about religion and personality. Among people who do believe in the supernatural, how does personality relate to the style or form of their beliefs, to the way they express their religiosity or spirituality? Here it's the O factor that plays the most important role.
现在我们转向关于宗教和性格的第二个问题。在相信超自然的人群中，性格如何影响他们的信仰风格或形式，及他们如何表达自己的宗教或灵性？在这里 O 因素起着最重要的作用。
The O factor doesn't tell us much about whether or not a person will believe in the supernatural. People who deny the existence of any and all supernatural forces or beings, people who don't believe in God or souls or spirits or magic or anything outside the natural world, are about equally likely to be high or low in O. What the O factor can tell us, however, is what kind of supernatural beliefs people are likely to hold.
O 因素并不能告诉我们一个人是否会相信超自然。那些否认所有超自然力量或存在的人，不相信神、灵魂、精灵、魔法或任何超越自然世界的事物的人，在 O 因素上高低的可能性大致相等。然而，O 因素可以告诉我们人们可能持有哪种类型的超自然信仰。
On the one hand, low O people who believe in the supernatural tend to have traditional religious beliefs. Low O persons prefer strict adherence to the beliefs and practices of the mainstream religious community. For example, in societies having a Christian religious tradition, low O persons, or at least those low O persons raised in religious households, are inclined to accept the literal truth of the Bible, to believe in the creation story as given in Genesis, in the existence of God and Satan and heaven and hell, and in the virgin birth and resurrection of Jesus Christ. As you might expect, these low O believers are very socially conservative.
一方面，相信超自然的低 O 型人往往持有传统宗教信仰。低 O 型人倾向于严格遵循主流宗教社区的信仰和实践。例如，在具有基督教宗教传统的社会中，低 O 型人，或者至少是在宗教家庭中长大的低 O 型人，倾向于接受圣经的字面真理，相信创世纪中的创世故事，相信上帝、撒旦、天堂和地狱的存在，以及耶稣基督的童真降生和复活。不出所料，这些低 O 型信徒在社会观念上非常保守。
On the other hand, high O people who believe in the supernatural tend to have what we call mystically spiritual beliefs. For example, in Western societies, high O persons are inclined to adopt a variety of magical, occult, or paranormal beliefs, including beliefs in astrology, witchcraft, ghosts, extrasensory perception, and psychokinesis. They're also inclined to adopt teachings from Eastern religions such as Buddhism or Hinduism, or from the spiritual traditions of Native American peoples. In general, high O persons are attracted to new religious movements that emphasize spiritual searching by the individual. These high O believers, unlike the traditionally religious low O believers, are inclined to be slightly liberal on social issues.
另一方面，高 O 型人倾向于持有我们称为神秘灵性的信仰。例如，在西方社会，高 O 型人倾向于接受各种魔法、神秘或超自然的信仰，包括占星术、巫术、鬼魂、超感官知觉和心灵遥感。他们也倾向于采纳佛教、印度教或美洲原住民的精神传统等东方宗教的教义。总的来说，高 O 型人会被强调个人灵性探索的新宗教运动所吸引。与传统宗教的低 O 型信徒不同，这些高 O 型信徒在社会问题上倾向于稍显自由派。
The O factor thus has moderately strong and opposite links with these two forms of supernatural beliefs. In one large-scale study, Gerard Saussure and Katarzyna Skrzepinska found that O correlated about 0.25 with traditional religiosity and about 0.40 with mystical spirituality. 0.11. So even though O can't tell us whether a person will accept or reject the existence of supernatural beings or forces, it can give us some clues as to which kinds of supernatural beliefs he or she would be more inclined to hold. 0.12.
因此，O 因素与这两种超自然信仰有着中等程度但相反的关联。在一项大规模研究中 ，Gerard Saussure 和 Katarzyna Skrzepinska 发现 O 与传统宗教性的相关性约为 0.25， 与神秘灵性的相关性约为 0.40。所以，尽管 O 无法告诉我们一个人是否会接受或否定超自然存在，但它可以提供一些线索，让我们了解他或他可能更倾向于哪种超自然信仰。
The links between O and religious or spiritual beliefs give an interesting insight about the history of religious movements. People who start a new religion or who become its enthusiastic early converts are likely to be high in O. People who maintain an established religion or who become its most devout defenders are likely to be low in O.
O 与宗教或灵性信仰的联系为我们提供了对宗教运动历史的有趣见解。开创新宗教或成为早期热情皈依者的人往往 O 值较高。维持传统宗教或成为其最虔诚捍卫者的人可能 O 值较低。
Reasons for religious observance. The role of H.
宗教实践的原因 H 的作用。
We've explained how it's the O factor of personality that plays the biggest role in explaining the style or form of people's beliefs in the supernatural, whether people will be religious traditionalists or spiritual mystics. But the H factor also plays a part in the domain of religion. As we mentioned in the previous chapter, high H people are slightly more likely than low H people to be religious. And as we mentioned earlier in this chapter, a likely reason for this link, and for the similar links of the A and D factors with religiosity, is that soft-hearted. Sympathetic people tend to favor the ideas that people have souls that will survive their bodies, and that people who are separated by death will meet in an afterlife.
我们已经解释过，O 因素在解释人们超自然信仰的风格或形式上起着关键作用，即人们是宗教传统主义者还是精神神秘主义者。但 H 因素也在宗教领域中发挥作用。如前一章所述 ，H 值高的人比 H 值低的人稍微更可能有宗教信仰。如本章早些时候提到的，这种联系以及 A 和 E 因素与宗教性的相似联系的一个可能原因是心软。富有同情心的人倾向于认同人有不灭的灵魂，以及死亡分隔的人会在来世重逢的观点。
But besides having a modest link with religious and spiritual beliefs, the H factor is involved in the reasons people have for expressing those beliefs. Consider two people who both belong to the same church or other religious group. Both of them attend religious services regularly. Both of them donate money to their religious group and its causes, and both of them observe the rituals of their religion. But the two have utterly different reasons for their outward adherence to the rules of their religious community. For one of those people, these visible signs of religious commitment are genuine expressions of his or her deepest beliefs. For the other person, the same behaviors are merely for public consumption, intended simply to project an image of respectability and to make contacts with people of high status in that community. This person might believe in the tenets of his or her religion, but this belief isn't what motivates his or her public religiosity.
除了与宗教和精神信仰有适度联系外 ，H 因素还影响人们表达这些信仰的原因。设想两个人都属于同一个教堂或其他宗教团体，他们俩都定期参加宗教仪式，都向他们的宗教团体及其事业捐款，都遵守宗教仪式。但他们在对外遵守宗教社区规则的原因上有着截然不同的动机。 对于其中一个人来说，这些明显的宗教承诺表现是他或他最深层信仰的真实表达。对于另一个人来说，同样的行为只是为了公众展示，旨在仅仅塑造一个体面的形象，并与社区中的高地位人士建立联系。这个人可能相信他或他的宗教教义，但这种信仰并不是他或他公开宗教行为的驱动力。
Now, most people who belong to a religious community won't be such clear-cut cases as our two examples above. Instead, most will have some mixture of these two reasons for their public displays of religiosity. But some people are clearly more sincere than others in their religious observances. And as you would guess, it's high-H people whose expressions of religious devotion are more genuine, and low-H people whose expressions are more cynical. That said, you can think of some circumstances in which it wouldn't work this way. Imagine a highly religious and highly conformist society that essentially ostracizes people who don't go through the motions of religious observance. In such a society, even high-H non-believers might reluctantly decide that they have no choice but to pretend to be religious.
现在，大多数属于宗教社区的人不会像我们上面的两个例子那样极端，相反，他们的公开宗教行为通常混合了这两种原因。但有些人在宗教实践中的真诚度明显高于其他人。正如你可能猜到的，高 H 的人表达的虔诚更为真诚，而低 H 的人则更为世故。不过，有些情况下，情况可能并非如此。想象一个高度宗教化且高度顺从的社会，它几乎排斥不进行宗教仪式的人。在这样的社会中，即使是高 H 的非信徒，也可能勉强决定不得不假装虔诚。
The link between the H factor and the motivation for religious observance applies to religious leaders as well as to followers. Most people who enter the clergy are genuinely religious, and people who indicate a strong interest in religious vocations are, on average, rather high in H.13 nevertheless. There are reasons why at least some low H people are attracted to the career of religious leader. A religious vocation could provide a path for achieving some position of high status. For example, within a large denomination, one could hope to navigate one's way into the top positions of the hierarchy of religious authorities. And even within small, local religious communities, there is the prospect of wielding considerable influence over one's congregation. In the cases of very low H people, there is also the potential for financial or sexual exploitation of one's followers. Such cases are well known among established religions, but are perhaps especially prevalent among new religious cults. And of course, low-H people with sufficient charisma and organizational skills can aspire to become the next great televangelist, soliciting donations from a vast population of unquestioning followers.
H 因素与宗教虔诚的动机关联，不仅适用于信徒，也适用于宗教领袖。大多数进入神职的人确实虔诚，而对宗教职业表现出浓厚兴趣的人，平均而言 H 值相对较高。然而，至少有些低 H 值的人会被吸引到宗教领袖的职业中。宗教职业可能提供一条获得高地位的途径。例如，在大型教派中，人们可能期望能在宗教权威的等级体系中攀升至高层。即使在小型地方宗教社区，也有望对会众产生相当大的影响力。对于极低 H 值的人来说，还有可能利用信徒进行财务或性方面的剥削。这种情况在传统宗教中并不罕见，但在新兴宗教团体中可能尤为普遍。当然，具备足够魅力和组织能力的低 H 值人士，也可以梦想成为下一个伟大的电视福音传道者，从无数盲目追随的信徒那里募捐。
Do religions promote high H?
宗教是否促进高 H？
The H factor influences the expression of religiosity. Conversely, religious teachings can be designed to influence the expression of the H factor. Most religions encourage the ideal of behaving as a high H person, being honest and humble in dealings with others. Virtually every major religious tradition has its counterpart of the Golden Rule, often paraphrased from the King James Bible as "do unto others as you would have them do unto you." But the crucial difference among religions is in how widely this ideal is to be applied. Is everyone to be treated fairly, or only the other members of one's own group?
H 因素影响宗教性表现，反之，宗教教义也可以设计来影响 H 因素的表达。大多数宗教鼓励人们像高 H 执者那样行事，在与他人交往中诚实谦逊。几乎每个主要的宗教传统都有类似于黄金法则的教诲，通常从圣经 詹姆斯王译本中引述为己所不欲，勿施于人。但宗教之间的关键差异在于，这个理想应被广泛应用于所有人，还是只应用于自己群体的其他成员。
Some religious teachings encourage believers to act as high-H persons toward co-religionists but as low-H persons toward outsiders. Consider the Old Testament. In the book of Deuteronomy, the Ten Commandments instruct believers not to commit murder or theft or adultery or perjury. Later chapters of Deuteronomy, however, instruct believers to commit genocide against various other religious groups. For example, when the Lord your God brings you into the land you are entering to possess and drives out before you many nations, then you must destroy them totally. Make no treaty with them and show them no mercy. Deuteronomy 7 verses 1-2, NIV. Likewise, do not leave alive anything that breathes. Completely destroy them, as the Lord your God has commanded you. Deuteronomy 20 verse 16, NIV. Point 14. We should mention, by the way, that religions have no monopoly on genocide. Most of the state-sponsored mass murders of the 20th century were inspired by non-religious ideologies.
某些宗教教义鼓励信徒对教内人士采取高 H 态度，而对教外人士采取低 H 态度。以旧约为例，在申命记中，十诫告诫信徒不得谋杀、偷盗、通奸或作伪证。然而，申命记的后续章节却教导信徒对其他宗教团体实施种族灭绝。比如，当你的上帝耶和华领你进入你要承受为业的那地，把那地的许多民族赶出去，你必须把他们完全灭绝，不可与他们立约，也不可怜悯他们。申命记7:1-2，新国记译本。同样，凡有气息的，一个也不要留下。你要把他们完全摧毁，这是你的上帝耶和华所吩咐你的。申命记20:16，新国记译本。顺便说一句，种族灭绝并非宗教的专利。20世纪大部分国家支持的大规模屠杀都是由非宗教意识形态所驱动的。
In some religious traditions, by contrast, the imperative to treat others fairly is truly universal, with no distinction drawn between co-religionists and outsiders. Consider the religious society of Friends, better known as the Quakers. This sect separated from the Church of England during the 17th century and subsequently spread to other areas of the world. Among the defining features of the Quaker movement are its testimonies, which provide principles for how to live. For example, the testimony of simplicity urges believers to avoid ostentation and materialism, and hence encourages high-H behaviors. Note that these Quaker testimonies are meant to govern one's interactions with Quakers and non-Quakers alike. The testimony of integrity emphasizes telling the truth and avoiding even indirect deceptions, as well as fair dealing. Early Quakers gained reputations as honest businessmen through their practices of paying decent wages to their non-Quaker workers and setting fixed prices when selling goods to their, also non-Quaker, customers. The testimony of peace encourages pacifism and hence forbids aggression against outgroups. Among the early settlers of North America, the Quakers were known for their peaceful relations and their scrupulous adherence to treaties with Native Americans. The testimony of equality holds that all persons have equal rights and hence forbids exploitation of outgroups. As early as the 18th century, the Quakers declared their opposition to the slave trade and to slavery itself, and contemporary Quakers continue to advocate for human rights.
相比之下，某些宗教传统中，公平对待他人的要求是真正的普世原则，不分教内教外。以贵格会 （Religious Society of Friends） 又称公议会为例，这一教派在17世纪从英国国教中分离出来，随后传播到世界各地。贵格会的特征之一是其见证 （testimonies） 及指导生活原则的教义。例如，简朴见证 （Testimony of Simplicity） 敦促信徒避免炫耀和物质主义，从而鼓励高尚行为。要注意，这些贵格会见正旨在规范信徒与贵格会成员及非成员之间的互动。诚信见证 （Testimony of Integrity） 强调讲真话，避免间接欺骗和公平交易。早期贵格会成员因给非贵格会工人支付合理工资，以及向非贵格会顾客出售商品时定价公正，而赢得了诚实商人的声誉。和平见证 （Testimony of Peace） 鼓励和平主义，禁止对其他群体的侵略。在北美早期定居者中，贵格会成员以与美洲原住民和平相处以及严格遵守条约而闻名。平等见证 （Testimony of Equality） 认为所有人享有平等权利，因此禁止剥削其他群体。 早在18世纪，贵格会就宣布反对奴隶贸易和奴隶制本身，而当代贵格会成员仍致力于人权事业。
Why do some religions encourage high-H behaviors only within the group, whereas others encourage high-H behaviors toward everyone? It may depend in part on whether the religion is suited for high-O people or low-O people. The more dogmatic or fundamentalist movements, low and O, require obedience and conformity. They draw strong distinctions between us and them, with especially strong moral obligations toward the former but few if any toward the latter. By contrast, the more liberal or progressive movements, high and O, aren't much concerned with obedience and conformity. They draw weaker distinctions between us and them, with moral obligations extended toward all.
为何有些宗教只在内部鼓励高尚行为，而其他宗教则鼓励对所有人展现高尚行为？这可能部分取决于宗教是否适合高欧人群或低欧人群。更为教条或原教旨主义的运动，低欧强调顺从和一致，他们在我们和他们之间划清界限，对前者有强烈的道德义务，但对后者则很少或没有。相反，更为自由或进步的运动，高欧不太关心顺从和一致，他们在我们和他们之间划分的界限较弱，道德义务延伸至所有人。
As we've seen in this chapter, the H factor is implicated in several aspects of people's religious beliefs. In the next chapter, we'll consider 3 domains in which H is even more strongly involved: money, power, and sex.
如本章所见 ，H 因素与人们的宗教信仰的多个方面有关。在下一章，我们将探讨3个 H 因素更为密切涉及的领域：金钱、权力和性。
9. Money, power, and sex.
就金钱、权力和性。
The behavior of low H people is expressed in many aspects of life. Here we'll consider 3 domains in which people who are very low in H really distinguish themselves: money, power, and sex.
低 H 人群的行为体现在生活的许多方面。在这里，我们将考虑3个领域，那些非常低 H 的人再次展现出显著的特征：金钱、权力和性。
Money.
金钱。
Most people who are low in H will usually try to get money through perfectly legal means, by working and investing. This simply reflects the reality that crime usually doesn't pay. Most low H people realize that it's hard to get away with theft or fraud for a long time, and they decide that it's better to look for more reliable ways of getting rich. But in principle, they quite like the idea of getting something for nothing, and it doesn't bother them if that particular something comes at someone else's expense. So the people who are most ready to steal and to swindle when the opportunity arises, and the people who do in fact commit most of the acquisitive crimes, are people low in H.
大多数 H 值较低的人通常会通过合法途径，如工作和投资来赚钱。这仅仅反映出一个事实：犯罪往往得不偿失。大多数低 H 值的人意识到，长期靠盗窃或欺诈很难逃脱惩罚，因此他们会选择寻找更可靠的方式来致富。但在原则上，他们很乐意不劳而获，而且不介意这种收获是以他人的损失为代价。因此，当有机会时，最愿意盗窃和欺诈的人，以及实际上犯下大多数财产犯罪的人，都是 H 值较低的人。
In some of our own research studies, we've asked students to report, confidentially and anonymously, the dollar value of the money and merchandise they've stolen. What we always find is that the people who have stolen the most, whether by shoplifting, by break and enter, by pilfering on the job, or otherwise, are much below average in H. Generally, most of the total amount stolen is accounted for by less than 10% of the students, and on average those students are lower in H than about 80% to 90% of students overall. 1.
在我们的一些研究中，我们要求学生匿名报告他们偷窃的金钱和物品的价值。我们总是发现，无论是通过入店行窃、破门而入、工作时偷窃还是其他方式，偷窃最多的人在 H 值上远低于平均水平。通常，大部分被盗金额是由不到10%的学生所为，而这些学生的平均 H 值低于总体学生的80%到90%。
Now, you might think it's not really so impressive that the people who say they're low in H are the same people who say they've stolen a lot. Couldn't it all just be a matter of who is willing to admit, or even exaggerate, their own dishonesty? But actually, it isn't. Even when we measure the students' personalities using observer reports provided by the student's roommate or best friend, or boyfriend/girlfriend, low levels of H are still related to self-reports of theft. And those self-reports of theft are related to all the various aspects of low H, including the aspects that don't have any obvious, transparent link with theft. The college students who've stolen the most are mainly the same ones who think they're better than others and who like to manipulate people. For some research that isn't based on participants' admissions of past wrongdoings, see Box 9 to 1 for a study that relied on direct observations of dishonest behavior.
现在，你可能会认为那些自称 H 值低的人，同时也承认自己偷窃很多，并不那么令人惊讶。这难道不只关乎谁愿意承认，甚至夸大他们自己的不诚实吗？但事实并非如此。即使我们通过室友、最好的朋友或男朋友、女朋友的观察报告来衡量学生的性格， DH 值仍然与自我报告的盗窃行为相关。而这些自我报告的盗窃行为又与 DH 值的各种方面相关，包括那些与盗窃没有明显、直接联系的方面。偷窃最多的大学生主要是那些自认为比别人优秀、喜欢操控他人的人。对于一些不依赖参与者承认过去错误行为的研究，参见 Box 9-1，该研究依赖于对不诚实行为的直接观察。
Low H has a fairly strong link with theft, and with crime and delinquency more generally, but that link is far from perfect, for several reasons. On the one hand, some people who are low in H have few opportunities to steal, and some feel rich enough that they have little motivation to do so. And many low H people have other personality traits that make them cautious about stealing. As we mentioned in Chapter 4, low H persons who are also low in C and low in E are strong candidates for criminal activity, whereas low H persons who are high in C and high in E express their dishonesty a lot more prudently.
DH 至于盗窃以及更广泛的犯罪和违法有相当强的关联，但这种关联并不完美，原因有几点。一方面，有些 H 值低的人没有多少偷窃的机会，有些人觉得自己足够富裕，没有偷窃的动力。许多 H 值低的人还有其他性格特征，使他们在偷窃时变得谨慎。如我们在第4章中提到 ，DH、DC、DE 的人是犯罪活动的有利候选人，而 DH、高 C、高 E 的人则更谨慎地表达他们的不诚实。
Box 9 to 1 cheating in the psychology lab.
Box 9-1心理学实验室中的作弊行为。
In a recent study, Hal Hirschfield, Taya Cohen, and Lee Thompson examined whether people's levels of the H factor, as measured by self-reports on the Hexaco-PIR, predicted which of them would cheat in a laboratory task. The researchers asked their student research participants to solve a series of 8 anagram problems, e.g., unscrambling Ethelwort to form flour. Each participant was promised 50 cents for each anagram that he or she solved. The rules, however, stated that the anagrams must be solved in sequence. In other words, the participant had to solve the first anagram before moving on to the second, then solve the second before going to the third, and so on. The trick was that the second and seventh anagrams were virtually unsolvable, because these were extremely rare words, i.e., Minold, Capric, that are unknown to almost all students.
在最近的一项研究中 ，Hal Hirschfield、Taya Cohen 和 Lee Thompson 考察了人们诚实度 H 因素的水平，通过 Hexaco-PIR 量表自我报告来衡量是否能预测他们在实验室任务中是否会作弊。研究人员让参与实验的学生解决一系列的8道字谜问题，例如将 flour 重新排列成 flower。每解决1道字谜，参与者就能得到50美分的奖励。但规则规定，字谜必须按顺序解决，也就是说，参与者必须先解决第1道，然后才能继续第2道，接着是第3道，以此类推。其中的诀窍是，第2道和第7道字谜几乎无法解决，因为它们是由几乎不为人知的极其罕见的单词，如 Minold 和 Capric 组成的。
After 15 minutes, each participant was asked to count the anagram problems that he or she had solved and to take the corresponding amount of cash from an envelope in an honor system of payment. Participants who wanted to cheat could feel free to do so, because participation was anonymous and there was no verification of the number of solved problems. But because the second and seventh anagrams were essentially unsolvable, participants who took payment for solving 2 to 6 problems must have cheated once, and participants who took payment for solving 7 or 8 problems must have cheated twice.
15分钟后，每个参与者被要求计算自己解决的字谜数量，并根据数量从一个信封中拿取相应的现金，这是一种基于诚信的支付方式。 想要作弊的参与者可以自由行动，因为参与是匿名的，而且不会验证解决的问题数量。但由于第2道和第7道字谜实际上无法解决，那些领取了2到6个问题奖励的参与者至少作弊了1次，而领取了7到8个问题奖励的参与者则至少作弊了2次。
The researchers found that low-H participants were more likely to have cheated in taking payment for solving the anagrams. The correlation between the H factor and cheating, about 0.35, is actually surprisingly large, given that many other variables could influence cheating behavior in this particular situation, an extremely low-stakes situation. We might add, and on this particular occasion point too.
研究发现 ，H 因素较低的参与者更可能在领取字谜奖励时作弊。H 因素与作弊之间的相关性约为 0.35。考虑到在这种低风险、特定情境和特定时刻，作弊行为可能受到许多其他变量的影响，这个相关性实际上相当大。
At the same time, some high-H people occasionally commit dishonest acts. Sometimes a situation is tempting enough that only people very high in H resist the urge to act selfishly. And in some situations, dishonest actions are motivated less by low H than by other characteristics. A young person who wouldn't think of stealing or cheating, etc., on his or her own might succumb to peer pressure. Or a young person who has no intrinsic motivation to commit such a crime might do so purely as an act of rebellion against parents or authority figures. Because of these varying circumstances, we can't always be sure that a particular dishonest act was driven by a low level of H in the person who committed that act. To take just one example, many high-H people would steal out of desperation if they or their kin were hungry or cold or sick. This situation confronts very few, if any, of the students in our samples, but it's worth remembering that although a given behavior can be strongly influenced by a personality trait in one situation, the same behavior may be almost irrelevant to that personality trait in another situation.
同时，一些高 H 值的人有时也会做出不诚实的行为。有时，某种情况的诱惑力大到只有非常高的 H 值的人才能抵制自私的冲动。在某些情况下，不诚实的行为更多是出于其他特质，而非低 H 值。一个自己不会想到偷窃或作弊等的年轻人，可能会在同伴压力下屈服；或者，一个对犯罪没有内在动机的年轻人，可能只是为了反抗父母或权威人物而这么做。由于这些不同的情况，我们不能总是确定某个不诚实的行为是由行为人低水平的 H 值驱动的。举个例子，许多高 H 值的人在自己或亲人饥饿、寒冷或生病的绝望情况下会选择偷窃。这种情况在我们的样本学生中可能极为罕见，但值得记住的是，某种行为在一种情况下可能受到人格特质的强烈影响，但在另一种情况下，该行为可能与这种人格特质几乎无关。
Some ways of studying personality and behavior allow us to control for situational influences and thereby see the full strength of the link between low H and various dishonest actions. Probably the best such approach is to ask people to respond to hypothetical scenarios that depict some opportunity to act dishonestly for personal gain. By describing the features of these scenarios in just the right way, we can find out how people would act in a prototypical default situation in the absence of any risk of getting caught, of any truly desperate straits, or of any pressures to conform or to rebel. This approach also allows us to find out how personality would relate to dishonest behaviors of a kind that few people have the opportunity to commit.
通过研究人格和行为的某些方法，我们可以控制情境影响，从而看清 DH 值与各种不诚实行为之间的紧密联系。其中可能最好的方法是让人们对假设的情境做出反应，这些情境描绘了为了个人利益而采取不诚实行为的机会。通过恰当地描述这些情境的特征，我们可以了解人们在典型默认情况下会如何行动，没有被抓住的风险，没有真正的绝望境地，也没有顺从或反抗的压力。这种方法还让我们能够了解人格如何与很少有机会实施的不诚实行为相关联。
One such kind of dishonesty is corporate crime, whereby officials commit crimes that profit their company. This form of dishonest behavior is interesting for the ways in which it differs from more common crimes. Unlike common theft or robbery, corporate crime is usually committed by people who have high levels of income, education, and occupational status. And unlike common theft or robbery, it often involves massive amounts of money taken from many people.
一种不诚实的行为是企业犯罪，即公司官员实施有利于公司的犯罪。这种不诚实的行为在与常见犯罪的对比中显得尤为有趣。与普通盗窃或抢劫不同，企业犯罪通常是由收入高、教育程度高、职业地位高的人所为，而且与普通盗窃或抢劫不同，它往往涉及从许多人那里窃取巨额资金。
Few people ever find themselves in a position to commit large-scale corporate crimes. But how many people would do so, given the chance? And how much is personality, particularly a low-H personality, implicated in the willingness to commit those crimes? We've studied this by asking several hundred university students to respond to a series of scenarios in which they take the role of a corporate executive. Each scenario describes an opportunity to maximize the company's profit and the respondent's income in a highly unethical way that involves corrupt business practices, risks to public health and safety, or damage to the environment. Here's just one example.
很少有人有机会去实施大规模的企业犯罪，但如果有机会，有多少人会这么做呢？个性，尤其是 DH 型个性，在愿意犯罪的程度上有多大影响呢？我们通过让数百名大学生对一系列情境做出回应来研究这个问题。这些情境中，他们扮演企业高管的角色。每个情境都描述了一个以高度不道德的方式最大化公司利润和收入的机会，这可能涉及腐败的商业行为、对公共健康和安全的风险或对环境的破坏。这里有一个例子。
Suppose that you are in charge of sales for a large corporation that exports telecommunications equipment to countries around the world. Recently, you have been trying to obtain the contract for supplying a new telecom system to Impoveria, a developing nation that has only recently begun to modernize.
假设你是一家大型跨国电信设备出口公司的销售负责人，最近你一直在努力争取与一个发展中国家、刚刚开始现代化进程的贫困国提供新的电信系统合同。
In negotiations with the president of Impoveria and his cabinet, you have learned that your company's bid is not the lowest. Instead, two of your competitor companies have lower bids. However, the president and his cabinet members have told you that you can still have the contract if you agree to send back 5% of the money received from the Impoverian government to their own personal bank accounts in Switzerland. It is clear to you that, even with this 5% kickback, your company will still make a substantial profit on this contract, and that you will be seen as the person who made it happen.
在与贫穷国总统及其内阁的谈判中，你了解到你们公司的报价并不是最低的，相反，你的两个竞争对手的报价更低。然而，总统和内阁成员告知你，如果你们同意将从贫穷国政府收到款项的 5% 退回给他们在瑞士的个人银行账户，你们仍然可以得到这份合同。你清楚，即使支付这 5% 的回扣，你们公司在这份合同上仍会获得可观的利润，而你将被视为促成此事的关键人物。
Would you recommend that your company agree to the conditions and sign the contract?
你会建议公司接受这些条件并签署合同吗？
1. Definitely not.
1. 绝对不会。
2. Probably not.
2. 可能不会。
3. Probably yes.
3. 可能会。
4. Definitely yes.
4. 当然确定。
So, how many of our students would put profit ahead of morality? About 15% responded probably yes or definitely yes to most of the scenarios. Conversely, about 15% responded definitely not to most scenarios. The other 70% mainly responded probably not. This means that they lean toward the ethical option, but not as strongly as you might want our future corporate leaders to do.
那么，我们有多少学生会将利润置于道德之上呢？大约 15% 的学生在大多数情况下回答可能或肯定会这样做。相反，也有大约 15% 的学生在大多数情况下回答肯定不会。其余 70% 主要回答可能不会，这意味着他们倾向于道德选择，但并不像我们希望未来的商业领袖那样坚定。
And what about the personalities of the students? We measured their levels of the Hexaco factors by self-report and also by observer report from their friends or roommates or romantic partners. Of the students who were most willing to profit at the expense of the public good, about 3/4 were below average in H. By contrast, of the students who were least willing, about 3/4 were above average in H.3.
那么，这些学生的性格如何呢？ 我们通过自我报告以及他们的朋友、室友或恋人作为观察者的报告来衡量他们的 lexical 因素。在那些最愿意以牺牲公共利益为代价获取利润的学生中，大约3%的人在 H 方面低于平均水平。相反，在那些最不愿意这样做的学生中，大约3%的人在 H 方面高于平均水平。
Perhaps these results overestimate the number of students who would make the unethical business decisions. After all, the situations were hypothetical, without any real risks of public harm or of criminal prosecution. But then again, the situations also lacked real money, so perhaps in a real-life situation even more of the students would put money over morality.
也许这些结果高估了会做出不道德商业决策的学生数量。毕竟，这些情况是假设的，没有真正对公众造成伤害或面临刑事起诉的风险。然而，这些情况也没有真实的金钱，所以也许在现实生活中会有更多的学生将金钱置于道德之上。
Unethical corporate activity is one way that low-wage people express their personalities in today's market economy. But to some extent, the market economy actually constrains the selfishness of low-wage people, because most of them can satisfy their greed only by producing things that others want. When law enforcement is good enough that crime generally doesn't pay, and when people can freely exchange labor and property, the only reliable way to get rich is to provide a good or a service that others will buy. As Adam Smith put it, it is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own self-interest. For the beauty of Smith's free market, at least in principle, is that the would-be thief and the would-be overlord must work for a living, perhaps in the food processing industry.
在当今市场经济中，不道德的商业行为是 DH 人群展现个性的一种方式。但某种程度上，市场经济实际上限制了 DH 人群的自私，因为他们大多只能通过生产他人需要的东西来满足贪婪。当法律执行得足够好，犯罪通常无利可图，人们可以自由交换劳动力和财产时，致富的唯一可靠途径就是提供他人愿意购买的商品或服务。正如亚当·斯密所说，我们期待晚餐并非出于屠夫、酿酒师或面包师的仁慈，而是出于他们对自身利益的考虑。斯密的自由市场之美，至少在理论上是潜在的小偷和想要主宰者必须为生活而工作，也许是在食品加工业。
Yet low-wage people find ways to defeat the spirit, and even the letter, of the rules that govern a market economy. The essence of the low-wage personality is a willingness to gain by exploiting others, and therefore such people will always be ready to cheat in their economic transactions, with greater or lesser degrees of subtlety.
然而 DH 人群总能找到办法规避市场经济规则的精神，甚至其文字规定。DH 个性的核心是愿意通过剥削他人来获利，因此这类人总会在经济交易中准备作弊，手法或明显或微妙。
Anyone who sells on the principle, let the buyer beware, is following the low-wage strategy of doing business. Think of the stereotype of the used car salesman or the shady building contractor. Similarly, anyone who tricks people into making ill-advised deals is using a classic low-wage tactic. One excellent example is predatory lending, where the lender's aim is to foreclose on the assets of a borrower who probably will be unable to repay a loan. So too is borrowing under false pretenses, for example, by exaggerating income on a loan application or by planning simply to walk away if unable to repay the loan. Yet another tactic of low-wage persons involves shifting costs onto third parties so that the public must pay the externalities associated with their business. Classic cases here are the business owner who dumps toxic waste or who sells addictive drugs or deadly weapons.
以买家需谨慎为原则，销售的人遵循的是 DH 诚信的商业策略。想想二手车销售员或可疑的建筑承包商的刻板印象。同样，诱骗人们做出不明智交易的人也在使用典型的 DH 手段。一个很好的例子是掠夺性贷款，贷款人的目标是针对可能无法偿还贷款的借款人收回资产。同样，通过在贷款申请中夸大收入或打算在无法偿还时逃避贷款，也是虚假借款。DH 人士的另一种策略是将成本转嫁给第三方，让公众必须承担他们业务相关的外部性成本。在这方面，典型的例子是倾倒有毒废物的企业主，或是贩卖成瘾药物或致命武器的人。
Tax evasion is another means by which low-wage people undermine the market economy. Tax rates differ from one jurisdiction to the next, but every society must raise some taxes to pay for the public goods that its people deem important. Low-wage people are disproportionately those who evade their taxes or avoid them in ways that are legal but contrary to the spirit of the laws. For example, income tax laws in many countries generally allow a variety of exemptions and deductions. Some of these are obvious and are claimed by virtually everyone, but others are obscure loopholes that are discovered only by people who actively search for them. This means that the burden of paying taxes is shifted from people who try to avoid paying them onto people who don't. This essentially means that high-age persons, those whose sense of social responsibility outweighs their greed, end up subsidizing low-age persons. There are some high-age people who openly refuse to pay taxes on the grounds that the money would be used for immoral purposes, such as subsidizing aggressive wars. But we doubt that many of the tax-dodging crowd are taking their inspiration from Thoreau or Gandhi. And the free riding of low-age persons isn't limited to tax evasion. It is people who are low in age who would claim benefits they don't really deserve, as in cases of welfare fraud or disability insurance fraud.
逃税是低 H 人群破坏市场经济的另一种方式。税率因地区而异，但每个社会都需征收一些税款来支付人们认为重要的公共物品。低 H 人群往往不成比例地逃避税收，或者以合法但违背法律精神的方式避税。例如，许多国家的所得税法通常允许各种减免，其中一些减免显而易见，几乎所有人都会申请。但另一些则是只有主动寻找的人才会发现的模糊漏洞，这意味着纳税的负担从试图逃避的人转移到了不逃避的人身上。这实质上意味着高 H 人群，那些社会责任感超过贪婪的人，最终补贴了低 H 人群。有些高 H 人群公开拒绝纳税，理由是税款可能被用于不道德的目的，如资助侵略战争。但我们怀疑，逃税人群中有多少人是受到了梭罗或甘地的启发？低 H 人群的免费搭车行为不仅仅限于逃税，他们会申领并不真正应得的福利，如福利欺诈或残疾保险欺诈。
Box 9-2 The H Factor and the Free Rider Problem.
Box 92 H 因子与免费搭车问题。
A recent study from Germany neatly illustrates the problem of free riding in low-age persons. Researchers Benjamin Hilbig, Ingo Zettler, and Timo Haydash examined people's behavior in a public goods game. 5 in this game, each person is given an initial endowment of points, and each person can contribute any number of his or her points to a common pool. All points contributed to the common pool are multiplied and then distributed equally among all of the persons, regardless of each person's contribution.
德国最近的一项研究巧妙地揭示了低 H 人群的免费搭车问题。研究人员 Benjamin Hilbig、Ingo Zettler 和 Timo Haydash 考察了人们在公共物品游戏中的行为。在这个游戏中，每个人都有初始的点数，每个人都可以将任意数量的点数贡献给一个公共池。所有贡献到公共池的点数都会被乘以一个数，然后平均分配给所有人，不论个人贡献了多少。
Notice that the best outcome for the group collectively is for everyone to contribute heavily to the common pool. However, for any given person there is the temptation to be a free rider, to keep one's points and then benefit from everyone else's contributions. In this way, this public goods game captures the essence of many real-life situations, such as paying one's taxes, refraining from littering, paying the fare on public transit, and refraining from watering one's lawn during a drought.
请注意，对整个团队来说，最好的结果是每个人都大量贡献公共资源。然而，对于每个人来说，都有成为搭便车者的诱惑，保留自己的积分，然后从他人的贡献中获益。这种方式下，这个公共物品游戏揭示了许多现实情况的本质，比如缴纳税款、不乱丢垃圾、支付公共交通费用，以及在干旱期间不浇灌草坪。
Hilbig, Zettler, and Haydash found that people who were very low in age contributed a little more than 30% of their points on average, whereas people who were very high in age contributed almost 70% of their points on average. Using these results, the researchers calculated what would happen in a group consisting A. only of persons above average in age, and B. only of persons below average in age. In a group of 5 high-age people, the total gain for the whole group would be about 25% higher than in a group of 5 low-age people.
Hilbig、Settler 和 Haydash 发现 ，H 值非常低的人平均贡献了约30%的积分， 而 H 值非常高的人平均贡献了近70%的积分。根据这些结果，研究人员计算了由 A. H 值高于平均水平的人组成和 B. 由 H 值低于平均水平的人组成的群体会发生什么情况。在一个由5个高 H 值者组成的小组中，整个团队的总收益将比5个低 H 值者组成的小组高出约25%。
It's easy to see that a community of high H people would function much more effectively than would a community of low H people. For some speculation about how an entire society of high H persons might look, see box 9 to 3.
很容易看出，高 H 值人群的社区比低 H 值人群的社区运行得更有效。关于一个全由高 H 值者组成的社会可能是什么样子的设想，见况9-3。
Even when low H people conform perfectly to the ideals of the market economy, they can still do a lot of harm. Consider conspicuous consumption, which is one of the hallmarks of the low H personality. At first regard, this might not seem to be a major social problem. If low H people want to waste their money on expensive, flashy toys, well, who cares? But conspicuous consumption by some has harmful consequences for all.
即使低 H 值者完全符合市场经济的理想，他们仍然可能造成很多损害。以炫耀性消费为例，这是低 H 值人格的特征之一。乍一看，这似乎不是什么重大的社会问题。如果低 H 值者愿意把钱浪费在昂贵、炫目的玩具上，那又怎样呢？但某些人的炫耀性消费对所有人都有害影响。
The economist Robert H. Frank has explained the problem as follows. Point 6 First, people try to outspend others on certain kinds of goods, simply so that they can have better and be seen to have better than other people do. For example, people like to have the nicest car or house or clothes or jewelry or furniture or restaurant reservations. In contrast, they don't compete in this way when spending money on, say, their insurance policies. This produces an expenditure arms race, in which people spend more and more money on these so-called positional goods. To get that money, people may take on large debts and may sacrifice much of their leisure time. They may also demand reductions in taxes that could be spent on public goods such as roads or schools or hospitals. But this escalation of spending doesn't make people any happier, because each person's relative standing in the competition of consumption remains more or less the same. On average, we never actually overtake the Joneses.
经济学家罗伯特 ·H· 弗兰克这样解释这个问题：首先，人们试图在某些商品上超越他人，仅仅是为了拥有并展示出比其他人更好的东西。比如，人们希望拥有最好的汽车、房子、衣物、珠宝、家具或餐厅预订。然而，他们在购买保险等商品时并不会这样竞争，这就导致了一场消费军备竞赛。人们在这些所谓的地位商品上花费越来越多的钱。为了获取资金，人们可能会背负大量债务，牺牲大部分休闲时间。他们也可能要求降低税收，这些税收本可以用于公共设施，如道路、学校或医院。但这种消费水平的提升并没有让人们更快乐，因为在消费竞赛中的相对地位大致保持不变。平均来说，我们永远无法真正超越邻居。
Now, if high-H people could just exempt themselves from this competition altogether, they could avoid many of its negative effects. But they can't. When low-H people create a speculative bubble, such as the real estate bubbles of the 2000s, the result is an economic crisis that causes unemployment for low-H and high-H people alike. And the arms race for luxury goods will cause most high-H people to spend more money even though they don't care about showing off. For example, when low-H people buy ever larger cars in an effort to show off, high-H people who would prefer to buy smaller cars feel at higher risk of being killed in a car accident and may feel compelled to upsize. Or when low-H people spend extravagantly on, say, business suits, high-H people who would rather just buy a basic suit may find themselves being taken less seriously at job interviews, making them feel compelled to follow the mantra of dress for success.
现在，如果高 H 高幸福感人群能完全置身于这种竞争之外，他们就能避免许多负面影响。但他们做不到。当低 H 人群制造投机泡沫，如2000年代的房地产泡沫时，结果是经济危机导致低 H 和高 H 人群都面临失业。而对奢侈品的军备竞赛会让大多数高 H 人群即使不关心炫耀，也会花更多的钱。例如，当低 H 人群为了炫耀购买越来越大排量的汽车时， 原本更倾向于购买小型车的高 H 人群可能会觉得在车祸中丧生的风险增加，从而被迫升级车型。或者，当低 H 人群在商务西装上挥霍无度时，更愿意购买基础款式的高 H 人群可能会发现，在求职面试中不被重视，从而被迫遵循衣着决定成功的信条。
Power.
权力。
When Lord Acton said that power corrupts, he missed half the story. Power also attracts the corrupt. Low-H people crave power, and they express this in a variety of attitudes. Consider the simple statement, "I would like to have more power than other people," which Lou Goldberg included in a questionnaire that he gave to his sample of Oregon adults. Among people who strongly disagreed with that statement, the large majority, over 80%, were above average in the H factor. Among people who agreed or strongly agreed, most, again over 80%, were below average in the H factor.
当阿克顿勋爵说权力使人腐败时，他只说对了一半，权力也吸引着腐败之人。DH 值的人渴望权力，他们对此表现出各种态度。想想这个简单的陈述，我想要比其他人拥有更多权利。这是洛夫·戈德堡在他的俄勒冈州成年人样本问卷中包含的问题。在强烈反对这一陈述的人中，大多数人超过 80%在 H 因素上高于平均水平，而在同意或强烈同意的人中，大多数人同样超过 80%在 H 因素上低于平均水平。
Other links between low H and the need for power over others emerged from this sample of Oregon adults. Goldberg administered the Campbell Interest and Skill Survey, which assesses people's interests in various occupations and indicates how closely their responses match those of workers in those occupations. For example, if the pattern of your responses on the survey is similar to that of accountants, then you will score highly on the accountant's scale. There are 59 such occupations in this survey, and of those 59, the CEO/President scale was the one that showed the strongest link with low levels of the H factor, a correlation of about 0.35. This meant that even though many CEOs and presidents are highly ethical people, the average CEO or president apparently has interests similar to those of low-H people.
从这个俄勒冈州成年人样本中，还揭示了 DH 至于对他人权利需求的其他联系。戈德堡进行了坎贝尔兴趣和技能调查，该调查评估了人们在各种职业中的兴趣，并显示他们的回答与这些职业工作者的回答有多吻合。例如，如果你的调查回答模式与会计师相似，那么你在会计师量表上的得分就会很高。在这59种职业中，首席执行官总裁量表与 H 因素的低水平关联最紧密，相关系数约为 0.35。这意味着，尽管许多首席执行官和总裁都是道德高尚的人，但平均而言，他们的兴趣似乎与 DH 值的人相似。
Probably the central problem of human society is that the people who most want power, people low in H, are also the people most likely to abuse it. Democracy and limited government can go a long way towards solving this problem. In a democracy, you can gain power only by making some credible promises to give voters things they want, and you can keep power only by persuading voters that you have delivered on those promises. And in any system of limited government, you can have only so much power, because other branches and levels of government will act as checks against you.
人类社会的核心问题可能是最渴望权力的人，那些 DH 值的人也是最可能滥用权力的人。民主和有限政府可以在很大程度上解决这个问题。在民主制度中，你只能通过向选民承诺提供他们想要的东西来获得权利，而只能通过说服选民你已经兑现这些承诺来保持权利。而在任何有限政府制度中，你的权利都是有限的，因为其他政府部门和层级会对你起到制衡作用。
But even in countries that enjoy democratic and limited government, low-H people can gain power by deceit and then abuse that power. When seeking power, skilled politicians will successfully mislead voters, and deception in politics is less strictly regulated than is deception in the marketplace. For example, advertising by political candidates generally isn't subject to the laws that govern commercial advertising, and promises by political candidates generally aren't treated as formal contracts. In fact, a total avoidance of deception can be fatal to success in politics. A politician who tells people what they don't want to hear will probably not last long.
然而，即使在享有民主和有限政府的国家 DH 人群也能通过欺诈手段获取权力，然后滥用权力。在寻求权力的过程中，精明的政治家会成功误导选民。政治领域的欺诈行为比市场交易中的欺诈行为受到的约束更少。例如，政治候选人的广告通常不受商业广告法规的约束，政客的承诺通常不被视为正式合同。事实上，完全避免欺骗在政治上可能是致命的。告诉人们他们不想听的话的政治家可能不会长久。
Once ensconced in office, politicians and the public servants who carry out their policies can use their power to personal advantage as far as they can get away with doing so. Even the least corrupt countries have occasional scandals when politicians and other government officials are caught taking bribes or kickbacks or awarding contracts to their cronies. Another variant is the misuse of public funds, as when politicians or bureaucrats claim extravagant amounts for expenses that are personal rather than professional. Of course, this also happens in the private sector and sometimes too in not-for-profit organizations.
一旦当选，政治家以及执行他们政策的公务员可以利用权力为个人谋取利益，只要他们能逃脱惩罚。即使是最廉洁的国家，也偶尔会有政治家和其他政府官员受贿、回扣或向亲信授予合同的丑闻。另一种形式是滥用公共资金，比如政客或官僚为个人而非职业目的申报巨额开支。当然，这种情况在私营部门和非营利组织中也会发生。
But the abuse of power by political leaders and government officials is hardly limited to personal corruption. The most spectacular and terrifying abuses are those involving aggressive war and other forms of mass murder. When low-H persons attain positions of essentially unchecked power, and when those persons are motivated by some ideology, the consequences are often horrific. In the most extreme cases, think of Hitler or Stalin, the toll may be counted in the tens of millions of innocent lives.
然而，政治领导人和政府官员滥用权力远不止个人腐败。最壮观且令人恐惧的滥用权力行为涉及侵略战争和其他形式的大规模杀戮。当 DH 的人获得几乎不受约束的权利，而这些人又受到某种意识形态的驱使时，结果往往惨不忍睹。在最极端的情况下，比如希特勒或斯大林，无辜生命的损失可能以数千万计。
Let's turn now to power on a much pettier scale. In modern societies, economic power is diffused throughout the private sector rather than concentrated solely in government. In corporations spanning the range of economic activity, many low-H workers jockey for position, hoping to ascend the corporate ladder by whatever means will succeed. Just as a politician will tell voters what they want to hear, many employees will be yes men and yes women, cynically currying favor with their supervisors and other bosses in the hope of rising through the corporate ranks. But the tactics used by low-H employees to get ahead at work are not limited to yes-saying and flattery. Recall our discussion of workplace impression management in Chapter 5. They also practice a much wider array of Machiavellian tactics. Some of them claim credit for achievements that were really due, at least in large part, to the effort and talent of others. And some go even further, seeking to damage the reputations of coworkers by criticizing their work unjustly or by spreading unflattering rumors about them, whether true or not. And a few will go so far as to threaten and intimidate their current or prospective rivals.
现在让我们转向更小规模的权力。在现代社会，经济权力分散在私营部门，而不只集中在政府手中。在各种经济活动的公司里，许多 DH 的员工争先恐后，希望通过各种可能的方式爬上职业阶梯。就像政客会告诉选民他们想听的话一样，许多员工也会成为拍马屁的人，玩世不恭地讨好上司和其他老板，希望能晋升公司的层级。但 DH 员工在工作中取得进步的策略，并不仅限于附和和奉承。回想一下我们在第5章中关于职场印象管理的讨论，他们还会施展更广泛的马基雅维利主义手段。有些人会把别人的成就据为己有，至少在很大程度上是这样。有些人甚至更进一步，通过不公正地批评同事的工作或传播关于他们的不实流言来损害他们的声誉。少数人甚至会威胁和恐吓当前或潜在的竞争对手。
All of these examples of Machiavellian tactics in the workplace have their counterparts in schools, from the primary grades right up to university classes. In some cases, the goal is to gain favor with teachers, But the main preoccupation for most students is their status with their peers. And here the young low-H person may find much opportunity for bullying others. 7. Whether by overt physical intimidation of the kind typically favored by boys, or by more subtle arts of social exclusion, which are perhaps practiced more skillfully by girls than by boys, who nonetheless get a lot of practice. For very low-H people, social relationships are a zero-sum game in which all tactics are justified in the battle to attain status.
所有这些职场中的马基雅维利主义策略，在从小学到大学课堂的学校中都有对应的表现。在某些情况下，目标是赢得老师的青睐，但大多数学生主要关心的是在同龄人中的地位。在这里，年轻的 DH 者可能会有很多机会欺负他人，无论是通过明显的身体恐吓，男孩通常更喜欢这种方式，还是通过更微妙的社会排斥手段，这可能是女孩比男孩更熟练的运用，尽管男孩也有很多实践机会。对于非常 DH 的人来说，社会关系是一种零和游戏，在争取地位的斗争中，所有手段都是正当的。
Sex.
性别。
Sex is a domain in which people give each other much pleasure, but it's also one in which people exploit each other quite ruthlessly. Modern countries generally have laws that limit the worst of the sexual exploitation that some low-H people would be tempted to commit, such as sexual assaults or sexual abuse of children. But low-H is also involved in other, subcriminal forms of exploitation in sexual relationships.
性是人们彼此带来快乐的领域，但也是无情剥削对方的地方。现代国家通常有法律限制一些 DH 人群可能实施的最恶劣性剥削行为，如性侵犯或儿童性虐待。然而 ，DH 也涉及其他非犯罪性的性关系剥削形式。
Consider the CAD philosophy of love them and leave them, or its less euphemistic equivalent involving words that start with F. In this familiar story, one person, almost always a man, uses false affection or false promises to obtain sexual favors from another person, almost always a woman. He pretends to love her simply so that she will let him have sex with her. This is classic low-H behavior, and at least under some conditions, it would serve to propagate low-H tendencies into the next generation. The successful Don Juan might end up as the biological father of many children by many mothers, without actually raising those children or providing for them in any way.
以爱之深，气之快，或其更直白的版本，涉及以 F 开头的词汇的渣男哲学为例。在这个常见的故事中，通常是一个男人通过虚假的感情或承诺来获取另一个通常为女性的性的恩惠。他假装爱她，只是为了能与她发生性关系。这是典型的 DH 行为，至少在某些情况下，他可能会将 DH 倾向传递给下一代。成功的唐璜可能会成为许多孩子生物学上的父亲，但并不会养育他们或提供任何支持。
A different kind of exploitation by low-H men is that of polygyny, whereby some men have more than one wife and other men remain unmarried. Note that even though the status of women in polygynous societies is generally rather low, not all women are opposed to polygyny. To paraphrase George Bernard Shaw, a woman might prefer a 1/10 share of a first-rate man to a full share of a third-rate man, if we assume that the men who acquire multiple wives are first-rate, by definition. However, polygyny is grossly exploitive of the men in polygynous societies who, for whatever reason, are unable to marry. In a polygynous society, many men have little prospect of having a wife and children, and thus of having any family life. This isn't to say that the men who do attain multiple wives must be low in H, but it's a fair bet that low-H men are those who are most supportive of such a system. Recall from Chapter 7 that people who favor social hierarchies tend to be low in H.
另一种由 DH 男性主导的剥削形式是多妻制，即一些男性拥有多个妻子，而其他男性则无法结婚。请注意，尽管在多妻制社会中女性的地位通常较低，但并非所有女性都反对多妻制。借用萧伯纳的话来说，如果假设拥有多个妻子的男性天生优秀，那么女性可能更愿意拥有一个顶级男性的1/10，而不是一个三流男性的全部。然而，多妻制严重剥削了那些因各种原因无法结婚的多妻制社会中的男性。在这样的社会中，许多男性几乎没有机会拥有妻子和孩子，因此也难以拥有家庭生活。这并不是说拥有多个妻子的男性 H 值一定低，但可以合理推测，支持这种制度的男性中 DH 的人占大多数。请回顾第7章， 倾向于社会等级的人往往 H 值较低。
Another form of exploitation is that of cheating on a romantic partner with whom one is supposed to have a monogamous relationship. People low in H, men or women, will not be much deterred from infidelity by an ethical reluctance to betray the trust of their spouse. If the opportunity comes along to have an affair with someone sexier, either more physically attractive or of higher status, the low H person will likely take it. This isn't to say that the correspondence between low H and infidelity is perfect. Some low H people will simply not be much interested in extramarital affairs or will be too wary of the reaction of a vigilant and suspicious spouse. And a few high H people will have affairs if their spouse is sufficiently unkind or if their marriage is sufficiently unhappy. But for very low H people, the default setting is a willingness to cheat on their spouse.
另一种剥削形式是与应该保持一夫一妻关系的伴侣出轨。H 值低的男性或女性不会因为道德上的顾虑而避免背叛配偶的信任。如果有机会与更性感的人，无论是外表更吸引人还是地位更高的人发生关系，低 H 的人很可能会抓住这个机会。这并不是说低 H 与不忠之间存在完美的对应关系，有些低 H 的人可能对婚外情不感兴趣，或者过于担心警惕而多疑的配偶的反应，而少数高 H 的人如果配偶足够冷漠或者婚姻足够不幸，也可能会出轨。但对于 H 值极低的人来说，他们的默认设定就是愿意背叛配偶。
Sexual histories tend to differ between low H people and high H people, especially among men. Low H people pursue more short-term relationships, make more attempts to poach other people's partners, and have more sex partners than do high H people. In one of our studies, we asked university students to indicate how many different sex partners they realistically foresaw themselves having during the next 5 years. About 10% of male students indicated 9 or more partners, and about 3/4 of those students scored below the average of the H factor. 0.8. None of the other personality factors was a better predictor than H of the expected number of sex partners. This doesn't mean that the low H men would necessarily end up with more sex partners, although we expect that to some extent they would. But the fact that they expect, and presumably want to have, more partners is itself interesting.
性行为史在 DH 和高 H 人群中有所不同，尤其是男性。DH 人群倾向于更多的建立短期关系，更频繁地尝试挖角他人的伴侣，性伴侣数量也比高 H 人群多。在我们的一项研究中，我们让大学生估计自己在未来5年内可能有多少不同的性伴侣。大约 10% 的男性学生表示会有9个或更多，而这些学生中约有3/4的 H 因素得分低于平均值。没有任何其他性格因素能比 H 更好地预测预期的性伴侣数量。这并不意味着 DH 男性一定会拥有更多的性伴侣，尽管在某种程度上我们预期会如此。但他们期待并可能希望拥有更多伴侣这一事实本身就很有意思。
As we mentioned above, it's mostly men, low H men, who adopt the classic CAD pattern of using insincere affection as a means to gaining sexual gratification. Perhaps the female equivalent of the CAD is the tease, a woman who holds out the false prospect of a sexual relationship with a man in order to obtain from him favors of various kinds, gifts of money or jewelry, help with work at school or the office, and so on. For women low in H, sex and affection are tools for manipulating men into giving them what they want. Another incarnation of the low H woman is the gold digger, who seeks to marry simply with a view to obtaining the wealth and status of her prospective husband, either with or without the plan to divorce him later. For women low in H, and especially those who are also low in E, the idea of marrying for love seems ridiculously naive, and the idea of marrying for money is simply common sense.
如上所述，主要是男性，尤其是 DH 男性，采取经典的花花公子模式，用不真诚的感情作为获得性满足的手段。女性版的花花公子可能是挑逗者，他向男性暗示虚假的性关系前景，以换取各种好处，如金钱或珠宝礼物，帮助完成学业或工作等。对于 DH 的女性来说，性和感情是操纵男性给予他们想要的东西的工具。DH 女性的另一种表现是拜金女，她寻求结婚只是为了获取未来丈夫的财富和地位，无论是否计划以后离婚。对于 DH， 尤其是同时 DE 的女性来说，为了爱情而结婚的想法显得荒谬天真，而为了金钱结婚则只是常识。
Low H also plays an important role in sexual harassment of the quid pro quo variety. In the typical sexual quid pro quo, a person in a position of authority, usually a man, obtains sexual favors from a person having less power, usually a woman, in exchange for some reward, such as a raise or a promotion. Sometimes the reward is simply the avoidance of some penalty, such as being fired.
在性骚扰的权色交易类型中 ，DH 同样扮演着重要角色。典型的权色交易中，一位拥有权力的人，通常是男性，会从一个权力较小的人，通常是女性，那里获取性服务，以换取某种奖励，比如加薪或晋升。有时，奖励仅仅是避免某种惩罚，比如免于被解雇。
In one of our research projects, we compared the personalities of people who would engage in quid pro quo sexual harassment with those of people who wouldn't. 9 In studying this question, we wanted to examine both sides of the quid pro quo equation. What are the personality traits of people who would offer rewards in exchange for sexual favors? And what are the personality traits of people who would grant or even offer sexual favors in exchange for rewards?
在我们的一个研究项目中，我们对比了会进行权色交易和不会的人的性格特征。我们想从权色交易等式的两面来研究这个问题：提供奖励以换取性服务的人有哪些性格特点？而为了奖励而提供或甚至主动提议性服务的人又有哪些性格特点？
To find out, we asked our research participants, men and women university students, to consider two pairs of related scenarios. Here's one of the two pairs.
为了找出答案，我们让参与研究的男女大学生考虑两组相关的情景。这是其中一组。
Suppose that you are a high-level government official. You are currently making decisions about the awarding of a major government contract, and there are several companies that are competing for this contract. You are very strongly attracted to the representative of one of these companies, and this person seems to be very strongly motivated to get the contract, which would mean a large commission for that representative. In fact, you are sure that this person would perform sexual favors in exchange for a major government contract, and you are also sure that you would not be caught or punished in any way for making this arrangement.
假设你是一位高级政府官员，你正在决定一项重大政府合同的授予，有几家公司正在竞争这个合同。你对其中一家公司的代表非常有好感，而这个代表似乎非常渴望得到这个合同，这意味着能获得一大笔佣金。事实上，你确信这个人为了一份重大政府合同愿意提供性服务，而且你也确信自己不会因为这个安排而被发现或受到惩罚。
Would you give this representative the contract in exchange for sexual favors?
你会为了性服务而将合同给这位代表吗？
1. Definitely no.
1. 绝对不行。
2. Probably not.
2. 可能不会。
3. Probably yes.
3. 可能会。
4. Definitely yes.
4. 绝对会。
Now imagine a situation similar to the one above, but suppose instead that you are a company representative instead of a government official. Assume that you could definitely receive the contract and commission in exchange for sexual favors, and that no one would find out about this exchange.
现在想象一个类似的情况，但你是一名公司代表，而不是政府官员。假设你可以肯定地通过提供性服务来获得合同和佣金，并且这个交易不会被任何人发现。
Would you be willing to provide sexual favors in exchange for the contract?
你是否愿意以提供性服务来换取这份合同？
1. Definitely not.
1. 绝对不愿意。
2. Probably not.
2. 可能不愿意。
3. Probably yes.
3. 可能愿意。
4. Definitely yes.
4. 绝对愿意。
As you can see, the first scenario assesses the willingness to trade rewards for sexual favors, and the second assesses the converse. Notice that there is no suggestion of any desperate circumstances facing the company representative. What we wanted to measure was the willingness to trade sexual favors for some substantial reward even when one's basic needs are securely being met. We realized that a person who normally would never seek advantage through sexual favors might submit to a sexual quid pro quo if there seemed to be no other choice. Consider, for example, a single mother faced with the prospect of losing her job.
如你所见，第一个场景考察的是用奖励换取性恩惠的意愿， 而第二个场景则考察相反的情况。请注意，这里并没有暗示公司代表面临任何绝望的境况。我们想要测量的是，即使基本需求得到满足，人们是否仍愿意用性恩惠换取实质性奖励。我们意识到，一个通常不会通过性恩惠谋求利益的人，在看似别无选择的情况下，可能会接受性交易，比如一个单身母亲面临失业的威胁。
How many of our participants indicated a willingness to make these sexual quid pro quos? Only a minority, but a fairly substantial minority. For each scenario in the pair given above, about 3/4 of women and about 1/2 of men responded definitely not, fewer than 10% of women, and about 20% of men responded probably yes or definitely yes. Men were thus more receptive to the idea of sexual quid pro quos than women were.
有多少参与者表示愿意进行这种性交易呢？只有一小部分，但比例相当可观。对于上述每对场景中的每一个，大约3/4的女性和大约一半的男性回答绝对不愿意。女性中只有不到10%，男性中约20%的人回答可能愿意或绝对愿意。因此，男性对性交易的接受度高于女性。
This result wasn't surprising, but an unexpected finding was that the two scenarios hardly differed in their pattern of responses. We had expected men to be relatively more willing to trade material rewards for sexual favors, and we had expected women to be relatively more willing to trade sexual favors for material rewards. However, there was little evidence of this except that women were slightly more willing to give a yes response to the second scenario than to the first.
这个结果并不令人惊讶，但一个意外的发现是，两个场景在回答模式上几乎没有差异。我们原本预期男性会相对更愿意用物质奖励换取性恩惠，而女性会相对更愿意用性恩惠换取物质奖励。然而，除了女性对第二个场景的肯定回答稍多于第一个场景之外，几乎没有证据表明这种差异。
What were the differences in personality between the people who were willing to make sexual quid pro quos and those who weren't? The biggest difference was in the H factor. Of the people who definitely wouldn't do any of the sexual quid pro quos, only about 1/3 were below the average level of H. But of the people who probably would do the sexual quid pro quos, more than 3/4 were below that average level. None of the other hexaco factors showed any differences nearly as large as this one. Of the 6 personality dimensions, it's H that best predicts the likelihood of seeking a sexual quid pro quo.
愿意进行性交易和不愿意的人在性格上有什么区别？最大的差异在于 H 因素。那些坚决不会进行性交易的人中，只有大约1/3的人 H 水平低于平均水平。然而，那些可能会进行性交易的人中，超过3/4的人低于这个平均水平。其他 Hexical 因素中没有一个显示出如此大的差异。在6个性格维度中 ，H 最能预测寻求性交易的可能性。
Box 9-3 Utopia?
Box 93理想之地。
Imagine a society in which many people are very high in H and hardly any people are low. What would such a society look like? We can speculate on this question by extrapolating from the characteristics of higher and lower H people and from their responses to questions about their attitudes on political issues.
设想一个社会，许多人 H 值非常高，几乎没有人 H 值低。这样的社会会是什么样子？我们可以通过推断高 H 和低 H 人群的特征，以及他们对政治问题态度的回答来推测这个问题。
First, it would be free and democratic. People who are high in H aren't power hungry, and they wouldn't want megalomaniacs for leaders. In a high H society, civil liberties would be strong and the powers of government would be dispersed widely across its various levels, i.e., federal, state/provincial, local, and branches, i.e., executive, legislative, judicial. Corruption among politicians and civil servants would be extremely rare.
首先，这个社会将是自由和民主的。高 H 的人不渴求权力，他们不会希望有独裁者作为领导者。在一个高 H 的社会中，公民自由会很强，政府的权力会广泛分散在各个层级，即联邦、州省、地方和部门，即行政、立法、司法中。政治家和公务员的腐败现象将极其罕见。
Second, it would be egalitarian. High-H individuals avoid materialism and conspicuous consumption and dislike social hierarchies. Accordingly, a high-H society would have a rather small gap between the rich and the poor. For example, the salaries of CEOs would be only several times those of the average workers in their companies, not several dozen or several hundred times higher. Also, with very little free riding in a high-H society, taxpayers would willingly support an extensive system of universal social welfare programs, such as direct government payments to poor households and unemployed persons, as well as publicly funded health care, education, and old-age pensions. These programs would be funded through rather high taxes levied chiefly on excess consumption rather than on income or on capital. Point 10.
其次，这样的社会将是平等主义的。高 H 人群避开物质主义和炫耀性消费，不喜欢社会层级，因此高 H 社会的富人与穷人之间的差距会相当小。例如 ，CEO 的薪酬只会是公司普通员工的几倍，而非几十倍或几百倍。此外，在高 H 社会中，由于搭便车行为很少，纳税人会乐意支持广泛的普遍社会福利体系，如直接向贫困家庭和失业者提供的政府支付，以及公共资助的医疗、教育和养老金。这些计划将主要通过对过度消费而非收入或资本征收相当高的税款来资助。
Third, it would be ethically strict. High-H people have high standards as to what constitutes ethical behavior, and this would be reflected in the laws of a high-H society. Such a society would set a low threshold for regulating or criminalizing any activities that exploit individuals or impose negative externalities on the broader society. For example, it would have strict controls on pollution, addictive drugs, gambling, weapons, dangerous products, both physical and financial, and animal exploitation. In a high-H society, concerns about exploitation and negative externalities would often outweigh concerns about nanny-state regulation. Attitudes towards sexual behavior wouldn't necessarily be prudish, but concerns about exploitation would likely mean some very sharp limits on pornography and prostitution. Laws against the classic common crimes, the use of force or fraud, would also be strictly enforced. But note that strict enforcement doesn't imply arbitrary police powers or brutal punishments, neither of which would appeal to the people of a high-H society.
第三，它将具有严格的道德标准。高 H 人群对道德行为有高标准，这将体现在高 H 社会的法律中。这样的社会会为任何剥削个人或对更广泛社会产生负面外部效应的活动设定低门槛，以进行监管或定为犯罪。例如，它将对污染、成瘾性药物、赌博、武器、危险产品，包括食物和金融产品，以及动物剥削实行严格控制。在高 H 社会中，对剥削和负面外部效应的担忧往往超过对保姆式监管的担忧。对性行为的态度不一定保守，但对剥削的担忧可能意味着对色情和卖淫有非常严格的限制。对使用暴力或欺诈等传统犯罪的法律也将严格执行。但要注意，严格执行并不意味着任意的警察权力或残酷的惩罚，这两者都不会吸引高 H 社会的人民。
Fourth, it would be benevolent. High-H people want to cooperate rather than dominate, and a society of such people would give considerable humanitarian and development aid without trying to impose its will on others. A high-H society would be inclined toward pacifism, yet it would have a strong potential for self-defense, given the high level of trust and cohesion among its citizens. Still, the high-H society might be a victim of its own success. Its high quality of life would likely attract not only high-H immigrants but low-H immigrants as well.
第四，它将使仁慈的高 H 的人倾向于合作而非支配。这样的社会会提供大量的人道主义和发展援助，而不试图强加自己的意志给他人。高 H 的社会倾向于和平主义，但由于公民之间的高度信任和凝聚力，它也具有强大的自卫潜力。然而，高 H 社会可能会因自身的成功而受害，其高质量的生活水平可能会吸引高 H 和低 H 的移民。
As you can see from our tour through the domains of money, power, and sex, dealing with low-H people is often unpleasant at best. In the next chapter, we'll have some advice for identifying low-H people and for steering around them.
正如你在金钱、权力和性这三个领域的观察中所看到的，与低 H 的人打交道，往往最好也不过是不愉快的。在下一章，我们将提供一些识别低 H 人群以及如何与他们相处的建议。
10. How to identify low-H people and how to live around them.
10如何识别低 H 人群， 以及如何与他们共存。
To be able to identify low-H people is a useful skill. If you know who they are, you're better equipped to avoid being exploited by them, whether in the next few minutes or many years down the road. Fortunately, some of the traits that indicate low H aren't obviously undesirable, which means that low H people won't necessarily even try to conceal those aspects of their personalities.
能够识别低 H 的人是一项有用的技能。如果你知道他们是谁，你就更能避免在接下来的几分钟或许多年里被他们利用。幸运的是，一些表明低 H 的特征并不明显不受欢迎，这意味着低 H 的人可能并不会试图掩饰他们性格的这些方面。
If you want a really accurate idea of a person's level of H, you will need to observe the whole array of H-related traits as expressed in diverse situations and on many occasions. Only by observing a wide range of the person's behavior and appreciating the various contexts in which it occurs can you have any justified confidence in your assessment. Your first impressions might be mistaken, and it's easy to misdiagnose someone on the basis of a couple of isolated, ambiguous observations, particularly if you're starting with some prejudice, whether positive or negative, toward that person. Having said this, there will be many situations where you don't have the luxury of time and where your main motive is to avoid being exploited. In those cases, it's better to use what information you have and to err on the side of underestimating the person's level of H.
若要准确判断一个人的 H 水平，你需要在多种情境和多个场合中观察他们所展现出的各种与 H 相关的特质。只有通过广泛观察他们的行为，并理解这些行为发生的各种背景，你才能有理由对你的评估有信心。第一印象可能有误，仅凭一两个孤立且模糊的观察就对某人下判断很容易出错，尤其是当你对这个人已有先入为主的偏见，无论是正面还是负面时。然而，有些情况下你可能没有时间去慢慢了解，而主要目的是避免被利用。在这种情况下，最好利用手头的信息，并倾向于低估对方的 H 水平。
In this chapter, we discuss some signs that can help you identify low H people, and we offer some advice for living in a world that contains quite a few of them. But first, we should mention some signs that you might think would mean a person is high in H, but actually don't.
在这一章中，我们将讨论一些有助于识别低 H 人群的迹象，并提供一些在这样一个世界中生活的建议。但在开始之前，我们先提一下一些你可能认为表示 H 水平高，但实际上并非如此的迹象。
Not so valid signs of high H.
并非有效的高 H 迹象。
Respectability.
体面的外表。
The link between respectability and the H factor is easy to overestimate. Many people assume that a well-spoken, well-dressed, and well-mannered person must also be well-intentioned. These outward signs of respectability probably do indicate a reasonable level of self-control. Here is someone who at least understands and can conform to what society considers desirable behavior. Conversely, if someone is foul-mouthed and rude and generally scary, that's obviously not a good sign. The problem is that many low-H persons indeed have that reasonable level of self-control, recall Chapter 4. And some low-H people find that by appearing to be well-socialized, it's much easier to take advantage of others. It's harder to cheat people effectively if you look shady to them. A respectable appearance is not a sure indication of trustworthiness.
体面与 H 因素之间的联系很容易被高估。许多人认为说话得体、衣着讲究、举止礼貌的人也必定心地善良。这些体面的外在表现可能确实表明了相当程度的自我控制，这样的人至少理解并能符合社会期望的行为标准。相反，如果一个人出言不逊、粗鲁无礼，让人感到害怕，那显然不是好兆头。问题是，许多低 H 值的人确实具备这种合理的自我控制能力，参见第4章。有些低 H 值的人发现，通过表现出良好的社交能力，更容易利用他人。如果你看起来可疑，就更难有效地欺骗别人。体面的外表并不一定是值得信赖的保证。
It's equally unwise to take it for granted that every respectable position in society is occupied by a high H person. If someone has a respected occupation, a prominent role in their community, and a regular place at religious services, we can again infer that this person probably has a certain amount of self-control. But here the same point applies. Many low-H people can navigate social relationships quite successfully, and many low-H people aspire to a position of high status.
同样，假设社会上的每一个体面位置都由高 H 值的人占据，也是不明智的。如果某人有一份受人尊重的职业，在社区中扮演重要角色，定期参加宗教活动，我们同样可以推断，这个人可能具备一定的自我控制能力。但这里同样适用的是，许多低 H 值的人能够成功地处理社会关系，许多低 H 值的人渴望获得高地位。
Anti-conformity.
反从众。
Perhaps the flip side of respectability is anti-conformity. By this we mean a calculated effort to be visibly different from others and to bring attention to one's defiance of convention. This anti-conformity contrasts with the more natural non-conformity of people who happen to be different simply by being themselves. For example, people who have an unusual style of dress might simply be expressing their personal taste, or they might be acting affectedly in an effort to appear special. The point is that anti-conformity isn't the same thing as authenticity and doesn't necessarily indicate a high level of H.
体面的对立面可能是反从众。我们指的是有意让自己明显与众不同，强调自己对常规的反抗。这与那些只是做自己就与众不同的自然非从众者形成了对比。例如，穿着独特风格服装的人可能只是在表达个人品味，或者他们可能在装模作样，试图显得与众不同。关键是，反从众并不等同于真实，也不一定表明 H 值高。
Religious piety.
虔诚的宗教信仰。
As we explained in Chapter 8, genuinely religious people tend to be somewhat high in H. But some people who publicly display their religiosity, such as by attending religious services or participating in religious rituals, are low H people who are simply aiming to create an image of respectability and to maintain status within their community. The bottom line is that outward signs of religious commitment aren't a dependable indicator of a high H personality.
如我们在第8章中所解释的，真正虔诚的人往往在 H 方面相对较高，但有些公开展示自己宗教信仰的人，比如参加宗教仪式或活动，他们可能是低 H 的人，只是为了塑造可敬的形象和维持社区中的地位。关键在于，外在的宗教承诺表现并不能可靠地表明一个人具有高 H 的性格。
Championing the underdog.
支持弱者。
Some people vocally defend the disadvantaged and the oppressed, and many of those people are motivated by a sincere desire to promote social justice. But for some of these champions of the underdog, this role serves merely as a vehicle for obtaining a position of high status. When you see a prominent defender of the downtrodden, it isn't immediately obvious whether that person is a high H idealist or a low H opportunist.
有些人公开为弱势和受压迫者辩护，其中许多人是出于真诚的社会公正愿望。但对一些这样的弱者捍卫者来说，这个角色仅仅是一种获取高地位的手段。当你看到一个著名的弱势群体捍卫者时，很难立即判断这个人是高 H 的理想主义者还是低 H 的机会主义者。
Blunt criticism.
直言不讳的批评。
When people criticize, they sometimes sandwich their criticism between slices of self-professed honesty. I'll be honest with you. Insert rather hurtful summary of shortcomings here. I'm just being honest. Now, sometimes this criticism may be justified. It may even be constructive and meant genuinely for the good of its recipient. But some people use the being honest gambit to make a virtue of their habit of delivering harsh comments. Having a low threshold for criticizing others is not normally an indication of high H. Instead, it's generally an expression of low A and may even suggest a low level of H, particularly if the intent is really to undermine the listener's self-esteem or their esteem for a third party.
当人们批评时，有时会在自认诚实的表述中夹杂批评。我会对你坦诚，插入一些相当伤人的缺点总结。我只是说实话。有时，这种批评可能是合理的，甚至可能是建设性的，真心为对方好。但有些人用说实话的策略来美化自己发表严厉评论的习惯。对批评他人有较低的门槛，通常不是高 H 的标志，反而通常是低 A 的表现。如果意图是真正打击听者的自尊或他们对第三方的尊重，这可能还暗示了低 H 水平。
Publicly displayed generosity.
公开的慷慨。
On the surface, people who give their wealth away to some worthy cause would seem clearly to be high H people. But this isn't necessarily so. Instead, it depends a lot on whether the acts of philanthropy are intended for public display. If the donation is highly visible, being made amid great fanfare and ceremony, then there is no need to invoke a high level of H as a cause of the generosity. Instead, the gift is more accurately viewed as a kind of informal exchange of money for social status. Consider a wealthy person who has more than enough money to enjoy a luxurious lifestyle, but who lacks the esteem and respect of other prominent people. A major donation to, say, a hospital or a university or a museum or a park will attract a lot of positive attention from the media, from politicians, and from the general public. Thus, even among wealthy people who happen to be low in H, we can expect a great deal of high-profile philanthropy.
表面上，将财富捐赠给公益事业的人似乎明显具有高 H 特质，但事实并非必然如此。这在很大程度上取决于慈善行为是否旨在公开展示。如果捐赠行为高调进行，伴随着盛大的仪式和宣传，那么无需将高 H 作为慷慨行为的原因。相反，这种捐赠更准确地被视为一种非正式的金钱换取社会地位的交换。设想一个富人，他有足够的钱享受奢华生活，但缺乏其他显赫人物的尊重和敬意。向医院、大学、博物馆或公园等捐赠大量资金，会吸引媒体、政界人士和公众的大量正面关注。因此，即使在 H 值较低的富人中，我们也能期待他们进行高调的慈善活动。
In fact, some people who are very low in H are also highly enthusiastic contributors to charity. You can probably recall at least some cases of people who advertise themselves as philanthropists, but have also been criminally convicted, usually for white-collar offenses. If you can't remember any such cases, try searching the internet with the keywords philanthropist and convicted.
事实上，有些 H 值极低的人也是慈善事业的热情贡献者。你可能能回忆起一些人，他们自称为慈善家，但后来因白领犯罪而被定罪。如果你记不起这样的案例，可以尝试在互联网上搜索关键词慈善家和定罪。
Philanthropic acts are much more likely to reflect a high level of H when the donor gives without seeking any attention. Donations made anonymously, or with instructions not to reveal the identity of the donor, are much more consistent with the outlook of high H persons, because the gift is a genuine act of altruism rather than simply a purchase of social status.
当捐赠者在不寻求任何关注的情况下捐赠时，慈善行为更可能反映出高 H 水平。匿名捐赠或者要求不透露捐赠者身份的捐赠更符合高 H 人士的观念，因为这种捐赠是真正的利他行为，而不仅仅是为了购买社会地位。
This doesn't mean that high-profile philanthropy is a sign that the donor has a low level of H. Some wealthy high H people might feel a certain degree of social pressure to donate money, and they might want to make some publicly visible gifts in order to relieve that pressure, beyond any gifts that they might make or might prefer to make privately.
这并不表示高调的慈善行为意味着捐赠者 H 水平低。有些高 H 的富人可能会感受到一定的社会压力，他们可能希望通过公开捐赠来缓解这种压力，这在他们可能私下做的或更愿意私下做的捐赠之外。
Even when publicly displayed generosity might not be motivated by a high level of H, it can still be beneficial to society. The very fact that social status must be purchased by making worthwhile gifts to the public good is encouraging, as it suggests that low H people must play nice in order to have the respect they crave. They can't simply bully or threaten us all. But then again, if the wealth of the low H pseudo-philanthropist has been gained dishonestly, the net effect on society will still be negative.
即使公开显示的慷慨可能不是由高 H 水平驱动的，它仍然对社会有益。社会地位必须通过向公共利益做出有价值的捐赠来获得，这一事实令人鼓舞，因为它意味着低 H 的人必须表现得友善，才能获得他们渴望的尊重。他们不能仅仅通过欺凌或威胁所有人。然而，如果低 H 的伪慈善家的财富是通过不诚实的手段获得的，那么对社会的总体影响仍然会是负面的。
Valid signs of low H.
低 H 的真正迹象。
Beating the system.
规避体制。
It might seem obvious that you shouldn't trust people who tell you, without joking about various ways of breaking the law. But some people who brag about how to beat the system, for example, by evading income taxes or customs duties, or by stealing from businesses, may come across as roguishly charming and harmless. And they may rationalize their actions as being not really wrong, because no single person is directly harmed to any significant extent. Don't be fooled. People who will cheat an institution will likely cheat individuals too, and that includes you.
你可能觉得显而易见，不应该相信那些严肃地告诉你如何违法的人。但有些吹嘘如何规避税法、逃避关税或从企业中盗窃的人，可能会显得狡猾而无害。他们可能会为自己的行为辩解，认为这并不真正错误，因为没有直接伤害到任何个人。别被误导，会欺骗机构的人也很可能欺骗个人，包括你。
Instrumental ingratiation.
工具性讨好。
Some people can be very friendly and polite and pleasant, but mainly toward people who have something they want, or who hold some position of influence. Sometimes you can observe this as a third party. Consider the player who is attentive to a prospective conquest until he has sex with her, or the politician who is the best friend of whichever interest group must be courted next. It can sometimes be more difficult to discern this kind of ingratiation, as we saw in the study of coworkers in Chapter 5. Unless you know a person very well, it isn't easy to distinguish flattery from sincere respect, or affectation from genuine politeness. The point is simply that people who are selectively nice, reserving their affection and compliments for those who are or will be useful to them, are not likely to be loyal friends.
有些人对他人极其友善、有礼且和蔼，但这通常针对那些他们有所图或有影响力的对象。有时，你可以作为旁观者察觉到这种情况，比如一个追求者在与目标发生性关系前因情备至，或者政客对下一个需要拉拢的利益团体表现出无微不至的友谊。如第5章中对同事的研究所示，这种讨好的行为有时更难识别，除非你非常了解一个人，否则很难区分奉承与真诚的尊重，或者虚情假意与真正的礼貌。关键在于，那些有选择的对人友善，将情感和赞美留给对自己有用的人，不太可能成为忠诚的朋友。
Some low-H individuals say that people who don't act in this way are simply being naive, but in most cases this claim simply reflects their own cynicism. Many people are well aware that they could use false ingratiation as a way of getting what they want, and may even feel tempted to do so, but decline as a matter of principle to use such tactics. Apart from really dictatorial settings, where one's welfare may really depend on the whims of powerful people, the use of ingratiation tactics is largely a function of a low-H personality.
有些人 DH 值的人认为，不这样做的人只是天真，但在大多数情况下，这种说法只是他们自己愤世嫉俗的反应。许多人清楚，他们可以利用虚假的讨好来达到目的，甚至可能感到诱惑，但出于原则选择不使用这种策略。除了真正依赖有权势人物喜好的独裁环境，讨好策略的使用在很大程度上取决于 DH 值的性格。
Gambling and financial speculation.
赌博与金融投机。
Gamblers tend to be low in H. More precisely, people who often bet a lot of money at casinos, on sports events, and card games, or whatever, usually have a low level of H, often combined with a low level of E. People who become addicted to gambling are probably also low in C. The same applies to people whose financial investments amount to short-term speculation, whether on currencies or commodities or real estate or stocks. Of course, many high-H persons will buy a weekly lottery ticket or play some low-stakes poker, and many high-H persons will invest money in business ventures that have a real risk of failure. But people who regularly risk a lot of money in gambling or speculation probably have a strong desire to get rich quickly or to get something for nothing. Such people tend to be low in the H factor, so it's best not to be too trusting of them.
赌徒往往 H 值偏低，更准确地说，经常在赌场、体育赛事、纸牌游戏或其他场合下中注的人，通常 H 值较低，往往还伴随着 E 值低。对赌博成瘾的人可能 C 值也低，那些进行短期投机的人，无论是在货币、商品、房地产还是股票市场，情况也是如此。当然，许多 H 值高的人会买每周的彩票，或者玩一些小赌注的扑克，也有许多高 H 值的人会投资有可能失败的商业项目。但经常在赌博或投机中冒大风险的人，很可能有着急功近利或不劳而获的强烈欲望。这类人的 H 值往往偏低，所以对他们不要太轻信。
Sexual infidelity.
性不忠。
As we noted in Chapter 9, people who cheat on their romantic partners tend to be low in H, and the same is true of people who try to poach the partners of others. Although such persons will often find it wise to be subtle or sneaky in their behavior, many of them are quite happy to express their cynical outlook on sexual relationships. Moreover, a low-H man is likely to boast about his sexual conquests, and a low-H woman is likely to boast about the material benefits of her relationships or the status of her partners. The point is that people who are sexually unfaithful to their partners, or who take an instrumental approach to sexual relationships, are likely to be low in the H factor.
如第9章所述，背叛浪漫伴侣的人往往 H 值偏低，同样，试图挖别人墙角的人也是如此。尽管这些人往往会在行为上表现得微妙或狡猾，但许多人很乐意表达他们对性关系的愤世嫉俗看法。此外，低 H 值的男性可能会吹嘘自己的性征服，而低 H 值的女性可能会吹嘘自己关系中的物质利益或伴侣的地位。关键在于，对伴侣不忠或把性关系视为工具的人 ，H 值很可能偏低。
Conspicuous consumption and name dropping.
炫耀性消费和提名人脉。
A person who displays wealth ostentatiously is trying to signal that he or she is an important, high-status person. But what conspicuous consumption really signals is a low level of the H factor. Materialistic and ostentatious people tend to be selfish, deceitful, and insincere. People who want more than their share generally feel entitled to have more than their share, and they're willing to take it by force or by fraud, if they judge that they will succeed in doing so. So when someone shows off a lot of expensive things, home, car, clothing, jewelry, food, drinks, you should be wary of getting into any business or romantic relationships with that person. The same goes for someone who is readily impressed with such displays and who aspires to match them.
炫耀财富的人试图表明自己是个重要、有地位的人物，但显摆其实透露出的是 H 因素的低下。物质主义和炫耀性消费的人往往自私、欺诈且不真诚，想要得到更多的人通常觉得自己有权拥有超过应得的部分。如果他们认为能成功，他们愿意通过强取豪夺或欺诈手段来获取。所以，当某人展示许多昂贵的东西，房子、车子、衣物、珠宝、食物、饮品时，你应该谨慎考虑是否与这样的人建立商业或浪漫关系。同样，对这些展示轻易感到印象深刻并渴望效仿的人也应如此。
Keep in mind that what matters here is the overall pattern of conspicuous consumption, not merely an isolated extravagance or two. For example, a high-H birdwatcher might own an expensive pair of binoculars, a high-H antiques fan might own an expensive old table, and a high-H car enthusiast might own an expensive automobile. But in those cases, the person probably appreciates the item for its intrinsic qualities rather than for its ability to impress other people. In contrast, it's very unlikely that someone would own, or aspire to own, a wide variety of highly visible luxury items out of some intrinsic interest in each of those particular items. Most people who display many different kinds of expensive items are expressing a low level of H.
要注意，这里关键在于整体的炫耀性消费模式，而不仅仅是一两次孤立的奢侈行为。比如，一个高 H 值的观鸟者可能拥有一副昂贵的望远镜，一个高 H 值的古董爱好者可能有一张昂贵的旧桌子，一个高 H 值的汽车爱好者可能拥有一辆昂贵的汽车。但在这些情况下，他们可能是因为物品本身的品质而非其给人留下的印象而欣赏它。相反，一个人不太可能因为对每件特定奢侈品的内在兴趣而拥有或渴望拥有各种各样的显眼奢侈品。大多数展示许多不同种类昂贵物品的人，他们的 H 值往往较低。
Low H people sometimes defend greed on the grounds that it motivates hard work and innovation, thereby driving economic progress. Recall the greed is good speech in the 1980s movie Wall Street. Now, it's true that people, even high H people, generally prefer having more wealth and status rather than less, and that people are less likely to work hard and innovate if there is little reward for productivity. But this doesn't mean that the greediest people, those who most desire money and luxury and power, will be particularly diligent or creative. On the contrary, the consistent finding in personality structure research is that materialistic, social climbing people are no more hardworking or innovative than everyone else. What's more, greedy people will try to get something for nothing. If they judge that they can get away with it, they're happy to sell you things you don't need, to sell you things that don't work, and even to sell you things that could kill either you or the worker who made them.
DH 人群有时会为贪婪辩护，认为它激发了努力工作和创新，从而推动了经济发展。回想一下1980年代电影《华尔街》中的贪婪是好的演讲，确实，人们即使是高 H 人群，通常更喜欢拥有更多财富和地位，而不是更少。而且，如果生产力得不到回报，人们就不太可能努力工作和创新。但这并不意味着最贪婪的人，那些最渴望金钱、奢华和权力的人，会特别勤奋或有创造力。恰恰相反，人格结构研究的普遍发现是，物质主义攀比的人并不比其他人更努力或更有创新精神。此外，贪婪的人会试图不劳而获，如果他们认为可以逃脱惩罚，他们会乐意卖给你不需要的东西，卖给你没用的东西，甚至卖给你可能害死你或制造者的东西。
Name dropping is analogous to conspicuous consumption, but the objects of display are social affiliations rather than material goods. Some people will bring your attention to their relationships with famous people or their memberships in prestigious institutions. Think of the person who displays photographs of himself or herself with celebrities or politicians, or who tells you all about his or her connections with those persons.
炫耀性人脉与炫耀性消费类似，但展示的对象是社会关系而非物质商品。有些人会吸引你注意他们与名人的关系或他们加入的知名机构。想象一下那种展示自己与名人或政客合影，或向你炫耀与这些人关系的人。
Above the law mentality.
凌驾于法律之上的心态。
Some people decide that they belong to a special class of persons to whom the normal rules should not apply. Their self-appointed membership in this elite may be based on their social class or ethnicity, or on what they perceive to be their own superiority of intellect, or attractiveness, or athleticism, or talent, or any other asset, depending on your own position in the pecking order as they see it, or as they would have you think they see it. They may assure you that you, too, belong to this elite. Don't be seduced by this. When people see themselves as Nietzschean supermen and superwomen who should be exempt from the laws and norms that govern lesser beings, they will also feel quite justified in exploiting the latter in one way or another. You can see this when a high-ranking bureaucrat puts extravagant spending on the government's tab, or when the board of directors awards its members a bonus at investors' expense. But you also see this when wealthy or famous or high-ranking people are caught shoplifting. Yes, shoplifting they simply feel entitled to take without paying.
有些人认为自己属于一个特殊群体，普通规则不应适用于他们。他们自封为精英，可能基于他们的社会阶层、种族，或是自认为的智力、魅力、体能、才华或其他任何优势。根据你在他们眼中或他们希望你认为的地位，他们可能会保证你也属于这个精英群体。不要被这种说法迷惑。当人们自视为尼采式的超人，认为自己应免于约束普通人的法律和规范时，他们也会觉得理所当然地以各种方式利用他人。这可以从高级官员公款奢侈消费，或董事会以牺牲投资者利益为代价给自己发放奖金中看出。同样，当富人、名人或高层人士被发现偷窃，是的，就是偷窃时，他们只是觉得自己有权不付钱就拿走东西。
Incidentally, the self-appointed supermen and superwomen generally aren't any more super than the rest of us. Even if we put aside their rather less-than-super approach to personal ethics, there is not much that is impressive about people who have a strong sense of entitlement. On average, they aren't any tougher or prettier or smarter, and they don't have any more talent or genuine charm. The low-H person tends to claim any of his or her personal strengths as proof of entitlement. The high-H person doesn't.
顺便说一句，这些自封的超人和超女通常并不比我们其他人更优秀。即使抛开他们不太高尚的个人道德观不谈，那些有强烈优越感的人也没什么值得夸耀的。平均来说，他们并不更强壮、更漂亮、更聪明，也没有更多才华或真正的魅力。DH 优越感低的人倾向于将自己的任何个人优点视为特权的证据，而高 H 优越感高的人则不会。
By the way, don't confuse this low-H attitude of entitlement with mere overconfidence. Some people are inclined to overestimate their abilities or attributes, say, their intelligence or athleticism or attractiveness, without seeing themselves as deserving of special status. By contrast, low-H people do see themselves as superior beings, but they don't necessarily overestimate their own level of any particular asset.
顺便说一句，不要把这种 DH 的优越感与单纯的过度自信混淆。有些人可能倾向于高估自己的能力或特质，比如智力、运动能力或魅力，但并不认为自己应该享有特殊地位。相比之下， DH 的人确实认为自己高人一等，但他们不一定高估自己在任何特定方面的水平。
Contempt of other groups.
蔑视其他群体。
People who are high in H don't necessarily believe that all human groups are equal in every observable characteristic. But high H people generally do believe that people of every group are deserving of dignity and fair treatment. Thus, when some people take delight in making disparaging comments about other groups, this is a sign of low H. For example, low H people are more likely than high H people to make ethnic jokes of any but the most good-natured variety. They're also more likely to mock other groups or to make dehumanizing comments about them.
高 H 的人并不一定认为所有人类群体在所有可观察的特征上都平等，但高 H 的人通常认为每个群体的人都应该得到尊严和公平对待。因此，当有些人乐于对其他群体发表贬低的言论时，这是 DH 的迹象。例如， DH 的人比高 H 的人更可能讲除了最无恶意之外的种族笑话。他们也更可能嘲笑其他群体，或者对他们发表去人性化言论。
Living around low H people.
与 DH 的人相处，
What should you do when you realize that someone is probably very low in H? First of all, don't get carried away. It's probably not a good idea to proclaim your diagnosis to others. And it's definitely not a good idea to undertake any vigilante-style action against that person.
当你意识到某人可能非常 DH 时，该怎么办？首先，不要太过激动，向他人宣布你的判断可能不是个好主意，而且绝对不应该采取任何形式的针对该人的自以为是的行动。
The best advice is simply to limit your interaction with people who are low in H. Don't choose them as romantic partners. Don't choose them as business partners. Don't even choose them as tennis partners or as bridge partners. Just stay away from them.
最佳建议就是尽量减少与 H 值低的人交往。不要选择他们作为恋爱对象，不要选做商业伙伴，就连打网球或桥牌的搭档都不要选，尽量远离他们。
Now, if you're a low H person yourself, it's not obvious what advice we should give you. On the one hand, high H people won't try to take advantage of you in the way that low H people will, so you might be better off seeking the company of high H people. On the other hand, you'll much prefer the approach that your fellow low H people take in dealing with the world. Probably your best bet is to figure out which low H people would make the most effective allies in your quest for money and power, and then team up with them. Just be sure to watch them very carefully.
如果你自己就是 H 值低的人，那么应该给你什么建议就不那么明显了。一方面，高 H 值的人不会像 DH 值的人那样利用你，所以你可能更应该寻求与高 H 值的人为伍。另一方面，你会更喜欢其他 DH 值的人对待世界的方式。也许你最好的策略是找出哪些 DH 值的人能成为你追求财富和权力时最有效的盟友，然后与他们合作。只是要确保密切监视他们。
What if you're already in close contact with a low H person, either professionally or personally, and can't easily get away? Don't fool yourself into thinking that you can somehow teach a low H person to appreciate the joys of being fair for the sake of fairness. The better approach is to find ways of aligning your interests with their interests, so that they get what they want by doing what you want. But we realize that it's easier to say this than to do it, and the challenge is that the low H person will always be alert to ways of exploiting you. Fortunately, the most serious forms of exploitation are recognized as crimes, so in the worst situations you should go to the police. As we discussed in Chapter 4, however, low H people vary a great deal in their potential for really criminal, predatory behavior, depending on their levels of the other personality dimensions. For example, a low H person who is high in A, C, and D will probably be rather annoying, but he or she is much less likely to be a psychopathic or dangerous person than is someone who combines low levels of these traits with low H.
如果你已经与一个 H 值低的人建立了密切的职场或私人关系，而无法轻易摆脱呢？别幻想着能教会一个 DH 值的人去欣赏公平本身的乐趣。更好的方法是找到使你的利益与他们的利益一致的方式，这样他们通过做你想要的事就能得到他们想要的。但我们明白， 说起来容易，做起来难。挑战在于 DH 值的人总在寻找利用你的机会。幸运的是，最严重的剥削行为被视为犯罪，所以在最糟糕的情况下，你应该报警。如我们在第4章中讨论的 ，DH 值的人在展现出真正犯罪、掠夺性行为的潜力上差异很大，这取决于他们在其他性格维度上的水平。例如，一个 H 值低但 A、C 和 E 值高的个体可能会相当烦人，但他们成为精神变态或危险人物的可能性远低于那些这些特质低且 H 值也低的人。
The flip side of avoiding low H people is seeking out high H people. As we explained in Chapter 6, people tend to form most of their close relationships with those who have similar levels of H and hence have similar values and worldviews. People generally aren't even aware of this tendency, but if you're a high H person, you can make a conscious choice to associate with other high H people. This strategy also applies to places. When deciding where to work or where to live, you can seek out organizations and communities that share the values of high H people. By gaining the benefits of cooperation with one another, high H persons can thrive in what often seems like a low H world.
避开 DH 人群的另一面是寻找高 H 人群。如第6章所述，人们往往与 H 值相近的人建立亲密关系，因此拥有相似的价值观和世界观。人们通常并未意识到这种倾向，但如果你是高 H 的人，你可以有意识地选择与其他高 H 的人交往。这一策略也适用于地点选择，在决定工作或居住的地方时，你可以寻找与高 H 价值观相符的组织和社区。通过彼此合作的好处，高 H 的人能在看似低 H 的世界中茁壮成长。
Epilogue. On becoming a high H person.
尾声，成为一个高 H 的人。
The two of us have been studying the H factor since the late 1990s, and most of the time we treat it simply as a topic of scientific study. But our work on the H factor has made us more aware of our own behavior. Each of us can look back on his life and recall having acted in some decidedly low H ways. Although it doesn't feel good to think about those occasions, it does at least make us think about how we ought to act in the future. Already, each of us has often behaved a bit differently after considering how a high H person would approach a given situation. We haven't achieved anything remotely approaching perfection in this regard, but we do find ourselves trying to be more straightforward and less self-important, more ethical and less materialistic.
自1990年代末以来，我们两人一直在研究 H 因素，大多数时候我们只是将其视为科学研究的主题。但对 H 因素的研究使我们更加关注自己的行为。我们每个人都能回顾自己的生活，记起有过明显 DH 的行为。虽然回想这些时刻并不愉快，但它至少促使我们思考未来应该如何行动。在考虑了高 H 的人会如何处理特定情况后，我们各自的行为已经有所改变。在这方面，我们远未达到完美，但我们确实发现自己在努力变得更坦诚，不那么自大，更道德，不那么物质。
Our own cases help show an important point about the H factor. Your level of H doesn't just depend on your genes and on your childhood. It also depends on your own free will. We assume that by nature you're fairly high in H, given that you've already read nearly this whole book. Most really low H persons would be turned off long before reaching this chapter. Now, if we're right, if you're a somewhat high H person by nature, then you'll very likely accept that being a high H person is a good thing. You'll believe that being sincere and modest is inherently better than being deceitful and conceited. But unless you're at the extreme high end of the H dimension, you probably feel at least some low H motivations. Maybe you sometimes manipulate others a bit, or give a little less than you really should, or try to impress others with your status.
我们的案例有助于说明 H 因素的一个重要点。你的 H 水平不仅取决于你的基因和童年经历，还取决于你自己的自由意志。考虑到你已经读了这本书的大部分内容，大多数 H 值极低的人在读到这一章之前可能就已经失去了兴趣。我们假设你的 H 值天生就相当高。现在，如果我们是对的，你天生就具有较高的 H 值，那么你很可能认为成为一个高 H 值的人是件好事。你相信真诚和谦逊本质上优于欺骗和自大。但除非你处于 H 维度的极高端，否则你可能至少会有一些低 H 值的动机。也许你有时会操纵他人，或者给予的比应该的少一点，或者试图用你的地位来给别人留下深刻印象。
Well, if you really do want to be higher in H, you can use your high H idealism to overcome your low H inclinations. Even though you have some temptations to deceive or dominate or exploit other people, you can decide to be alert to those temptations and then to resist them. In trying to be higher in H, you might even find it useful to follow some specific set of prescriptions, whether secular or religious. Recall the Quaker testimonies of Chapter 8. Of course, this kind of conscious choice won't change your natural level of H as given by your genes and early experiences. But who cares? Your actual level of H will be higher just the same. Only you will know the difference, and this is surely one case where no one will mind being deceived.
如果你真的想提高 H 值，你可以利用你的高 H 值理想主义来克服低 H 值的倾向。尽管你有时会有欺骗、支配或利用他人的诱惑，但你可以决定警觉这些诱惑并抵制它们。在努力提高 H 值的过程中，你甚至可能会发现遵循一套世俗或宗教的准则，回想一下第8章中的贵格会见证是有用的。当然，这种有意识的选择不会改变你由基因和早期经历决定的自然 H 值。但那又怎样呢？你的实际 H 值仍然会提高，只有你自己知道其中的区别，而这无疑是一个没有人会介意被欺骗的情况。